Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you tuning on in. You know, we are just living in one man's world out here in Seahawks land right now. Oots, 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 oots. Yeah, we're living out in Robbie Oots' world. That's right, the fullback is coming back in a big effing way. We're going to get some fullback loving tonight. Second here, that didn't sound right. I didn't mean that. Hope you guys are having a good night. Everyone's locked in and loaded this late evening where we are going to have a football game at 10:30. I mean, no, it's only 7. It's not that late, but it's going to be a fun game tonight. Kansas City Chiefs roll into town after we had a little bit of the not as strong test. I know it ended in a tie, but that was just because the Raiders played some of their guys a little bit longer on the front side of it. A little bit of a stiffer test here with the Super Bowl contending team coming to town, certainly with their eyes going back to the big show again this year after losing last year to the Philadelphia Eagles. And while we're not going to get any Patrick Mahomes or Kelsey or Chris Jones, you're not getting any of the big dogs, the big names, you are going to get what is a very well-run organization that has had a tendency to continue to be able to push guys through their process of the draft and development. This isn't a team that's had to lean through their window as much on having to bring guns for hire and sort of, pay for play kind of situation. They've actually been able to develop well. So you are still going to, I think, get a pretty tough test here when it comes down to the youngsters going up against our youngsters. A little bit better ability to kind of see where you stand in full. But I think we're going to get a lot of what we got last week similarly, with the exception, of course, being that we are supposed to be getting actually some starters out there. We're going to get a little bit of Sam Darnold playing out in this football game. So that's encouraging. And something that we can start to get a little bit of a feel for maybe how this offense will look with him, surrounded by a little Cup and a little JSN. We also all want to get a little bit more of a view of course, Jalen Milroe. Hopefully he gets a little bit more run here today. That'd be great. No shade to Drew Lock. Sanchez, if you're out there listening, no shade to him. No shade to him. But indeed, I'd love to be able to see a little bit more Milroe today and see where that development process is more further at. And he's definitely coming along. He's definitely making some headway on this. But I hope you guys are having a good night as you do walk in the building. If you could, for me, it's just on your right. It's right next to the door. I put it right next to the door as you walk in the door. You hit that little that like button there. That would help me. It does help out tremendously. I do really appreciate it. And I hope everyone's having a great night. Get over here to you guys, check in with you in the chat here. Let me get my game up on this and see if we can get this rolling. Nothing yet. We'll see how it goes. Then they run these a little bit later, even though it's at 7 o'clock as it goes. That's just the way it flows. Herbicide Shadowbot. How you doing, HHG? Free Truth. Yo, it's good to see you in the house. Addicted. Hello. Burton, the fisherman. How are you doing, man? Are we at home? Yes, we are at home. This will be our last preseason home game. So another chance for the crowd to rev it up today. Sounds like they brought it last week, which is great to hear. We're really looking for the fans to come back into play this season in a big effing way. Megan starting us off right with a big old $20 donation. Thank you for that, Megan. That is very, very kind of you. You're always very kind on that donation front, on top of being our main mod in the chat here. Hope you're doing well. My lady from Dananda says, not totally sure what I'm hoping for in this game. Donald to play well and not get hurt, I guess. Hoping we get the W, but I don't really know. I think I can get you charted and locked in on some specific things to kind of look for and that are really fun things for me within this game to be kind of concentrating on. First off, the running game, it isn't sexy. Everybody loves a passing attack. It's like chicks with the long ball, man. Everybody wants to see that. But at the same point in time, you do just want to see this team a little bit more with that consistency like last week and run the ball throughout the game, finding yards throughout the game. Even if it's just some big plays every couple of plays, you're staying with the run play there. Darnold executing this offense with what little action he gets in there, even if it's just moving the ball with a couple of first downs. I think you're definitely looking for that. And then the rookies, Megan, lock in on what these rookies are doing, because a lot of this year and the hopes of this year is not on the backs of these rookies being great. Not that they come in and they're instant impact players, but that they can come in here and actually give you some real solid contributions on what you already have in-house. And what you already have in house is just about nearly enough, but a strong rookie class could take it right up over the top. So those would be the main things, and maybe a little bit of the flavor and spice of Mike McDonald's defense being further unleashed, as we've heard more and more through training camp about how much you're getting more of the blitzing, you're getting more of the man coverage. I heard Reek Woolen today talking on Sherman's podcast about doing more press than he's ever done before, and that's what he does really well, so he loves it. We're heading in the right direction there, Megan. So these would be just the main things I'd be looking for. It's good to see you in the house, though, and thank you for the donation. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Hope you're feeling better as well on that side of it. Let me hit my refresh button here on this thing. See what's going on. Feels like they delay it right at the end there when they got the final preseason game going. Shadowbot says, I need that shirt. Shadowbot, this is just an indication right here of the good stuff you get when you go to training camp, because I went down to training camp there on one of the days, and they were just handing these suckers out for free. And I was like, well, there's another one for the collection. Yes, sir, I will take one of those. Can I get 3? Brian says, I'll have the sound off here for the first half, depending on how the game shakes out. I'll reverse it in the second half. Let's go, man. Let's go. Adrian X likes the shirt too. Hell yeah. This is in the rotation. It's officially in the rotation. Dazilla says, let's go Hawks. Dazilla, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, man. 002 sounds all right. Laughing out loud. Brandon, I'm digging the shirt. Let's go. Let's go. The shirt's a hit here. I like it. It's a big dub for the Hawks organization on that one. Ryan B's looking forward to how poised Donald is in Seattle. Me too as well. Hoping we get him nice and just locked in right from the jump. Make everybody feel real good. DVD, how you doing, buddy? Hello, Space. What's up? Rob loves the shirt. Thank you, Rob. It's good to see you, brother. Steve Schmidt, there you are, Brandon. I believe 11 and 6 is very realistic. That's my sideline, Steve. I feel like I've locked pretty into fairly realism there. I can see both upside and lower side from it. No doubt about that. You know, that's always a possibility a bit here. All right, they say it's starting, but is it really starting? All right. Nice return by the Seahawks to start out the game here, as they were a little late getting right to the game. Boy, they don't have this well coordinated too well. We may have a penalty here, though. The officials are talking. And we are going to have a hold on the Seahawks. So a nice return is going to be wiped off the board there. NFL Network is a little late getting to that sucker. Thank you, Brandon. Love a shirt, but it kind of screams for you to have a pina colada in one of your hands. I know. I should have had a mixed drink. And it is that time of the afternoon, you know. We're far beyond 12 o'clock. I'm very in. I might have to get my mom over here and tell her she's got to serve as the bartender tonight. We'll see how this game goes. All right, Sammy D out on the football field for your Seahawks. A little two wide receiver look, an inside handoff to Charbonnet's up the middle, and Charbonnet's loose for a 15-yard gain before he's cut down. Nice big hole. I believe that's over the left side where Zabel's at. Right through that. I think that's right around the A gap there. Yeah, just a big old hole, just a crease opened right up there for Charbonnet, and he hit the gas. First down, Seahawks. Start this game off. Stay with the two wide. Another handoff here to Charbonnet. Dances around a little bit, lowers his head, lays a little bit of thunder, and manages to finish the run with a couple-yard gain there. Make a nice little 4 yards there on first down. Here we go. Darnold's going to go into shotgun now. 3 wide for Seattle. Chiefs bring in 4. Quick throw, quick catch, falling forward. Ooh, he might have gotten the first down. Nice lean forward. Didn't get a great spot there, but almost looked like he was able to lean forward there, the tight end after the catch. That's a Barner. Just on a little stop route. Good timing there from Darnold. Hit him, run on the back foot, and then just turn it upfield. Spot was a little bit. Come on, refs. It's preseason for them too. Reward the effort. Seahawks coming out with a brotherly shove look here with Jalen Milroe. Milroe's going to get pushed there. Oots is doing the pushing, and Oots is doing the pushing. You're getting the first down. You're getting a first down. Milroe back off the field. That's how they're going to use him, folks. Good luck there. You think Hurts is good at it. And nice job by Oots. He got right up in that cheek. He committed to it. Let's just say that. All right, we got back under center Darnold here after the first down. Second one for the Hawks on this drive. Pitch play out wide here. Charbonnet's got it. He attacks it out wide there with a nice gain, 7 yards. Charbonnet looking good here early on. He's really running with a bluster after he gets that ball. I mean, there's a purposeness there. No wasted motion, just get right up the field and attack, especially for being a pitch play. Second and short. Play action pass. Darnold dropping back, flips it out to the receiver in the flat. JSN gets a first down. JSN did a little bit of a kind of an orbity motion thing prior to the snap and then just kind of went out wide into the flat and sat down. Darnold was looking through a couple of reads down the field first to see what he had and then came back over to JSN, and Jackson goes and gets the first down. So the Hawks have a nice opening drive going here with Clay Kubiak working up his mojo. He's only got 1 pen in the hat this week, though, so he's not the full-on super cyan phase of things. Shotgun look, read option here. Give back into Charbonnet, who's again running hard, finding a little bit of a hole, and able to get and worm his way up the field there for about 4 or 5 yards. Some different looks out here by Kubiak to begin things out, which is cool to see. We got a couple donations. Bear with me on that, if you could. Bounce right back over to him. All right. Back under center is Darnold. Play action pass. Rolls to his left. Finds that man, Oots, for a first down. Let's go. Let's go, Robbie Oots. Oots, 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 Oots. Come on, Robbie. Oots. Come on, Robbie. Oots train is out and rolling. All aboard. Woo woo. Robbie with a catch out in space. Nobody else was out there. Just kind of like he'd been forgotten about. And a nice little catching up the field. Seahawks knocking on the door at the 24-yard line. Play action pass. Roll back the other way this time. Come back. Find your tight end there. I believe that's a Arroyo. And it is. Easy throw and catch. I'd love that type of play. Both of these last 2 plays are plays that you would chart for a quarterback as being easy plays, easy completions that you're giving them, essentially to where you as an OC have opened it up for a guy out there in space, not oftentimes way down the field, but just out there in space for an easy throw and completion so you're not making the quarterback's job too hard, especially early on in the game when you're trying to get them into that rhythm. All right, 1 wide receiver look here, 13 personnel. Handoff inside to Charbonnet is loose. Charbonnet's down the middle of the football field for a touchdown. Yes, sir. He says, I'm ready. He says, is it midseason yet? Because I'm ready. Again, right over Zabel's side. Right power right up the middle here. This is the Marshawn Lynch power play, by the way. This is the Beastquake run, basically. Old as father time, this run. And a nice little crack back block inside by the tight end to spring him. Great at the point of attack by Gray Zabel to get him opened up there. And what a nice opening drive. I believe all the starters can now go ahead and sit down, and we are good today. I have seen enough. What a nice drive there. And Charbonnet running like the bull he is. Look out, that thing's got horns on the front of that helmet. Saying earlier, I feel like this year I'm watching him at camp, and I do feel like you could feel a little bit of that in the drive where people sometimes wonder about the fit in the offense with Charbonnet. Does he have the quickness, prerequisite explosiveness to make it work in this offense? And that you got to see right there that he looks just a little bit quicker. He looks even a little maybe lighter, just a little bit faster, but he's just getting into that prime shape as a football player purely. But boy, does he look just that little bit of a fraction faster. I'm not saying that he's gone from being a 4.5 guy to 4.4, but just that there's a noticeable difference in what you're seeing from him from that quicks angle of things. Nice opening drive. Let's go. That was a beautiful, beautiful drive. And how about Clint Kubiak? I like it. I likes that. Whew. That was just too tasty. Yeah, Sundell will be at center. There was still, I think, some issues with Oluwatimi in the back. They're not going to play him on that, so... Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Good to see you in the house, brother. Says, running game looking solid. Grub logging into his troll account. I can't blame him. I can't hate. Hey, he's back at Alabama. He's got nothing to cry about now, but I mean, you got to do what you got to do. But that right there, under center, play action, those easy rollouts in space with the tight end like that Arroyo play. I mean, those are the things that just geek me out because quarterbacking is so hard and there's so many high-level difficult throws that you are going to be forced to be faced with having to make over the course of the game. And as I've heard and I believe and I agree that a big part of an OC's job is his ability to lower down those moments to as few as possible. That he's there to try to help and guide that guy along. And a couple of those throws, JSN going out to the flat, Oots when he's rolling back to his left and he's wide open there, then comes back to Arroyo, out to his right, wide open in space. Those are 3 throws in this game, completions, where outside of Darnold having to process on the JSN play and looking downfield a little bit, all very easy kind of reads for him to kind of lock in on and give him nice, easy throws. And again, at the start of a game, when you need to get the quarterback warmed up, they're like pitchers. You don't want the guy walking out there and just trying to throw the toughest, most hardest pass after he's basically just gone through warm-ups. Get him out there with some live action. Have him roll out in space. Maybe have him taking a tip at that point. Get a couple completions, going. Now you start to move it through a little bit. The running game looks good. Charbonnet looks very strong and very impressive. And it's good to see. Man, this Falcons game just is the one that will not end. All right, they finally ended that. That thing was just I was trying to watch that thing, and I think I fell asleep 4 times. That was a rough football watch right there. I don't know about either of those 2 teams right now. All right, here's the kickoff, fielded at the 1 by the Chiefs. Up to 20, 25, and he will be brought there down by Hololani in on the play. Brady Russell was in there as well. Seahawks have the ball, claim they have the ball. Well, no, he's just geeked up. And we're going to get the Minshew experience. I can see that mustache from a mile away. I got to go full screen here. All right, so there's a false start there on first down. As I was first and 15. Minshew going to start out in shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Seahawks threatening a fire zone blitz. They bring it, but from the other side, Minshew feeling the pressure is going to climb up in the pocket and scramble right out the gate here. He'll get himself 4 or 5 yards there before he slides down in front of Ernest Jones. Thank you again, Sanchez, for that donation, man. Second down and 10 now. Minshew again is going to be in shotgun here. He's trying to guide traffic here. Looks like it's loud looking at the way he's kind of screaming. I know that look on the quarterback's face from the opposition. Drops back to throw. He's got a nice pocket and time. He's looking around. He finds a man in space who's quickly brought down and tackled by Amawari. Minshew had a lot of time there in the pocket. This will bring up about a 3rd and 2 or 3 here. 8:23 to go here in the first quarter. If you are trying to kind of guide track along, I've been told about 12 to 14 second delay. If you pause it, you can usually sync up with me if you're a little bit ahead. 3rd down and 2. Minshew's going to stay in shotgun. Seahawks got 4 men up around the line of scrimmage here. They're not bringing anything fancy. Looks like a run play. No, drop him back to throw, and he's going to flip it out to the flat, find Pachenko. And Pachenko's going to get himself a first down. Nobody went out and guarded Pachenko. Everybody just kind of dropped into the deep zones there a little bit. Kind of odd on a 3rd and 2. Seahawks went to kind of a cover 1 post snap, but the safety dropped down to the other side of the field, and the linebackers dropped to where the safety was dropping. Just left the guy out in the flat there. Chiefs quickly onto the Seahawks side of the football field at the 45-yard line. Again in shotgun is Minshew. He's going to hand this off first time to Steele. Steele will be cut down quickly by Boye Mafe, aided and helped out by Derek Hall in the play. They combo up there for a short gain. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, heard someone say the best we can do is 4 wins total for the year, B. The disrespect for this time is infuriating and annoying me hugely. I can get it. It's been pretty universal, and you go, really? This is where we sit, 2nd and 8. Again in the shotgun is Minshew. He's going to hand it off again inside here to Steele. Steele corralled up fairly well. Good job finishing the run there. He was able to kind of grind a yard or 2 extra there after he'd been captured. But this will bring up another 3rd and short. Let's see if they play a little different from the cover 2 to the cover 1 look and maybe slide some stuff up a little tighter. Chiefs are knocking on the door, being in field goal range here if they're not already in it. 3rd and 4, 6:09 to go here in the first quarter. Hawks up 7-0. Trips to the far side of the field. When the receiver will go in motion. Quick throw, quick completion. Nice throw there by Minshew, able to fit it in on a real tight pass there off the play action. Just a kind of an RPO kind of look there and finds Thornton. Was that Woolen in coverage? No, it wasn't Woolen. Yeah, you just kind of a switch release there by the Chiefs with the 2 receivers to that side of the field, and Woolen picked up one and nobody picked up the other. Chiefs got a nice little drive working here. 5:23 to go in the first quarter. 3-4 look here from the Seahawks with Minshew again in shotgun. They're thinking run. It is a run here. Steele able to fight forward nicely there. Finally tackled, but not before he got a good 5 or 6 yard gain. Chiefs do have their starting offensive line out there, it would appear. Rookie Josh Simmons from Oregon, their highly drafted guys out there at left tackle. No Pat Mahomes, though. No, Gardner Minshew's definitely been around the block and seen a thing or two and done a thing or two. 2nd and 5. Seahawks bringing a blitz here. They block it up nicely, do the Chiefs, but good coverage by Woolen out there, and it'll go incomplete. Errant throw there by Minshew, who is rushed by the pressure. First time McDonald's really kind of dialed it up on this drive. He's, for the most part, just kind of stayed back here on this first one. Rookie Josh Simmons had a little bit of a problem there with Boye Mafe. Definitely some hugging going on there. All right. Chiefs have been 3rd down a couple times in this drive, gotten a couple conversions. See if they can continue it here. There are 3 wide, 1 tight end look here. Shotgun is Minshew again. 5 men up around the line of scrimmage for the Seattle Seahawks. They've got a linebacker creeping. They drop one out. They bring 4. Oh, wee! Nice play by Kobe Bryant. Minshew able to find a player there, kind of rolling kind of into the quasi-flat zone radius of things. Bryant having to rally up from the safety position, and he comes up and cuts him down. One of those plays where it looks like no doubt the receiver will be able to fall forward and go get the first down. But Kobe coming in like a missile took him out right at the shins and able to put him down where he stood and draw this into a 4th down. See what the Chiefs do here. Oh, imagine Reed just be like, just go for it. I'm hungry. Well, we got a timeout here. Oh, they're measuring. No, he's a yard short here. Come on, bruh. You gotta be kidding me here. All right, they are going to go for it. It is going to be short. See if we get a Minshew push, a mustache push. It's also called a mustache ride. It's got a lot of names. Depends on if the quarterback is wearing facial hair or not. 4:14 to go in the first quarter. The drive that will not die. Just continuing here, 4th down. Seahawks coming out kind of a goal line look. Tight splits with the defensive lineman. Inside fullback dive. He's met where he stands and he's put down. A helmet of a Chiefs player rolling across the landscape as though a man's already lost his life on the play. Julian Love. We had a torpedo before. Now we got a missile. We had the Bryant torpedo, and that was a pure ass missile coming from the skies. The man may be named Love, but there was nothing but violence on that play. He read it the whole way, fullback dive. You know, playing Madden, that thing's automatic, baby. And not only does he go up there and greet him, but he catches him and he twists him and he rolls him and he turns him and he pulls him back so that there's no forward momentum. We're watching this whole drive with Steele, that forward momentum going. Are they going to give him the first on this? Man, no way. This has got to be a measurement, I'm guessing. But boy, it looked like he stopped him to me. This has got to be absolutely, positively, you know what you're seeing for sure on this one here. That's a stop, man. Come on. Come on, Julian. Julian got that. Beautiful play by Love. Not just to meet the guy, but catch him. He sort of caught him in midair and then kind of rolled and turned him, keeping him from, you got a half yard there. You can't have any momentum there. That's why I'm saying the spot should be pretty straight up on this being a stop, but I guess they're taking forever to figure this out, and this seems kind of silly to me for a preseason game. Like, if you got to look this long, then the call stands to me. If I've got to look at the thing 15 times and I'm still going, it's close. I don't know, it's close. Then trust the call on the field and let's keep this show motoring. Let's keep that motor red. Because this wait is such a price to pay. Making us wait today. Oh, virtual measurement. Give me a break. Yeah, he's short. Let's go. See? Signs don't lie. The ball don't lie and signs don't lie. What a stop. Hell of a play by Julian Love. Fighting through a block, catching the running back, who's, again, that running back through that whole drive. You watch that guy. He'd have contact, hit him being Steele. He's kind of a manimal like this, where he can take that initial contact and he's still going to fall forward and get you a couple of yards. Love stopped him where he's just right where you stand, you're stopped. You're not getting another inch forward. Now about the fight for Love, trying to show an example of the youngsters and how it is a preseason game. What's the intensity? What's the standard? That's the standard. Beautiful play. Megan, thank you again for that $5. It took me a while, man. They went no commercial break there for a second. Yeah, I think it is wild that so many people are so sure of where we're going to sit as far as not being good and fourth place in the division. And you got Vegas, you got your ESPN, you got your national rankings. I'm kind of used to it at this point. The part where that doesn't end up getting me mad about is I just do feel like when I do pull on that thread a bit, you can pull it back to the fact that it's really a simplistic outlook towards our Hawk team, being that they go, well, you lost Geno and you lost EK, therefore you're going to suck. And if you really peel it back and look at it really for what it is on that, that's pretty much what they're going to admit to. And at that point, it just means their opinion is kind of silly, because there's much more that goes into football than that. It doesn't take into account what you brought in, doesn't take into account the development of what is already here. It's just going to keep going. Luckily, as we get now closer to a season, we're going to get to finally hopefully show teams in this the national perspective on this just how good we actually are. And then, no, this is a playoff team. Y'all should have been talking about us like that instead of talking about us like we're going to be part of the dregs. Just watch the Falcons and the Titans play. That's the dregs right there. Penix might make you a little bit better, but maybe get some pass rush from the youngsters. But Titans team, I mean, that's how people are talking about us. It's like, no, we're not. That's not where we're at. Come on now. Sanchez, thank you for another $10 donation. Sorry about a little bit of delay acknowledging these donos, but I do appreciate you for it. He says, I really want to like Darnold, but I just can't get there. Hoping his play proves me wrong. I still would have rather rolled with Locke and saved the money. I get where you're coming from. I think that I myself have been for a long period of time, for the most part, in that same Darnold place that you were at, Sanchez. And what opened my eyes to changing my perspective on this a little bit had to do with going back and really diving into his tape with the Vikings last year and seeing what he was set up for with success or failure, where he had been at as far as expanding and growing his game from where it had been prior. And understanding that even at like a stop at like Carolina, there was some progress there from the player he had been as a New York Jet. But I think it's fair to say he's got to show it to you and he's got to prove it to you. A guy just does it for 1 year over what's been a pretty decent sized career, and did it at a stop where he set up for a lot of success. We got an outside zone handoff here to Holani. Holani's loose to the open field. Holani's going to finally be dumped down, but not before he goes and gets himself a good 30-yard gain down the football field. Drew Lock back in there now. Holani back in there. You go two tight ends to one side of the field. You attack to that side of the field with the outside zone. You get a nice combo block by the tight ends to clear the edge out. Hole widens out. Holani hits it hard, and Holani just about housed that thing. Thought he was going to cut around Cook's right outside shoulder at just the right time to do that move where you can kind of spin a defender a little bit, but a beautiful run nonetheless by Holani. Already the Seahawks now at the 45-yard line, still in their own territory. Back under center, Locke. He's going to give this off back to Holani again, who cuts outside first and then cuts it back inside. Finds himself some daylight there for a 5-yard gain. 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks scored on their first possession, and then the defense provided a fourth down stop deep in their own territory, which has led us here now. The Hawks again piling up already some first downs early on here. Lock under center. I formation look here from your Seattle Seahawks. Sundle the fullback. Handoff here to Holani again. He's going to hit the hole quick, and he will squirt through there for a gain of about 6-7 yards. Another first down. Keep them chains a moving. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. Charbonnet, we saw some inside runs on the first drive. Now with Holani, you're seeing some outside zone stuff here. So a little bit more. We're going to stretch with some more width. Beauty of Clint Kubiak's scheme. You try to pinpoint down what he's going to do. Good luck. Locke drops back to throw. He's not sure about what he's seeing. He's going to try to scramble for this a little bit, and he does make something out of nothing there. Able to kind of cut that upfield for a second to get himself about 3 yards there, but he was definitely a little bit muddled as he dropped back initially in the pocket. Didn't like what he was seeing. Got himself 3 yards, though. Ball on the 39-yard line into Chiefs territory. Now in shotgun here. Handoff into Holani again. He's running well. And he is again on a kind of an inside-ish zone run there. Is looking at about a 4 or 5 yard gain. We'll call it 4. Give us a 3rd and 3. 1 minute to go here in the first quarter. Shotgun look here for the Hawks, 3 wide. Handoff inside here. The Chiefs shot the gap. They had that thing cut down, but a good job by Hololani. Looked like he was pulled down to the ground, but he managed to spin, create a little spin cycle on the way down, and that was also giving him a little bit of a corkscrew forward momentum to push him just past the sticks to get him a first down. Official recognized it and gave him the quality spot there after seeing that little spin move that he pulled off. And Norton Lott, the talented pass rushing defensive tackle out of Tennessee, is down for the Kansas City Chiefs. But just a wonderful little run there by Hololani, who it looked bad because the Chiefs linebacker hit the gap right where the run play was going. And that usually signals that this thing is not going to end out well, even a chance it's going to be a negative play. But he was able to kind of get to the hole fast enough to where he could get just to the outside shoulder of the attacking linebacker and then brace off the contact, corkscrew, and find the first down. Nice little run by Holani, who has been so very impressive. Ryan says Martinez to the practice squad. Yeah, it's indeed going to be going this way for Martinez. If Holani keeps running like this, he's not to be denied, and shows really the difference in what you get when you have a guy who's been there for a year in your system and in the weight room and just busting his ass like Mike McDonald says Holani has. Sanchez, though, I do get again on your thank you for $10 donation. I get your trepidation, and hey, he's got to prove it to me. I think that's very fair. I think it's very fair. I like Locke too here. I like him in this offense. I don't think he's not a guy who couldn't do it for you as well. I've been very hard on the fact that Sanchez, I believe that if anything goes down with Darnold, injury-wise, you should be going to Locke here. That you leave Milroe kind of, if not in the bubble wrap, that he's just out there for these specialized moments, and then you let Locke be that second guy out there. So, I think that they're both still very talented players. I'm just trusting in Darnold taking kind of this road that we saw a little bit of Geno Smith, and this is kind of a new road that we're starting to feel in the NFL, really because of the fact that there's so many organizations that draft quarterbacks without a plan, and when those quarterbacks fail, the narrative over the top of the quarterbacks is just that they suck and they'll never be any good. And, well, you learned that you picked the wrong guy there, instead of it being, oh, well, that organization did it wrong. They didn't prepare them right. They didn't have the right coaching staff. They didn't have a way of building a solid supporting cast around them. They didn't develop them correctly. All these things. And I think that it's a valid factor at play. I do. But thank you, Sanchez. I appreciate that. Sanchez with another $5 donation. Oh, sorry, put that in there. It says run game looking solid. Running game looking really good here. And we do have Damian Martinez now out here on the football field for a 1st and 10 with 32 seconds to go in the first quarter. Seahawks on the 32-yard line in Chiefs territory. Another handoff inside here. Another gaping hole. Damian Martinez is still on his feet, grinding and fighting hard. That's the Damian I was remembering from Miami. That's the guy I knew from Oregon State. Carrying defenders for another 5-6 yards, even after they get their hands on him deep down the field. But look at that beautiful gaping hole. That thing was as big as a Buick. Shotgun look here for Drew Lock now. And looks like the Hawks are going to call maybe a timeout here. Or no, end of the first. End of the first there. But there we go. That's the Damian I remembered. Come on, Damian. That's the Damian from Miami I was remembering. And how about the running game, Sanchez? There you go with your donation. Right on time with the freaking holy hell here, man. It's going today. JRD243. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I know it's only preseason, but that first drive was one of the smoothest offensive drives I've seen in years. It was just a thing of beauty. It really was. The working off the play action, the different formations you were showing, the under center stuff, the working the easy completions to the quarterback. It's like, look what happens. You get a couple easy completions to a quarterback on a drive. You get a couple of nice runs on the drive. And oh my goodness, suddenly you're in the end zone. It doesn't take much when you just kind of stack a couple of things together in that way, like Kubiak did on that drive. But I loved everything about how he ran it. It goes right in conjunction with what he was doing last week. And as you can see with Sam Darnold, on time, rhythm-based passer, he can do this kind of stuff. And he can work in this offense. It's the part, that people don't often talk about Darnold and replacing Geno here is that, okay, wherever you think Darnold's at in his career, this is the exact perfect kind of offense to take advantage of his talents. Part of his reason of choosing here, in addition to that he talked about with Sherman in the interview on Sherman's podcast. And I think he's being real with that. Maybe certain offenses wouldn't be as good. This one is for Darnold. This one just works and fits him perfectly. But I would agree with you, JRD. That thing was just sublime. Sublime. Thank you for the Viber, man. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation as well. I appreciate you for that. Says, personally, I'd like to see one more series with the starters on offense. Don't want a repeat of last season when we were put under the grub spell. I get you there. I wouldn't have minded if they threw him out there. I was kind of half joking with the just take him out now as far as that goes. I'll leave it on the coaching staff with that. If they had thought that they needed a little bit more on it, I'd be like, all right, get him out there a little bit more. But I'm sure with Mike, he's like, that thing was just so perfect and sweet. It's like, that's the tone we want to set for our number one offense here as we go in, that's it, guys. Exactly. If you're in the field, you operate like that. But it does look like, to your point, that they did roll with a little bit more of the first offensive line out here on this second drive. Might not have been JSN out there or Darnold or Cooper Kupp at that point, but it did look like you've got the rest of the guys rolling through. And so that part's at least helpful. Like, they're still out there right now. You got Zabel out there, Sundell out there. So you are getting a little bit from them at least, especially in this ground game. All right, 1st and 10 now. Ball at the 13-yard line. Another inside handoff. They've been attacking that way on this drive. It's going to finally get kind of shorn up here by the Chiefs as they hold them to about a 2-yard gain here. But that's a fair point. Definitely a fair point on that one. Thank you, Joshua, for the $5 donation. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. Young Guns, thanks for the $2 dono. Says, what an absolutely incredible first drive. Wasn't that? You guys are seeing it like I'm seeing it, man. Just, whew. That was nice. 2nd and 9 now. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Lock drops back, hits Bobo on a bubble screen. Bobo up the field. Bobo cuts back of Grizzly Green. Bobo dives in for a touchdown. Seahawks. Bobo was not going to be denied. He even styled on him a little bit, even gave him a little bit of pause after the catch. He's like, nah, man. Let him catch up a bit. Nah. I want him a little closer. What a nice, beautiful play there by Bobo. Catches it, gets up the field, and then a nice cut at the end where the defender's right here, and he goes against the leverage of a block, and then just dives in, turning that 6'4" body into 6'11" when it stretched, 7'9" when it stretches all the way out with the toes. And he's able to get it on in. 14-0 Seattle. It's Bobo time. I need more of this man. Who is he? Bubbles. You do bubbles with him too. I didn't know. I thought he was red zone target, but he does this as well. Yes, more of this. I need more in my life. Bobo, please. On the roster, Marquez, Valdez, Scantling. No, you don't get to make it. You're out, my man. Sorry. Torrey Horton, too good. And Bobo, I love him. Let's go, Bobo. Let's go, Bobo. Well, not a bad second drive there either, Young Guns. I echo your thoughts on that, and a nice, beautiful second one to go with it to just pair it up nicely. Woo, it's a good little preseason we got going here. David Pugh, thank you for the $2 donation, David. Were the Chiefs starters out there for that drive? On offense for the Chiefs, they did have their offensive line out there. I think I did spot a Trey Smith. I think I did spot a Creed Humphrey, a Josh Simmons. The offensive line was, I think, their number ones. I can't say for sure on where they're at right now with their wide receivers because they don't have their Hollywood Brown out there, and I can't tell if they had those guys out there. Certainly had Gardner Minshew out there as well. So, you're missing Kelsey, you're missing Patty Mahomes. That's a big, You're definitely not facing full Chiefs at that point, just on those guys alone. And there was not a Chris Jones out there on the defensive side. But that's a mighty impressive 2 drives, I think, nonetheless, and especially just how efficiently those 2 drives were run by your Seahawks. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $5 donation, Nicholas. Great to see you two in the house, brother. Says, hey, Brandon, hope you're doing well. Just wanted to say, go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, man. It's good to see you in the house as well, bro. Always good to see you in here, and hope you're doing well. Thank you for the support as well on that side of it. And not a bad little start here. Not a bad little start. I'm liking this, Nicholas. I'm feeling this. I will say, I'm feeling this. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $10 donation. Michael says, yo, Brandon, thanks for all the hard work you put in to provide us the best Seahawks content. I can't wait to spend more Seahawks Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays with you. Go Hawks. Well, I appreciate that. I really, really do. You know, every year we're looking to just try to expand a little bit in the right way and to get the right kind of content out to you guys. If we do expand, not just expand for the sake, but to try to get good stuff. And I think we got a year planned here, set up some varied stuff for you guys. And I think we're going to have a hell of a team to watch as well. But I'm looking forward to this. I think we're really primed and set up for this to be just a hell of a season. It's always a great time with you guys every year. But every year this usually just gets a little bit funner, a little bit better doing it. And I'm looking forward to this. Oh, we got a big return up the football field in trouble. Finally cut down there after a nice return by the Chiefs player at the 50-yard line. Jason Myers able to just get a hand on him, thankfully. Great tackle there by Jason Myers to prevent what looked like a tough play there. That 23 there, Hall overran his gap. You can see they showed a great angle there of the exact player that got out of his gap integrity there and opened that up. Still learning. Still learning. It's tough. Chiefs are going to take over here now at the 50-yard line. We got a flag on the football field here. Prior to even them getting set up to snap the ball. Is this too many men in the huddle? I think they pulled the flag and wiped it away there. 14:08 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 14-0. Chiefs right around midfield here with a 1st and 10. Mahomes is again going to be on the field, I believe, there. Or not Mahomes, but Minshew. They kind of got the same phonetic sound, don't they? Little fly sweep here to the running back, and he will be brought down by Thomas, linebacker there in the open field, but not after a nice gain there by Rashard Smith. He's nice. You could feel his explosiveness. One of my favorite running backs in this last draft. Not on where you'd say you take him up like the Marion Hampton place of the draft, but just that former wide receiver convert, had only been a running back for 1 year, and absolutely just dynamite in his legs. Chiefs already into the Seahawks side of the football field at the 39-yard line. Handoff here inside, corralled up there and taken down for a gain of about 2 or 3 yards of steal. But I think Rashard Smith, if you're looking for a guy in fantasy to help you out, a guy you can maybe draft a little bit later in drafts. I know Pachenko's the guy here with the Chiefs, but Rashard's got a different gear. And I think there's going to be a heavy draw to try to find some touches with him in every game for the Chiefs. Reed's just too smart about that type of stuff. 2nd down and 6. Chiefs got another little drive going here. Back in shotgun. 4 wide. Seahawks bring a blitz here. Chiefs feel it. Good job feeling the blitz. Seahawks seem to time it pretty well. Just a 5-man fire zone blitz there. But the quarterback felt it really well, real quick, Minshew. He's been around. He knows when you're going to send this stuff. And as soon as he felt it, he threw it right into the blitz, found his hot read. That's what they teach you. Throw it into the blitz. So where the guy's coming at you from, throw it into that. That's the space he's coming at. There's a space that's been vacated. And if you have a receiver in that place that's been vacated, you can hit the man wide open. Minshew knows it. 1st and 10. Back under center here for one of the rare times is Minshew. He's going to hand this off inside to Steele. Steele will be corralled and taken down for about a 3 or 4 yard gain. Thank you again for that $10 donation, Michael, and really look forward to hanging with you as well. We'll be doing, we got Sundays, we'll be doing Mondays, we'll be doing Tuesdays. We're getting Wednesdays in too. We'll be doing Thursdays multiple times over. Fridays will probably be our one of our few off nights. Fridays, maybe Saturdays. But aside from that, we're going full tilt. 2nd and 7, ball on the 21-yard line in Seahawks territory. Back in shotgun, 3 wide to the far side of the field here for Minshew. Seahawks got the cover 2 shell in effect. Morris bringing the pressure, gets a hand on Minshew, and Minshew throws it away. Boy, Morris looked really explosive there off the snap for such a big man. He just got right past the tackle, creating some of the few points of pressure here from the Hawks defense here early on in the passing attack of the Chiefs. Part of it's been the Minshew's just gotten the ball out of his hands really quick when he's thrown it. But nicely done there by Morris. He almost able just that one long big paw he's got to wrap him up and pull him on down. 3rd down and 7. Seahawks got an interesting look here. 6 men dancing around the line of scrimmage. Emawari in there, I believe. They're going to throw it up top. And we got a flag on the play where they're going to call, I think, Ty Akata. Akata's making the case that he had space and the guy ran into him. It's the Chiefs, though, so no, I'm kidding. Let's see what happened here. I think Akata's got a case here. Remigio, the receiver for the Chiefs, totally brought up his elbows there and just went right into Akata. Akata's trying to react to what's in front of him. He's not trying to not get out of his way. Just it happens to kind of be a bang bang, but that's definitely the receiver initiating that contact. Brandon, spray tan or tanning bed? I went out to there was a water park I went out to with our family here a couple days ago. I tan easily too. I just don't go out in the sun a lot. Run up the middle here as the Chiefs now with that PI. That's a big PI. Brings them into the inside the 5-yard line here. It's going to be 2nd and goal from about the 3. Yeah, that's another good point, Slarty Bogarty, that I don't know if that ball was catchable on that PI play. I don't know on that one. Minshew back under center here, 1 wide. Looks like a run play again. Handoff, inside it is. Steele. He runs right into a brick wall, but Steele fighting so hard here is able to turn and twist and just curl his way in to go get himself down right around the half-yard line. He's tough to bring down. You get your hands on him and you think you got him, and he just finds that way to just keep the legs pumping and going, and you just can't quite do it. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I've seen enough of Drew Lock. Like I said at the top on this, Mungles, I want as much Jalen Milroe as I can. I got a couple of reasons for it, but I really do want to see as much of him as possible. All right, 3rd and goal now. Back under center are the Chiefs here. Play action pass. He's going to roll this out. Minshew looking. He's got a man in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Finds Robert Tonyan. Seahawks had it initially covered up well, but Minshew going through his reads there on the rollout finds his man, and that's that. So a touchdown there, aided by that PI play mainly. Not a bad drive as well by the Chiefs, but the kick return and the PI definitely helped that thing out quite a bit. Good job initially, the defender by the Seahawks with them, but he just leaves him there. He's trying to say that was an offensive pass interference, but you just kind of, the Hawk defender had him all draped up in the back of the end zone, and he just kind of then left him to the other side of the end zone. Didn't look as much like a push there to me. Yeah, Ryan, I feel like that was a bad awareness play where he's got him in the back of the end zone on the initial route on Tonyan. He's looking right at him, and then he just kind of slides off of him and lets Tonyan slide the other way to free him up for an opening there. Just drape the guy in the back there and stay with him. You've done the hard part of the coverage at that point. It's kind of weird. But Mungles, I'm with you, man. Let's get ourselves some Jalen Milroe time here, and let's see what this kid can do. JRD, thank you for the $5 donation, the double dip, brother. Says, can we just have a four-headed serpent in our running back room? I like that. I've always been caught up with the Cerberus, but I think I like the four-headed serpent even better. That feels even more powerful. That feels even more majestic. The four-headed serpent. Let's go. I'm with the JRD. Sign me up for that, man. The more running backs, the better, especially with sometimes the beast mode curse in effect. We're just running back, keeping them healthy, just like mission impossible. But thank you, man. Appreciate the double donation. Ryan Eddy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says over 100 yards on the Chiefs in the first half. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns. That's the efficiency you want to see right out the gate, right out the jump, especially as we're going to play against the strongest the Chiefs have to offer here at the start of this game to get the best test. And this is going to be a successful day off the back of doing it. You're already starting to glide in your backups, and you're going to start to glide in the third and the fourth stringers. But this is a successful day right here from the jump. We'll have some concerns, the other side of it too, to discuss too with this. But those 2 drives were just great in every way. The quarterback play was stellar. The play calling was awesome. The running and the run blocking and the plays you were calling from the run, it wasn't just outside zone 24/7. You're mixing it up. And I think Kubiak's going to have a hell of an offense here. Really do. Nolan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, feed MVS for trade bait. Feed him for trade bait. Get him a bunch of catches to kind of elevate the value. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work. You got a tough decision you're faced right now on this, because it does come down to when you got the 3 of those guys, 2 of them can stay, 1 must go. Who's the guy that's probably going to have to go there with that? I don't know if I see the team holding, Cup, JSN, and then we got Horton, we got Bobo. Maybe you got still Scandling there at that point. There may be another guy you want to have instead for kind of that special teams role. And then if that's the case, nice return here by Derek Young. He gets this up to the 34-yard line. If that's the case, then Marquez also might have a little bit of a tough way of making this go, Nolan, because of the fact that he doesn't play really the special teams role that a Derek Young could, or like a Bobo could. Hard to say. I don't know if there's going to be any kind of, even if you fed him a bunch, though, I don't think that Marquez would get you anything, and people would just wait for you to cut him if they were that interested in him. All right. We are going to get more of the Drew Lock experience here. First down, I formation look for Seattle. He's just going to drop right back. Throw it underneath here to Damian Martinez. Nice catch. Good job getting up the field. He'll be chopped down, but not before a 14-yard gain. Nicely done there. Seahawks quarterbacks finding the guys short here, trusting on some of those passes where just hit the guy in the flat, get it into your playmaker's hands, let him go get to work. Well done on that part of it. Thank you, Nolan. Good to see you, man. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Who knew all we needed was a fullback? And there we go. Again, underneath center here, pitch play out to Damian Martinez. Damian Martinez attacks nicely up the football field, finishes the run. He's looking so much better this week. My goodness, night and day. Nice 7-yard run there for him. And a nice little pitch play. And the OC that can scheme plays under center. It's a beautiful thing, and it just looks so different from last year, which did look like a college offense, which did look like it was just so rudimentary and simplistic. The defenses almost would laugh at you with the type of schemes you were running at them, Sanchez. And you can see with this that this just doesn't give defenses a chance to key in on what they're doing. I mean, they just ran 2 pitch plays back to back to the same side there. We are going to get a holding call, it looks like. Arroyo just teabagged the guy. I don't know what his Arroyo just slid his body across the dude to the point that the helmet ripped off because he was like sliding himself across there on it. But maybe that's why you got the first down as you were holding there. Yeah, boy, they're getting us with some penalties today. We're getting a healthy amount of calls. It's the 3rd penalty for the Hawks here for 35 yards. Yeah. All right. So it goes 10 yards back, 2nd and 12. And delay here to Jarcadia right. Nicely played out there by the Chiefs' edge. Forces him back inside for a very short gain. Bassa on the tackle there, kid out of Oregon. So it's going to be 3rd and very long here for the Seahawks. Holding penalty that's a tough one there. 7:55 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks 2 of 2 on 3rd downs. The Chiefs 3 of 4. Chiefs threatening with a blitz. They're bringing it. Locke got to get rid of it. Finds his man, Tariq Young there. Young with the catch and jumps forward past the first down marker to get the first. Nice job by Tariq. My man is yoked. Well done by Locke. Locke sailed that thing past the ear of Arroyo. And Arroyo's like, you're throwing to me? And Arroyo can't even get the arm up. The thing literally sails like this far past Arroyo's face mask to go past him to get to Tariq Young. And it's hilarious when you watch Arroyo's hand come up because he's like, what? And it just goes right past him. First down by the Seahawks. Little pitch play out of shotgun here to Damian Martinez. He makes one cut and drives upfield. Nice little gain out of it, 4 yards. Started out the game with a lot of inside kind of runs and how you're working Charbonnet. There's been a little bit more now of the wide zone in the second drive. I'd say this drive you're feeling a little bit more of the featuring of the pitch plays, getting even wider out there with it. Second and 6. Another handoff here out of eye look formation. Nowhere to really go there. Martinez keeps his feet, but it will be a gain of about maybe 2. All the same, you're going to have a nice 3rd and short here from Coobs' perspective. This might be 2 in a game like this where I'd be telling McDonald, I don't know if he would, he might go more for field goal if you don't get it, but I'd be more than saying, like, you got 2 downs to get this. A long field goal if you don't get anything here. And I'd say, you got 2 downs. We'll go 4-4. Keep that in mind with your play calls. 3rd and 4. Chiefs threatening a blitz. Torrey Horton's going to go in motion. Locke under pressure, steps up. He's got a big lane to run through, and he's going to use it, and he's going. Locke moving down the field, still on his feet, all the way to the 5, carrying a defender on his back, smiling as he gets up. He was thinking about, for a second, putting that guy on his back for the next 5 yards. He was actively, you could feel him thinking it mid-play. And he just kind of went, all right, I'll go down. But he was like, I can, you want to go for the ride? I'll take you for the ride. Hop on. This is like a light leg day for me, what you're doing right now behind here. Beautiful run by Locke, though, and a very good job of climbing the pocket at that key moment as the pass rush is just flying past him. Oh no. Oh, no. 77. I look like 77 to me. On the ground, was in pain there. Let's see. Richmond. Cable do. It looked like Cable do to me. Yeah, I was worried for a second there because I saw the 7 and it looked like Zabel, and I was like, oh no. Yeah, it looked like Cable do to me. 77. I caught a 7 there. Whew. Wait, yeah, I saw a 7-7 myself. And it looked like he's either shoulder or elbow, which is what got me really worried when they do that. You're like, oh no. Yeah, not Zabel. Definitely not Zabel. Thank you, Sanchez, again. He says, an OC scheme under center, man. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, and it works. They like to talk a lot, Sanchez, about quarterbacks not liking to turn their back to the ball on play action from under center. And I just kind of go, too damn tough. You're doing it anyway. It's just so effective. It helps out the passing game. It helps out the offensive line. It's just a good thing, and it works so well, especially when you're moving pockets at times, and you could just build so much of your offense out of it. And so many offenses in the NFL don't, because so much of everything has been built upon playing out of shotgun anymore, Sanchez. But shotgun has a time and place, but to me, the mixture is the best. Thank you, though, man, for all the donos. Appreciate you. Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez, another one of our big-time mods in the house. Good to see you, Jose. Thank you for the $2 donation. I hope you're doing great, brother. Says, good job, Hawks. Hey, they're doing well today. This is a very solid day from what we're seeing from them here so far. We got a 1st and 10 now for your Hawks. 5:15 to go here in the second quarter. Locke dropping back with a fade route to the back of the end zone, and that ball will be knocked away. He was looking to get to Torrey Horton. Well played by the cornerback in the back of the end zone, getting that head turned around and chopping that ball away at the moment of truth. Not a bad fade route there by Torrey. Pretty good throw by Locke as well. Just a better play by the cornerback. 2nd and goal. Heavy personnel look here from the Seahawks. Damian Martinez with some penetration early on. He's able to sidestep it, keep his feet, and fight his way forward for a gain of about 1 or 2 yards there. Nice job getting around the first tackle in the backfield there from Damian. There wasn't even a hole after that. Just kind of put your head down there and try to bowling ball your way forward for a couple of yards if you can. So the Seattle Seahawks have a 3rd and goal. Clock continues to roll here. 4 of 4 so far on 3rd downs today are the Seattle Seahawks. They're going to come out here in a 3 tight end look here, needing about 5 yards. Interesting formation. And they're just going to hand it off. Okay. And Jarcadia Wright will take this inside for a gain of 3 or 4 yards. Kind of an interesting call there. With you need a legit 5 yards to get to the end zone. And you're kind of signaling to them with that heavy formation, we're going to run here, and we're going to run here. But maybe part of this is because they know it's going to be 2 down territory. That thing I was saying earlier on the drive where you're in his ear going, you got 2 downs here. Maybe perhaps that's part of what he's told him here as the Hawks are going for it. Lock under center. 1 wide receiver again here. Going in motion prior to the snap. Lock rolling out. He's looking. And that ball is going to be incomplete. Good defensive stand by the Chiefs. Cook makes a nice play in the back of the end zone there. That play just didn't look good from the start. Yeah, Chiefs had that thing just closed up all the way around. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation. Says, love it, but is this what we expect for the regular season or preseason only, Mr. Cosell? I will tell you, in my illustrious career as a broadcaster of all sporting endeavors, that I rarely see a football team offensively do what your Seattle Seahawks have done on the opening couple of drives and not have it carry over. That's the outlook on this one. That's the whole truth. And what you can expect, Megan, is an absolute offensive devastation come game day of the regular season. Cosell's all in, Megan. He was in last year. He's definitely fully in this year. I don't know what crack Vegas is smoking, and I don't want any of it. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $2 donation. In my eyes, this is more impressive than last week. Yeah, I think you having the Chiefs, this is an awesomely run organization. This is an organization, as I said, that it drafts and develops well all the time. So when you get to their second and third stringers, you're getting some strong tests in there within that. This is also a team within the Chiefs and Andy Reid, and this goes back for many years with him, who has his teams ready to go game one. They tend to be teams that start very hot. And part of that is having them ready to play by game one fully, that you're not sort of rounding into season form by week 4 or 5, but you're already there. And he's kind of a master at getting him into that spot. So just another place that I think just makes it that much more of a stiffer test with it. But 3 straight drives to start things off with good movement all around, with a lot of things that you like and what you're seeing from it. Very, very encouraging. Very encouraging. Like to see a little bit more now stiffness from the defense here on this next drive. And maybe even giving the chance to offense the ball back here at the end of the half, give them a chance to get him one more kind of one in here. But we've seen a lot of good things today, Thomas. Definitely building upon what you did last week. It's good to see. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. It says 4-11 for the season. Like hell. Yeah, I don't know where they're at on that one. I don't know the math they're mathing to make that add up. It don't add up to me. That's for sure. All right, 1st and 10. Tackled in the backfield is the Chief. And do we've got ourselves a safety? We do got ourselves a safety. Let's go. Seahawks defense looks over at the offense on the bench and says, we got you, boys. Brandon Peely getting back there. He's had a hell of a training camp. A nose tackle delight. Able to just completely one-gap that thing all the way, shot into the backfield. He was hunting safety the whole way. Got right under the rib cage of the offensive lineman, got into the backfield, tore down that running back. What a beautiful play by Brandon Peely. And boy, you want the development of this kid to come forward, because the better he is, the more he's able to play snaps for you on the football field, the more you can slide Byron Murphy over to that 3-tech position where he will be at his best. But a hell of a play by Peely. I asked for the defense to give the offense the ball back. They heard my call. Let's go. Let's go. And he's pumped up. Hell, you should be. Not only knifes into the backfield there, but is able to wrangle that running back and get him down right off the bat. As soon as he got his hands off him, on him, he was rolling him. Let's go. So the Seahawks will get the ball back with 3 timeouts, 3:38 on the clock. Kubiak can do whatever he wants here. And with these kicking rules, you're kicking it from the 20-yard line here. Boy, that looks like a long-ass kick for these kickers now, especially in the rain. He got some distance on it, though. Got it all the way to the 5. Holani will take it up from there. He makes one cut up the football field, and he'll be brought down. Nice job by the Chiefs there. That's a tough thing to defend, and they did so. So 31-yard line, he'll be pulled down there where the Hawks offense will take over. But Peely playing from a kind of a 3-tech there instead of the nose tackle. Makes it happen. Let's go. Dune says, $10 IOU. I'm listening to you, Brando, and I think Steve Vrabel is your daddy when you get excited. He might just be. I might just be channeling him. Play action pass here from Drew Lock. He'll throw it out into the flat, find a wide open Torrey Horton. Horton keeping his feet nicely until he is out of bounds, but not before he gets a first down. Got a light pattering of rain on the football field today. 14, you did not hear that wrong. 14 first downs for your Seattle Seahawks in this first half. 3 minutes to go. Back under center here is Drew Lock. I formation look. Chiefs bringing a safety up around the box. Seahawks still go out there and they find themselves 5 good hard-earned run yards there by Damian Martinez, and we got a flag. Golly, man. Put the flags away, guys. Freaking flag festival here on us. It's the only way they can stop us. And yeah, it's a holding call on us. Surprise. Okay. So 1st and 20 now. Lock back and shotgun here. Bobo goes in motion pre-snap. Lock, back to throw. Finds his man underneath here. Derek Young, he's freed up. Derek fighting hard, finally drugged down, but not before he's gained some 20 yards on the play. But oh my gosh, here's another flag. Come on, officials. Oh, it's on them. There we go. Freaking hell. Okay. Now the play will stand. Derek Young, his second catch of the half, making some noise, fighting hard to make this roster. Good throw by Locke there, too. Nice job finding him. So 1st and 10, this clock's going to roll down to the 2-minute warning. Seahawks still have 3 timeouts. Time's really not a factor here with you creeping just past the 50-yard line. Up 16-7 here on the San Francisco 49ers. That's another first down you can throw on the books, by the way. There we go. I swear I'm getting through these donations just a little bit. The game's moving very fast this half. It's almost been an hour, and we're through almost the 2 quarters here. So sorry about the donations and being behind to that. They're just, the game is moving by quick. Megan, 4-11, they're high. They're off the rocker. It ain't going to be the way this thing goes. No way, no how. No way, no how. We'd have to have an epidemic on our team. Bomb would have to have gone off in Seattle for that to occur. Like hell, as you say. Greens Farm, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate you for that, Greens Farm. He says, I just finished the Brewers game and headed into town to pick up my children from the vet. Recap, please. Your Seattle Seahawks offense, I think, is the story in this first half. 15 first downs in this half, and we still not are over. We have 2 minutes left still with the first down on as we're standing on the books. I think that's pretty remarkable just in itself, and I think that tells a lot of the tale here. You are running the ball fantastically overall, especially with Hololani in there and Charbonnet in there. I mean, there was just some gaping huge holes. The play calling has been magnifique. Clint Kubiak is absolutely in his bag. It is just unbelievable to watch. Defensively, you've had a couple of you had a 4th down stop when they were down deep in your range. They did get a touchdown on you on another drive where there was a kickoff return at the 50 where it was a short field anyway, but you weren't able to really get the stop. There was a PI call too that went the Chiefs' favor that really it was on a 3rd down that was really a key there with that one. Not really a fair PI call, I'd say, as well on that side of it. But defense doesn't play bad as well. They also got the safety with Brandon Peely, your nose tackle, just a second ago. So it's been a very, very good half for the Seahawks. This is very satisfying. It's been very fun to watch, and we aren't even over with it yet. But you're going to be mighty happy, Greens Farm, doing the rewatch on this one, as it's been very encouraging what we're seeing. Hopefully your Brewers won. Sanchez, thank you for the $1 donation. Says, can we fire Harbaugh yet? I'm not nervous about a lot of aspects on this football team, Sanchez, this upcoming season, despite what some of the prognosticators put their win-loss record at. But one of those places, to your point, that has me just a little concerned is our special teams coordinator. And the old rule book is out with special team coordinators on how you defend these kickoffs. There's a lot of subtlety in with what's going on now. It's going to, separate those, who can be innovative and smart on their feet and adjust, versus those that don't are going to be kind of left behind on this. And we'll learn with Harbaugh on that with this year. But there were certainly some moments last year. You did have a kickoff return for a touchdown. You did have some moments with some big gains up the field. And it's something I'm going to be watching for this year, Sanchez, with that, and them getting it up to the 50-yard line there, where you've got all the momentum in the world, and your defense is going well, and you're going to give them that short field there. That's something that you just go, man, no, our special teams has got to be the good part of this, and that's not just the kickers and punters. Harbaugh, you need to get this red group ready to do it, be strong too as well. Maybe they don't have to be the best in the league, but a strength on the team, not a weakness, not a limiting factor. And I'd call them last year maybe just a little bit of a limiting factor overall, especially with the turnovers and the muff punts, and the muff kicks. Not all his fault on that stuff, but allowing the 50-yard return there, that's the part we got to lock that down. First down here. Ball on the 43-yard line here for the Seahawks. They'll run the ball up the middle, and they'll get about 2 yards. Arcadia right on the carry. Clock will continue to wind here. Seahawks have 22 rushing attempts in this half. They have a 2-to-1 ratio in favor of running the ball here. 170 yards on the ground, averaging 7.7 yards per attempt. Drew Lock, 2nd and 7 here now. Dropping back to throw. And he'll throw it at the feet of Arroyo. There's the flag on the play, and Drew Lock is signaling it's on the Chiefs. Kind of a weird one there where he just kind of dirted that on his own a little bit. Looks like it's going to be defensive holding here on the Chiefs. They've been hit twice on this drive with that. Getting a little bit handsy there in the secondary. Cable Dude does look okay, by the way. He's back on the sideline standing next to Zabel, so the arm must not be too bad. He's got his helmet on as well. I think he's ready to go back in. First down and 10 for the Hawks. 1:21 to go here in this half. Ball at the 35-yard line in Chiefs territory. Block and shotgun. Handoff inside here to Damian Martinez. He steps around one man, fighting through, still grinding through, still fighting and gnarling and biting and chewing. And he finally does. I know we're going to do this. Oopsie daisy. There we go. We do have another flag, though. Definitely the flags have come out. Holding call on the Chiefs. Okay. So I don't know if the NFL is making more of a point of emphasis of this year, but that's like about the 3rd or 4th defensive lineman holding call I've seen in a Seattle Seahawks game. So this seems to be a thing now. Like they're definitely making it that whole point of emphasis kind of thing. It would appear at least. So still another first down now. Ball all the way here to the 26-yard line. Lock dropping back to pass. Goes inside here to Derek Young. Derek Young makes the catch, leaps over a defender trying to take out his ankles, and again jumps past the first down line once again. 3rd catch of the half for Derek Young. He has been very good. Just running a nice little slant route here on a really good release there off the corner, who took the outside leverage and just gave him a wide open door to the inside. 18 first downs for your Seahawks in this half. Back under center is Lock. 3 wide receiver look here, and the Seahawks are just going to go ahead and call a timeout with 38 seconds to go in the second quarter. That's their first timeout of the half taken. Thank you, though, Sanchez, again for the $2 donation. We're watching Harbaugh, man. We're watching you this year. Watching. Babs and the Wrecking Crew. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Babs and the Wrecking Crew. Folks, if you haven't for me, if you could for me, it's a little thing, but it's a major thing if you can help me in this way. Sub on up. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. It helps creators like myself out in a major way when you do so. And then also, if you can, just hit the like button at the same time. Just 1, 2. Just boom, boom. 1, 2, like the boxers do. So hit that like button, sub on up if you get a chance. Babs and the Wrecking Crew, thank you for doing that. And join on up. I really, really appreciate you for that. Richard Stewardson, thank you for 9 months as a Hawks Nest member. It didn't put in anything in your deal. Didn't put a message in there, but thank you for that almost year-long membership dedication. Lock dropping back to throwing out a shotgun. He's going to go up over the top, and he's going to find Bobo. Woo! Jake Bobo up over the top. He climbed the ladder, and he knew that wasn't just any regular ladder. This wasn't a 1965 ladder. That was a fireman's ladder. As he climbed on up, those long arms went a little bit extra long. Little go-go gadget. Huh? Little Mr. Stretchy. Locke fired that thing up high. Locke fired that thing like an assassin fires a bullet, and he hit Bobo right in the chest with it. Almost forced Bobo to catch that thing. You're either going to catch it or it's going to lodge in your chest plate. Which would you rather have? Which way you want to go on this one? Bobo said, I guess I'll catch it. But how about Bobo winning on the outside with a fade ball? You know it's going good in the half when you got Bobo winning with a fade ball down the sideline. Let's go. Let's go. What a beautiful play there to Bobo. And what an awesome throw by Locke. The arm strength you felt with him in preseason and what he can give you with that, and that juice on that gun's real. He can get a ball up on a receiver quicker than other quarterbacks can. And you got the benefit of it there where it just got in so fast before the corner can even get the head turned around. And Bobo's ready for it. He knows it's coming. But Locke feeling good this half. The decision-making has been really, really on point with him. You got to say with him coming in, he has just been great with it in this half. I mean, when to run, when not to run, avoiding the pressure. Locke 7 of 9 for 100 yards in that first half. 2 touchdowns, 153 rating. Sam Darnold 4 of 4 for 34 yards, 102 rating. So your Seattle Seahawks collectively in this half, 11 of 13, 135 yards and 2 touchdowns. That'll do. That'll do. Nice job here by White, wide receiver, getting down there on the kick return crew and stopping him right around the 19-yard line. Chiefs are going to be facing a long field here, but with 3 timeouts. 29 seconds isn't a long time, though. That is going to get a little bit tight on that. Fire Poet, thank you for the $5 donation, Fire Poet. Stafford's health seems fragile. Is this year the year of the Hawks for the West? I'm not sure Jimmy G and Bennett can get it done this early on. Some great thoughts there from you, Fire Poet. I agree with you kind of in full on all of them a little bit. First and 10, 29 seconds here now. Third quarterback coming out here for the Chiefs. They're just going to hand this off inside and probably just try to get this thing to half, I'm guessing. So they're not calling the timeout, and they're going to let this thing click, tick, and burn away. Yeah, there you go. It's the benefit of getting them stopped to the 20-yard line like that, even with the 3 timeouts, is the coaching staff does the math, and they're like, there's just not enough, even with the 3 timeouts, enough time. Just run it out. That's what a good kick return coverage unit can do for you. That's one of those things hard to track, but that's the difference on one side to the other of it that you got to see in this half. And how aggressive now an opposition wants to be at the end of half with that much limitation as far as the time is concerned, versus allowing a kick to be up to like the 35-yard line, the 38-yard line, and what that big difference of just that 18 yards, just enough to kind of put them in and say, okay, just let's dial it down and we'll just get to the half on this one to the other side. Fire Poet, in regards to your $5 donation in regards to Stafford's health, I can't undersell enough that Jake is very much feeling like, almost kind of from like an insider connected standpoint, that he has a ton of confidence in the Stafford thing not being something that's going to be as worrisome as you and I might think it would be based on what we're seeing from the situation and epidermal shots and the back history that Stafford has going on that's been pretty wide-ranging throughout his career as an older player. I think that stuff would be at the forefront of my mind on it. He seems nonplussed by it, but I think that even if they do believe the back's going to get better by the regular season, that thing is still just one hit away, one bad twist away from, now you're going to Jimmy G or Bennett. And no, I don't think either of those guys can do it. I don't think Jimmy G would last a full season. He'd get injured. And I don't think Stenson Bennett's got enough. He's got enough in that hose to make it happen. So I do think that this is a year where things could open up in that way, Fire Poet, especially if you get a couple teams in this division that suffer that same kind of fate, being that they might have a little bit of older rosters and a couple key guys get injured and they don't have the depth to fall back on with that. Both of the Niners and the Rams, this is something that is a little bit of where if it goes wrong for them, you'll be back tracing it to those factors being the reason it went wrong for them. Those factors being the reason it didn't, that it sort of got askew, I would say, because they've got really good rosters. They've got a lot of talent. They have a lot of ability. It's just that there is a lot of top-heavy nature to their rosters and what they're doing. And you go top-heavy, you lose a couple guys, and you can kind of quickly fall in with the rest of the pack very fast. Richard Stewartson, thank you for the double dip donation there. It looks like I was giving you a hard time on trying to get your note out, but thank you for the donation and all the support as a member of the channel too. I really appreciate that. Looks like another preseason win. Looking good. You certainly at least got a preseason win on this one with the guys that you have out on the field that you most care about, got the job done in this game. And you got some depth out on the football field, and they got the job done in this game. And Kubiak, a masterfully called first half, The Chiefs were able at times to move the ball in this first half on the Seahawks defense, but when you all pull everything away from it, you've given up 7 points and you took 2 points and gave it to your offense from a defensive perspective. So this is a smashing success of a preseason game for all intents and purposes. So it's much like last week where the Raiders finally started maybe kind of get back into the game, but only after you were 2 or 4 stringers almost all the way across the board. Similar here. Something happens where this team comes back to the Chiefs. I don't know if I'm going to take too much more away from it other than just saying this is the exact model of a preseason game that you would want to see as an outcome from an idealized perspective. I think that's what we're seeing here in this first half, Richard. So I'm marking it that way, at least in my outlook of things. It's good to see you in the house, Richard. Thank you, man. Nolan, appreciate the other $5 donation on top of that as well. The running back room is the Hydra, a creature of immense power with an ability to regenerate heads when they are severed. Its blood is poisonous. I like it, man. Let's go. I like it. We got the Hydra running back room. I might steal that for one of my thumbnails at some point, by the way. Because I'm seeing the Hydra snake, and then I just kind of put the heads on, and I just got to make it blend right. I think that could go pretty hard. How about Hololani, man? I mean, kid's just dynamite. And he's stood out. 5 carries, 49 yards for him, 9.8 yard per carry average. Charbonnet, 5 carries, 45 yards, 9 yard per carry average. Damian Martinez, 7 carries, 39 yards, 5.6 yard per carry average. Just woo-wee. You know, running backs are here like all of them are just like, you get a hole, and you get a hole, and you get a hole. But they all got ability too in addition to it. And it's good to see Damian Martinez too, Nolan. How about that? Damian come in looking way better this week. You're feeling a lot more of what he brings to the table, especially in his ability to really just shake off tacklers, carry guys, do a lot of the stuff that you saw Steele do with the Chiefs, the first back out there for them. He can do a lot of that same kind of stuff. And love what I see from him, man, Nolan. Love it, man. The Hydra, a creature of immense power, an ability to regenerate heads when they are severed. Its blood is poisonous. Let's go. Richard, thank you for another $5 donation as well. This preseason will give us a hint for the season, and it looks very good. You can learn some things about your team. It doesn't mean that if you go 3-0 in the preseason, that's a championship run. Doesn't mean that it's definitely going to be a predictor of the fact that you're going to the playoffs, you're going to dominate. But I think it can mean that you're not going to be bad. We got so many people out there trying to sell, not us, but sell everybody on the fact that they're not going to be good. Maybe 4 wins, maybe 5 wins, Vegas 7 wins. I don't think that that's the type of team that we're seeing here taking form. And it's certainly not the type of team that we've heard reported on by reporters that have been watching a training camp on a daily basis, who have seen many different Seattle Seahawks teams come through, who can get at least a bit of a general feeling on things. And I think we've got a nice little hint. I like that word, Richard. It's a nice little hint of what's to come, I think. And I'm feeling stronger and stronger by the day through training camp, through every preseason game I've watched. And my prediction of feeling like this is at least an 11-win team to feel like that's strongly placed, rightly placed, and probably going to be true, if not better. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Feed me. Very kind of you as well. The number 7 almost gave Brando a heart attack. It doesn't take much now for me. I get jumpy on game day. Don't take too much for me to have that heart start pumping. I'll tell you that. Palpitating, I say. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Kurt Warner raised the 12s flag today. Love that. Kurt Warner, one of those guys. There's quite a few guys out of the 80s football teams for your Seattle Seahawks. I know you might be a youngster's like, well, I just started watching him when Russell came along, or I just started watching him during the LB years. But there is a rich history here in Seattle with our football team and guys that came through at a time when the team was young and developing and still just kind of freshly a new franchise. And in Kurt Warner, you've got one of the ultimate what ifs. One of the ultimate what ifs if a guy like that could have stayed healthy and didn't get injured that second year in the major way he did, because he was such a great raw talent at the running back position. Not even a raw talent. He was just a great true talent at the running back position. A guy that brought everything to bear and was a guy that back in the 80s where running was everything, was a guy that was a focal point of your offense. drafted just after Eric Dickerson, led the AFC in rushing his rookie year. That second year, first game of the year, shreds his knee on the AstroTurf of the Kingdome and just was never the same. But good to hear he's still being honored. Good to hear we're still revering those older guys. And he's one of those guys from the 80s that you should tip the cap to for how good he was. And again, for the fact that it wasn't his fault. He wasn't able to be a 10,000-yard kind of back, which is I think he would have been, especially in Chuck Knox's offense, had he been able to be healthy. Nolan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, does Martinez want on this team? He's making noise for it today. He's running with it's kind of a stunning difference from last week where he's kind of going down easy. There's a lack of explosiveness you're feeling from him. Here in this game, it's a lot more of what I got with him in college, which is that, he puts his feet in the ground and you're trying to tackle him up around the upper body. It ain't happening. You're going to have to go low there. You're going to have to bring an army. And you get a little bit more of that feel for him on some of his runs today, which is kind of cool knowing. But I'd like to see it, man. This kid was kind of a guy that just not featured a lot in college at Miami, but that was as much because they had the number 1 overall pick and Arroyo and Restrepo and some receivers to throw to. So, he became kind of that last guy you're going to a little bit in that, just kind of run for a little bit of show a little bit, but he's got some ability. He's showing it today too. Outdoor for Life, thank you for the $2 donation. This Seattle team seems different, fresh, and young. Well put, very well put. And you have a kind of that life that goes through the life of teams that go from being young and rebuilding and ascending, and then they're in the middle of their window of whatever their window is going to be. Can you get to the Super Bowl top, or do you get close but not quite there? Do you get there but you lose a bunch like the Niners? Well, we're in that stage right now where you're in that ascent, and where that young talent has been kind of just growing and developing and growing, and you're adding to it, and growing and developing and you're adding to it. And then you find yourself a couple of years down the line, you got yourself a hell of a team, and it comes together at just the right time. And you see everything kind of just take this big step forward as you've been waiting on it to happen. And it does happen, but you got to give it that time. Now, when you turn the roster over like we did a couple of years ago, we had to do that. And I think you are feeling the same thing I'm feeling from, which is that now we're 3 years removed from the Russell Wilson trade and all of that draft capital you got back in return. And now you're feeling those fruits ripen. Be it your Maffei fruits, your Woolen fruits, your Cross fruits, your Walker fruits, your Lucas fruit. It's all ripening now, right at that same point in time. That was the beauty of the trade. The beauty of the trade and multiple years of it back to back is so often in the NFL, you have talent every year of a draft. And that talent develops, and then that talent develops, and that talent. And you have good talent a year, and next you'll have good talent. But what will happen is you get into a cycle where that good talent is now, so someone's got to move on because you don't want to pay it or you can't afford it, and it's going out of town just as this talent that you're drafting is now got to come in and develop. And the key is to really get to the place where you have the really great talent all coming forward at the right time. We're not just, we got a strong roster, but there's some parts here and some parts there where we're just kind of getting by at. And that's where I think that that's where they've drove to by having so many of those extra draft assets from the Russell Wilson trade. Having that extra allowed you to have a bunch of these guys. Having guys like a Reek Woolen that was a 5th round pick, or a Kobe Bryant that's a 4th round pick, develop as they have, and add even more on top of that to allow a lot of young guys to get into like that prime state right at the same time. And they're going to, I think, get the fruits for that. And maybe even this year right now. I've had no doubt that the fruits are coming from that. But I mean, it may be this year that we finally do get to see it really go. And look, you have 3 straight winning seasons. As the talent, as the fruit has just been trying to get out of seedling state, you've had 3 straight winning seasons. What happens when it's ripe? Thank you, Outdoors. Appreciate you. Mick Frewer, thank you for the $5 donation, Mick. Hey, B, have you seen the Marshawn Lynch podcast with Sam Darnold and Coach Mike? It's a really good watch. Marshawn is such a character. I was watching some of that today, Mick. Yeah, I was enjoying it too as well. I think that with Sam Darnold, I was talking to this with Sanchez earlier on this, and that he is a guy that I was definitely anti-Darnold here for a lot of his career, and things I just didn't like about him. But your outlook on football, your outlook on players, your outlook on how players can develop or can't develop, I think it's always in a state of evolution in the thought process of it, and that there's room there for things to grow in your mindset and outlook of things. as we all try to look and understand the sport better. And the more I look at Sam Darnold's last year with Minnesota, the more I hear him talk, see how he carries himself, the leader that he's talked about in the locker room, and that he just kind of gets it all the way around from the position. He just gets it. And does it mean that he's going to be the ultimate success? No. But does it take him much more stronger in the direction of having much more potential for success? I do believe it does. There's factors and things you can't control as a football player. There's the injury luck factor you can't control as a football player. But there's a lot of things within your control. How hard you work. Do you do the right things as a leader? Do you follow other quarterbacks and what they've told you about the process to get yourself to the place you need to go? Do you keep working on your game or do you stay stagnant? I think these things he's taken care of. He's handled. And we're getting, and I talk about fruits, we're getting the fruits of that here now. All right, we got the kickoff here in the second half. I promise you guys I will get through these donations. Another nice return there out to the 35-yard line by the Chiefs player. Got to get this thing figured out. But Marshawn Lynch is really great. I love that the former players, Richard Sherman, Cam Chancellor, I got to see it in person at the scrimmage where you had Cliff Averill down there. You had Sidney Rice down there, a couple of other former Seahawks players. That this is where the team is also coolly understanding that these guys are lineage. They're part of the program. You know, they're like family in this. And that you want the players to understand this is what you're now a part of too. And it only gets it across, I think, with these kind of interactions. Handoff out of a read option look at a shotgun, and the running back will be brought down very quickly there. I think that was Patrick O'Toole. O'Toole made the tackle. Nice tackle there by O'Toole. He's had a very solid preseason here already out the gate. A variety of different pressures last week coming off the edge. Undrafted rookie free agent out of, I believe it's Utah. Technically, they gave him a sack last week too. 2 tackles and a sack. All right, so 2nd and 8. Dropping back to pass here. A little throw out into the flat. Seahawks will rally up and take him out of bounds there. Let's bring up a 3rd and short. Thank you, Mick, for the $5 donation. I definitely need to watch the rest of the episode. I was also kind of watching some of the Richard one too, which had some good tidbits in it as well. Especially one of the ones that I was going to kind of joke about, but it was actually proven to be kind of true by Mike McDonald. I'll talk about that in a second. But a kind of interesting little tidbit Mike dropped in that interview as well. All right, 3rd down and 4. Seahawks got just a 4-man pressure look here. Oop, they're bringing up a Thomas there late as a 5th rusher. He drops back. They go from the other side now with the blitzer, other linebacker blitzing. Nice job by the quarterback, keeping his eyes down the field. Looked like he was going to scramble and then stopped right as he approached the line and found Tanyan down the field. Tanyan's been a problem today here. The Chiefs got a touchdown with him earlier. But a good job by the quarterback. Gladskin? Is that this guy's name? Good job keeping his eyes down the field there and makes a tough throw. Puts it up over the top of O'Toole's hand there. That's a nice little throw there on the run. Impressive. 13 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. Ball into the Seahawks side of the field at the 40-yard line. 2 tight end look here for this Chiefs team. Pressure coming. Nice throw again. Tanyan again. Let's cover this guy. 10-yard play. Well, close to another 1st down. Goodness. Mike Morris supplied the pressure. And Tanyan jumped over the top. Ball at the 31-yard line. 2nd and 1, technically. Handoff inside. Boy, Bahana was back there, made a play in the backfield, but nobody came to help him out. Rashad Smith was able to spin out of the tackle and then go find about 8 or 9 yards down the field. Rashad Smith, again, showing you off some of his ability. He's a very impressive player. He's going to be fun to watch in this sport. What a hell of a spin move, man. Bahana had him, and he just whipped out a beautiful spin move to get out of that. That's just a hell of a play by the Chiefs running back there. 1st and 10 for the Chiefs. They've got something working here to start this half off. Ball at the 21-yard line. Seahawks bring an extra defender around the box here. Another handoff here to Bashad. Another little spin move there to get him out of the first tackle and fall forward for a gain of about 4. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $5 donation. Michael, he says, is it me or does Horton remind you of a young Doug Baldwin? Horton runs his routes and gets yacked so gracefully and effortlessly, like my man Doug. Yeah, I could see that. Where there's just a feeling of, you got guys that run around and it feels like sometimes they're weighted down in how they run. Whereas with these guys, there just feels like a lightness to them. I think that you're kind of referring a little throw here out to the flat that's going to be dropped by the running back there. Thank God for that, because was that Sky Moore? Boy, that's a guy maybe on the roster bubble for them right now. They've been waiting for him to kind of do something for a while here now. Not a good drop. That's when you're going to get beat up on when you go check that thing out in the film room. All right, 3rd and 5. Third down conversions in this football game for both teams, quite frankly. Shotgun look, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Seahawks showing the heaviest pressure look they've shown all game here. 7 guys up around the line of scrimmage. They look like they're bringing it. They're bringing it. Quarterback gets away from it. He falls back off his back foot, floats this one up and away. Pressure works. Good job. You love the call there. You force the quarterback's hand the whole way there, where as soon as he comes out of that, he's toast. You just run too many guys at him. You're leading to basically a free runner here at the quarterback. Good job of the QB kind of paralleling out of that initially, but then had nowhere to go. So a nice stand by the Seahawks defense there. Let's see if Harrison Butker can Butker kick through this short little field goal. Bump. And he does put it right through the middle as the rain is falling pretty heavily there in Seattle right now. But yeah, I like the Doug Baldwin comp. I think he's got maybe another 2 inches, 2.5 inches over Doug as far as size. I do think he's probably a little bit faster than Doug as well. But the things that you're talking about, the change of direction, and some of the change of direction just comes on their ability to feel like they're very light on their feet. And that some guys, it just feels like there's a little bit more, if not cinder blocks, that there's just some heaviness to the feet when they want to change direction, even at the wide receiver position. And with these guys, it's just they get a little pitter-patter step and they can get free. They can do the pitter-patter step off of their releases off the line of scrimmage to get themselves up the field quicker on their routes. But definitely in the yak, definitely in the releases off the line of scrimmage, body control, hands. There's definitely some stuff there that's very similar. And I could see that in Horton. Yeah, a lot of the same kind of stuff. They have just those real subtle skills that aren't always the ones at the forefront for the receiver position you always look for, but can be just as deadly if you have them in the collection of them. That release, that change of direction, that yak, the easy hands, the ball tracking, the jumping ability, which Doug definitely didn't have, and Horton's got as well. So I like that. I like that comp. I think that's a fair one, Michael. Washington Fist Quest, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I'm dreading cut down day, which is probably good. You want to be dreading cut down day. And we haven't been recently, quite frankly. We've approaching cut down day in the last couple of years of you can predict who's going to be on the roster. I don't think that's a good thing. And what you want is what we had during the Super Bowl years, where you cut down all these guys and you see so many of them then going to active NFL rosters and then being on those NFL rosters throughout the season. That speaks to an organization that's not just drafting right, that's not just developing right, but is also then finding those unearthed diamonds, those guys that are not easy to just spot, that aren't at the major college programs, or they had to take a circuitous route to get to the NFL. And that you're also got your eyes in those places to be able to find that talent where you can. And it's all of that combined together, but it's also a really great pulse of a very healthy organization when this does occur, when you have those guys you do cut who then go to those other organizations. And it is going to be what we are facing, I think, this year, Washington Fist Quest. You can see with some of the running backs. You can probably see with a couple of the cornerbacks on this roster. A few of our edges that we might release, a Mike Morris, a Jared Ivey. They can't make the roster. Those guys probably go to another NFL franchise out there. So, yeah, it is going to be a bit of an issue, especially with the Pete Carroll out there, who's no doubt going to get himself a couple of these Seahawks at some point or another. Kickoff here out to Holani. Is that Holani again? I think that's Holani, and he's not going to get up too far there, just up to the 28-yard line or so. Let's see if we get the Milrow experience here. Looks like we are going to. But it is a good thing, Washington Quest. It's a great thing. And it's another one of those indicators, like we talked about, these little small hints, as somebody else said below. It's these small hints that are what can lead you to feeling a little bit more comforted in the fact that this team does have a lot of potential and a lot of potential to go out and make some noise this year, that you don't have to necessarily wait. More Drew Lock. All right, 10:39 to go here in the third quarter. Seems like it's going to be the plan from last week. Lock throws it out here into the flat, finds Damian Martinez for a gain of about 1. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, it's Bobo. Yes, it is. How about Bobo here with a couple touchdown receptions today? You know, he's been a little quiet, but he's getting caught up on the Horton aspect of things, rightfully so. And he's still reminding everybody, hey, I block and I still am here. Don't forget about me. 2nd down and 9, 23-10. Lock dropping back. Late blitz here by the Chiefs. Lock somehow gets the ball out and away. I think he got that to White. I don't know how he got that ball out of there. A sea of Chief defenders were collapsing in around him. And he somehow was able to just get the ball barely out there. I mean, he's got guys all around him. And he almost kind of hook shots it over the top there to White to get the ball out. Creative method there by Locke to find a way there. I think he's got 3 sets of Chiefs defenders' arms on him when he throws the ball there. But it is another first down for your Seattle Seahawks, whose offense today has produced a lot of first downs. I don't know if they've crossed the 20 mark yet, but they are right knocking on the door of it. Pitch play wide here on 1st and 10 out to Martinez. He stretches the hole, tries to come back inside, restretches it back out, finds himself 3 or 4 yards there with some good patient running. Nothing was really clear, I think, for him on the read there, so he just kind of pitter-pattered his pace a bit and tried to grab what he could get. Second and 6. Arcadia right. They're going to pitch to the opposite field now. Same play. Just go to the other side. Jarcadia spins out of the first tackle, keeps his feet, and gets down the field. He was corralled in the backfield, spun around by his hip. Looked like he got spun to the ground, but I can only determine that the way he reacted there, he didn't actually make contact with the ground. It's one of those plays where you think, man, that thing's absolutely dead. But somehow or another, he kept just enough of his feet. Let's see, did he land on the defender? He did. So he lands on the defender with his butt. Ankle never touches the ground, keeps his feet, spins out of it, and is up the field. Another pitch play now, 1st and 10, right back to Jarcadia right. He lowers his head, finishes the run nicely for an 8-yard gain. Kubiak, just ballsy. I'll call the same play. That's the same basically play you've called 3 straight times. That one to the same side of the field. Almost just daring the Chiefs to play more of the edge here. I don't know if they're just trying to get a ton of pitch reps, but boy, you're getting a lot. 2nd and 2 on the play now. Kennedy Polamalu, the running back coach for the Seahawks, over there smiling like a proud papa. Handoff inside here for a gain of 4 or 5, but I think we may have I thought I saw a penalty marker. Did I not? I guess not. First down. They're showing Kennedy right now. And yeah, he looks very happy. He's like, my grandchild, my daughter had 3 twins. he's like, this is going well. I feel good too. 1st and 10, another first down for your Hawks. A ball at the 17-yard line here. Play action pass, throw out to the flat. Arroyo open, got the ball, still on his feet, manages to spin his way for a nice 10-yard gain and another first down. Another one of those easy throws where you've been running the ball so much and so many plays to the outside zone, and you run that play action back the other direction, and the defense is just completely bought in, and it's wide open to the tight end. One of those easy throws you give a quarterback, one of those easy decisions you give them where they don't have to think a lot, just flick it, get it out to him, get it to your playmaker, let him do what he can do. And good stuff often happens on the back of it. 1st and 10, ball at the 7-yard line now. Back under center is locked. Handoff here to Martinez. Martinez, nice cut there. Had to wait on the hole just a little bit, but then he found a crevice there and was able to cut it right through, and he shakes his head. He knows he almost had himself a touchdown. There's a little bit more of that explosiveness from him that was missing last week that just feels, you can feel a little bit better there. He's not a slow guy. He's got a bit of that to him where he can put his foot in the dirt and get upfield on you. And then he's running with violence on the back of it. 2nd down and goal. Ball on about the 2.5-yard line here. Handoff inside to Martinez. He lowers his head. They're pushing. They're fighting. He's lowering. He's close. He can't quite get in. Nice job by the Chiefs there to rally. He was fighting his butt off in there, right, going right behind Christian Haynes in there. Just could not quite bang it through. 3rd and goal. Seahawks 4 of 5 on 3rd down conversions today. And off inside to Martinez. Martinez gets in for a touchdown. Nice little bounce step inside. He just pressed down on the hole. Had to make one little just bounce step sideways to find the crack of daylight. All 3 runs there going right over Haynes. I think they're right guard, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Cable dude pulled back across the formation as well there. Able to get in. Let's go. Touchdown Seahawks. 29-10 on the Kansas City Chiefs. Strong running by Damian Martinez. And boy, who's getting cut in this running back room? Seattle Seahawks. Extra point up and through by Jason Myers. Your Seattle Seahawks today. 30 rushing attempts. 217 yards for a 7.2 yard per carry average. And that's not just on the back of you busting big runs. That's not, there's short yardage runs, like we had a couple of goal line runs in there just now. You had a Jalen Milroe quarterback keeper on the tush push earlier. So that number could have even been higher without a couple of those runs sort of factored in. And all of your running backs are running with a very healthy yard per carry average. Martinez, 11 carries, 51 yards, 4.6 yard per carry average. Horlani, 5 carries, 49 yards, 9.8. Zach Charbonnet, 5 carries, 45 yards, 9 yards a carry. Jarcadia Wright, 6 carries, 36 yards for a 6-point average. That is a pretty good day for your running backs. Like I said, Kennedy was feeling pretty good about what he was seeing out there, and how can you blame him for that? Nolan, thank you for the $2 donation, and he does make a good point about the Bobo catch there up the sideline, which is that DK would not have made that catch. And I agree with you. There's many stats posted about DK as a contested catcher. There's a lot of great things DK brings, and I'm not trying to bang on him as a player right now, not at all. But this part of his game was the part that did not grow and was a fair criticism of him, which is that you're a big guy with big long arms who can jump through the roof. Like, you should be a good contested catch guy. The ball's coming in there; it should be your ball. And more often than not, you just didn't have a lot of confidence on those kind of plays. And Bobo's got those kind of hands. He does. He is built for that. And boy, that throw by Locke, my goodness. Outdoor for Life, thank you for another $2 donation. Help me understand the 5 to 7 game win predictions. I can only come up with one answer on this, and I don't even say that I think it's necessarily a good one, Outdoors for Life, because Megan was asking about this earlier too. And I think what it comes down to is that there is a bit of a lazy outlook from the national perspective towards Seattle. And it's born out of a couple of things. It's born out of the thing that has existed for all of my life, with this being that the East Coast, the South, the Pacific Northwest doesn't really exist in their minds. It's a place that they would consider to be like next door to Alaska in a lot of ways. And I'm not overstating that. So that's a bit of a part of it. They're on the East Coast. A game like tonight, for instance, that starts at 7:00. If you wanted to watch this Hawk Chiefs game and you're out in New York, well, you need to be starting the game at 10:00 your time. So I think there's times where they just don't watch us as well. I think, though, the real big thing here is just that people nationally know the names of Geno Smith and DK Metcalf, and that they look at those losses and that they look at a guy like Sam Darnold, that national perspective doesn't have a lot of faith in Sam Darnold. And the taste Sam left at the end of the year last year with Minnesota, when the offensive line completely got blown up, that sits in people's mind. It sort of reinforces his jet outlook of him, if you were. But I think it's only based on those things, Outdoor for Life. I don't think it's based on a lot of depth. I don't think it's based on a lot of, I've looked at this team really closely and all the details of the team, and I've come away with this assessment of it. That's at least been my take on it. And you may think with Vegas, well, it's in their power to have the house is always right, and they always get at this. And they didn't last year. They had us at 7 wins last year too. You end up with 10. And I did some studying up on this and found that for a 10-year period with Vegas, they've gotten it wrong with us like a lot over that 10-year period. And that when they do get it wrong, they tend to get it wrong by having our win total lower than it should be. They don't tend to be wrong on the other side, where they overinflate how many wins we're going to have, and it ends up being much lower. So this is just, it is a little thing that we've dealt with before in the past. It's a part of living in Seattle, I think, to a degree, but it also doesn't mean that their predictions on this are accurate, or that I take much away from them, honestly, that I give them much credence at all. Because I have yet to hear really the substantiated argument as to why they think that goes out extended past the Geno DK thing. I get that's a problem that you have to replace those guys, but it isn't like you didn't do something. It's not like you're just trotting out Jalen going, well, Geno goes, Jalen's out there. And that's how they kind of treat it a little bit in their outlook. You would think that that's what we're doing as our approach, as opposed to bringing in Darnold, having a guy in Drew Lock that's even very capable, as you saw today behind him. Not really sure I understand either why, Outdoor for Life, but I do think it comes down to that. Kyle from South Park, thanks for the $2 donation. We got a play action pass by the Chiefs. He's going to throw this out into the flat. I will say that the Chiefs passing game has been boring as hell, and he will be cut down for a negative 1 yard play. It's a lot of just real quick pop passes, throw to the flat. It's not with these QBs today trying to do anything close to like pushing the ball down the football field in the least. But they've also been able to move the ball a little bit. So who am I to kind of argue with them? Thank you again, Kyle, for the $2 donation. Says, I've seen enough. 26 is the starter until K9 proves himself. Definitely make an argument for getting some touches, isn't he? For second 11 here, shotgun look, 4 wide. Drops back to pass here. Ball's tipped up in the air. Ooh, it was up dangerously there. Sky Moore with another drop. Sky Moore might get cut tomorrow. Gosh, dude, that hit you right in the hands, bro. Oh, you got to catch that. This is what happens when wide receivers wear the number 24. It's a nice little hit. It's a good little stick in there. Jamie Sheriff out there making a nice hit as an off-ball linebacker. Of course, he's making that transition now. Looking good there with it. 3rd 11. 6-man blitz look from the Seahawks. They'll bring 5. Jamie Sheriff getting back there. Sheriff flushes the quarterback. The QB is going to step up here and fall down and then fall on his butt. It's slippery out there, folks. That rain's a-falling. Oladuncan couldn't keep his feet out there, the quarterback for the Chiefs. Mike McDonald has said that Jamie Sharif is their best off-ball linebacking blitzer. Not surprising considering the guy is a converted edge. And you saw why right there. First step quickness. He was right on top of the quarterback and flushing him fast from the pocket. Part of a little bit of the flavor you get from McDonald, and he hasn't had a lot of it in this game. I think you've only seen like 2 real true full blitzes in this game. They've both been very effective, and he's running both on 3rd down. But when you run him with that 3rd and 11 and you do that like that where you get the extra guy coming, You just don't allow those routes to set up. Bobo is going to run this ball back nicely on the punt return and get himself up to the 29-yard line. Good job by Bobo on the return. Got up the field fast, but McDonald bringing a little bit of the pressure on the Chiefs there offensively, and they didn't have an answer for it. Let's go. I think, to your point on this, Kyle, I do think K9 and Charbonnet, I think that there's going to be a utilization of both of these backs. I think the team understands with K9 at this point that whatever your plan was 3 years ago and how you drafted him and thinking he could be a guy as a smaller guy that could be a 250 touch guy every year and then he could sustain that. I don't think that he's proven to be able to do that through his career. And that you walk into this more with the thought process of, we'll get him to be a 150 to 200 touch guy this year. But that then means that there's almost going to be as equal amount of a number of touches available then for Charbonnet, in my opinion. And I think that with Charbonnet on that other side of it, that say nothing of K9 just getting injured and Charbonnet ends up taking all the snaps, so to speak, there'll be plenty out there for him to at least get the 150. And this is the point of getting the 2 second-round backs, I'd say a little bit too as well. You're going to get these guys that are so primely talented. The hope is that you can just keep that stable deep and that you can, whoever you're trotting out there, have a really, if not difference-making running back, close to a difference-making running back you're putting out there. In addition to whatever you're giving them up front, with the quarterback position, with the scheme, this is where you're kind of starting from a little bit with your running game. And maybe we come back to the benefits of that fully now. Maybe this year we do get that, especially if K9 can keep himself healthy. But you have to have at this point, I think, a modified plan with Kenneth Walker. It can't just be let's grab a rabbit's foot, let's roll the dice, let's hold our breath, let's wish on a shooting star. Guy has a hard time just keeping himself healthy. He has throughout training camp. You make your peace with it. It's one more year on this with him here right now, unless something really can click in this year. And you just ride with that on it, I think. Janeth, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, thinking about how Kenny McIntosh would enjoy this. Oh, Kenny would be out there eating. I'll tell you what. He ain't going to be out there watching everybody else averaging 8 yards per carry, and he's just out there just 3 yards in a cloud of dust at that point. I'll tell you that. But, yeah, that's maybe the one unfortunate part is we don't get to see K9 or Kenny behind this line and what he could do with it. He would have been a fit to this offense. He would have been a fit as a runner to this outside zone scheme. Would have been a lot of fun to watch. Hopefully the kid can bounce back next year really strong and not be held too down by this injury. Hopefully. Thank you, Janeth. Good to see you as well. 12 for life. Thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 16 months. I formation look here for the Seahawks to start it out the 30-yard line. They're going to go nowhere on that play. You're not even at your Arcadia right at this point. We're down to like the sixth running back, I think, in the rotation, Anthony Tyus. Jalen Milroe will be out there for your Seattle Seahawks as we have 2:57 to go here in the third quarter. 12 for life, though. Thank you for well over a year as a Hawks Nest member. He says, Zabel equals a stud. Hashtag Maul Bobo. FAFO equals F around and find out. Oots. Oh, Oots with a nice catch again today. They got him off the field pretty quick. Read option keeper here from Milroe. He'll drag a pile of bodies forward for a gain of about 5 or 6 on an inside run. But, yeah, we got a little bit of Oots today, man. Let's go with the Oots, huh? Oots, Oots, Oots. I've got my little track ready with them and all that today. I'm going to have this thing ready all year long. Oots, 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 Oots. Let's go. Love it, 12 for life. 3rd down and 6. Shotgun look here for Jalen Milroe. Dropping back to pass. He's going to let it rip. He's going to find his man out there, Ricky White, in space there onto the Chiefs side of the football field for yet another first down for your Seattle Seahawks. That is the 62nd first down for your Seahawks today. See if I can find this. 25 first downs, folks. 25 first downs today for your Seattle Seahawks. They are putting on a clinic at keeping the chains moving today. Shotgun here for Jalen Milroe. Tyus in the backfield next to him. Rain pouring down. 3 wide receiver look. Handoff inside. Giving Jalen some RPO look here stuff. You know, when you've been under center a little bit more with the block express early on here. Giving him some more of that read option kind of stuff to play off of. Clock continues to wind. 1:18 to go here in the third quarter. 2nd and 7 for your Seahawks, up 30-10 on the Chiefs. That's right, Carl. Dubstep, baby. It's that oots, oots, oots. Let's go. Back under center here with Milroe. A little bit of a late pitch wide. Looked a little awkward there. He got out to him. I don't know if he was tripping up there a little bit with Milroe, but boy, that looked weird. Still, get yourself a couple of yards on the gain, and this will bring this into at least a 3rd and 6-ish, at least makeable. It's a little bit weird looking though. Arroyo's not out there anymore, Lou. He was out there before. He made a catch on the last drive, so they had it. No, he is out there. Sorry, excuse me. They're rocking Arroyo. He's out there. 3rd down and 5. Chiefs showing a blitz look here. Milroe dropping back to pass. He's looking to scramble. He spins off one guy, and he's going to be brought down to the ground at the 41-yard line. Good pressure there by the Chiefs, and this will take us to the end of the third quarter. 12 for life, though, man. Zabel, I echo everything you said. Zabel stud, more Bobo, and yeah, Oots is going to be a player for us. It's another one of those guys that's going to work into helping out this team and making it effective through the assembly of its parts. The parts are greater than, the whole is greater than the parts, something like that. Seth Parkinson, thank you for the $10 donation, Seth. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. It says, Fun Friday. M's and Hawks breaking out the offense. Well, how about that? Let's get a little bit of an update for you guys on the front of the Mariners. Let's let you guys know about that. So the Mariners are currently up. Oh, no, they won. Mariners won 11-9 today, pulling the record up to 68-55. So offense coming out today. You're right about that, Seth. Congrats on the Mariners making a run down the stretch. They get the playoffs. I'll be streaming their playoff games here on this channel. You better believe it. But thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. And it's a great day. You know, your football team wins, your baseball team wins, and it's Friday. You got the weekend right up there lined up in front of you. That's not too bad a Friday, you know? It's the little things in life. I'd say that's one of those little things you're like, yeah, hell yeah. But thank you, Seth. I appreciate that donation, man. And it's been a fun game, man. I'm enjoying this preseason. I don't often enjoy preseason, but when I do, I really enjoy it. Fire Poet, thank you for the $5 donation, Fire Poet. Appreciate the double donation as well. Considering the preseason so far, which of Seattle's roster may find themselves replaced by successful rookies? Good question. I don't think that there's a lot of spots. I'll say that. Fire Poet. Like I don't think Arroyo's knocking Saubert off the roster. I don't think that there's an inside linebacker that's going to knock somebody off the roster in that way. I think your cornerback room is pretty much locked in at this point with Griffin and Nehemiah Pritchett being your 1-2 there. Likewise with the safety position, I mean, you can consider Emawari maybe pushing another safety off the roster, but I don't know if that's what you'd quite consider on that to be what you mean. So I would say that it probably comes down to just a couple of select spots that I have in my mind, and I'll still answer that question 1 second here. We got Seattle back now on a 4th down here. Jalen under center. We'll play action roll out here. Trying to get him to jump off sides. Seattle's going to call a timeout. They try to get him to jump here on a 4th and 3. Maybe just we'll come back now and try to kick a field goal or just punt this thing. Not sure. So Torrey Horton is definitely a guy that you wonder about his potentiality of maybe moving a guy like Marquez Valdes-Scantling, especially if you consider the two guys that might factor in on this being Bobo with 2 touchdown catches today, and Derek Young, who's also got his share of catches today. And both those guys have looked good throughout training camp. They're both in a position right now to push this in a way that might make it hard on Marquez Valdes-Scantling, because with Bobo and Young, they play special teams. And I don't know if Marquez at this point in time in his career is really much of a special teams guy. So that's where that could be the one spot that you get a rookie pushing a guy out. I don't think it happens at the running back position. I think Hololani's going to be pretty firmly fitted in as your third guy. Kind of depends on if Martinez has just looked so much better in other parts of camp at this point. I didn't see it when I was there at camp of him looking better than Hololani, and Hololani's just looked so good. I think you got to keep him. If you keep 4, then Martinez probably makes it. So the only other guy I could think of is maybe a Jared Ivey for that fifth edge spot. Could push off maybe like a Mike Morris. Not that Mike Morris hasn't looked good himself as well. But I would just say in general, Fire Poet, there's really not. There's not a rookie that I think is going to push somebody off the roster. I think in a lot of ways, Arroyo, for instance, has already pushed Noah Fant off the roster. So it's kind of already occurred in certain aspects by how they've set this up. But aside from that, I don't think that there's anybody else. If I do, I'll let you know. But I think you're pretty well. The rookies that are coming on they're coming on. They're not pushing somebody off the board a little bit to come on in that way. Like Robbie Hoots is just, he's on the roster. Imawari was just going to be your extra safety at all times. He's not really pushing like an Okada off or a Jarek Reed off, All right, so we get a lot of penalties here back and forth on this 4th down punt, which all leads back to just a resetting of the punt on 4th and 8. Thank you, Fire Poet, for your support today, though. I appreciate you for that. Kyle, thanks for the $10 donation, Kyle. Your double donation is also very well received and very much appreciated. Thank you for that. Dixon with a little bit of a wayward snap here gets the punt off nonetheless. Good skyward punt takes the man right down by the sideline here at the 10-yard line, and the Chiefs will have a long field to work with 14:44 to go left in this football game. Kyle, thanks for that $10 donation. He says, this doesn't look like a team that will miss DK and Geno. Media doesn't keep up with Seattle, and it shows. Sideline looks full of silent assassins. They look extremely hungry and ready to go. Kyle, well put. Beautifully put. Silent assassins, hungry, ready to go. I would expect, I believe the same thing. And I think that one of the reasons guys like me and others on this platform that cover the Hawks and people that cover their team are having the success that we get to have here is because I think, like you say, the media is definitely leaving a big opening here for folks like ourselves to climb on in for what is really wanted out there from fan bases, which is give me an accurate representation of where my team is at. Don't slant good, don't slant bad. Give me something that's accurate and without bias. And that actually is where you've done the work and you've dug in and you've tried to really understand it. And there's so many little things you can follow along with a team that can help lead you on the path to predicting a team's going to be good. I don't know if the team's going to be great. That gets hard to predict that year by year, but that they're going to be good. The kind of schedule they get, how many years together they've been, the young talent you're developing, the coaching you have in place, where you're at monetarily wise as far as what you can and cannot spend. Can you go make other moves? It's all these different factors and things so oftentimes in football get simplified by people in their attempt to try to understand it. And that's where you're led awry and astray and inaccurately looking at the team as a whole, because it requires you to look at all the parts and pieces. It requires you to pay attention to things like the fact that every member of this football team showed up for the voluntary OTAs this offseason. That's not a normal thing. That's not just a thing that you get from every other organization out there just does that. Get a lot of guys checked out. You got a lot of guys that got their vacation plans that time of year. Got a lot of guys that'll come back to the coach and tell you, Coach, it's voluntary, not involuntary. It comes out in little tidbits like Kubiak talking the other day about how impressive for a guy that's been with so many different organizations and so many different coaching staffs at the intensity that Mike McDonald is able to foster in practices, how hard he gets these players to play in practice without complaints and gets them to drive at that level of intensity at a daily basis. It's little things like this that are little cracks of sunshine light into the truth of this team, into the heart of what this team can be, Kyle. So it's well put on your part. I don't think that they're going to miss DK and Geno in the way that this has been talked about. I think that the team took steps to mitigate this with a variety of different approaches in their plan of attack this offseason. And it's not just a replacement of Cooper Kupp and Sam Darnold for this guy and that guy. It's also the offensive scheme you're bringing into play. It's bringing in the right offensive line coaches. It's pushing that offensive side of the ball in the right direction. Bubble screen here on 1st and 10 for the Chiefs. Seahawks are all over it, and they make the tackle quickly out in space for only a gain of 1 or 2. But I love it, Kyle. I think this team is hungry. I think you get that buy-in because there's the vets on this team who understand what they potentially could be and then what it would take to get there. Not just understanding it, but then being able to execute what it takes to get there, namely that they become the leaders you need them to be to turn this team into a team that can be good to great. And they've gotten that. That's part of that OTA attendance that showed up. But I echo your feelings on this, and you're not the first, of course, that's noticed this just on this stream alone, that there seems to be a bit of a lazy approach in their outlook of Seattle here this year and the way the experts have looked at this. Boy, was that Jamie Sheriff off the edge again? Boy, Sheriff shot off a cannon off the edge there. Another just little quick pass by the Chiefs, and he was almost able to just jump and grab that thing. That was cool. 3rd down and 3, though. Tell you what, with the Seahawks defense today, no big plays, and this Chiefs offense, I know it's no Mahomes, but they have just felt like they are. You watch Shawshank Redemption and the little tool he used to just pick his way through the prison to get free. That's what it feels like the Chiefs offense is having to do today to get anything done. Just little pinpricks. 3rd down and 3. Another little throw to the flat. Little 2-yard throw to the flat short of the 1st down. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know if they just don't trust their pass protection, but these are just little itty bitty passes. He's just a little guy. Strange offensive series for the Kansas City Chiefs. I know you're down to your 3rd string quarterback at this point, or 4th string quarterback, I guess, because you're to Bailey Zappi, but not any kind of attempt in this game at all from the Chiefs to try to do. I mean, I know you're not maybe want to show anything for the regular season, but no attempts to try to push this thing up the football field at all today. That would have me wondering a little bit as a Chiefs fan. All right, here's the punt now. Field it here. You got space to work with. Get upfield, kid. He got it, and he's kind of surprised, like, wow, I got a lot of green grass here. Where is everybody? Kyle, thank you again for that $10 donation. I really appreciate that, man, and well said again on your part. Young Guns, thanks for the $2 donation. He says the run game makes the quick, short passes so easy. Really does. They go right in conjunction with each other, and when you're effective running especially, it's like good night. Because those defenses are now trying to take that extra kind of cheated step to get to the run game spot they think it's going. Oh, it's another outside zone. I got to get over there. And then suddenly you get hit with the play action going back the other direction. And you got the little drag route coming back across the other direction. And suddenly the quarterback's just got this quick, easy throw out in space that's just going to be like a freebie 8, 9, 10 yards. And how many of those did you give your quarterbacks today from Kubiak's perspective of things? Quite a bit, especially when you consider the fact the team's only thrown the ball 17 times in this football game. I'd say at least 7 to 8 of those throws were just easy freebie type throws for the quarterback. Simple as she gets. It's a beautiful thing, Young Guns. They work together. They work together really well. I've seen the same. Detail-oriented Bobby. How's it going, Bobby? Thanks for the $2 donation. Says it's preseason, but man, this is getting me excited. It should. I'm trying to make the case a little bit for this, not to get people overhyped or to say that this should be an indicator here you're going to be a great team, but that this has not just been what we've seen from this preseason. This has not just seen what we've seen from this team throughout OTAs in this offseason. Instead, we've seen a uniformity in how this team has gone about their business, how they've walked the walk and talked the talk, and that because that's been the case, because you have brick by brick built to this building that we find ourselves at now, that this is the thing that is, to me, the great indicator for the upcoming year. And why I'm a guy that's been for a while saying I see an 11-win team. It certainly even has a higher ceiling above that. Not 11 wins if everything just goes perfect, but 11 wins with the ebbs and flows of a new offense and a new quarterback. If it clicks into place like it's looking, if it gets even, there's a few more wins there that are absolutely on the board potentially for this team. The talent is there. The coaching, brain trust is there. The front office is moving smartly. You have drafted and developed well. The stage is set. The lights are on. The curtains are about to be pulled up. Hand off inside here on first down. Good strong run there by Tyus. 4 or 5 yards on the play. Get hype, Bobby. It's valid. It's valid, my man. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Pumpkin's hyped about the run game. She's loving it, man. Look at her. Look at her right now. The running game was so exciting earlier, it's made her pass out. Like her adrenaline cooked her in the first and second quarter, and now she's got nothing left in the tank. I'm telling you. Play action pass here for Milroe. Little play action out in space. Another one of those easy throws back out in space over to White. White makes a nice catch. Milroe had that thing a little bit higher than he probably would like to have gotten it. But good job by White there to adjust his body and make the grab. That's not an easy catch there, folks. That's a lot harder than that one looks. Kind of feel it on the slow motion. You got to kind of twist your body back around and go pick the ball. But another one of those easy throws working off play action from under center back across the formation. Like I said, Kubiak's created this throughout the whole football game. First down and 10. Seahawks, another pitch play out wide here. Running back keeping his feet, running hard, running strong, and an 11-yard gain for a first down, refusing to go down. You know, it always goes hard when the guy's got the gloves off and he's going barehanded. He's just got the wrist taped up. And this running game just don't stop. Won't stop, can't stop. Won't stop, can't stop. Just Trolley keeps on going down the road. Don't matter which running. You go to the 7th running back. Go grab a guy off the freaking, just go grab a fan off the sideline at this point. First and 10, ball at the 35-yard line, Chiefs territory. Tight end goes into motion. Jalen sees something he doesn't like, and we're going to call a timeout here. Play clock was winding down. Thank you, Muggles. Appreciate the donation. Jordan Lynn, thank you for the $2 donation. Just landed at SeaTac. What did I miss? Oh, just freaking 425 yards of total offense, 27 first downs. Every running back on your roster averaging well over 4 yards, 5, 6, 9 yards a carry. Running every which way but loose, running inside, running outside, pitch plays, outside zone. Another pitch play here to Tyus, slips a little bit as he gets past the line of scrimmage, and then he's brought down there for a gain of 2 or 3 yards. 246 yards on the ground in total. A suffocating defense. Had a couple of drives early on in this game, and then has just slammed the door shut on the offense. I mean, I hate to be the effusive guy, Jordan, where I'm just like nothing but beauty. But I feel like I'm out in a glen with just flowers everywhere and a beautiful forest and a mountain and birds tweeting. Second down and 8 here for Milroe. Shotgun look. Chiefs bring a little bit of pressure. He finds Brady Russell. Russell's wide open running down the field, and then Russell was just like, I'm too wide open. I can't do him more dirty. He just kind of slips and falls down and rolls over, but not before he gains another 20, 25 yards on the play. Just wide open. Chiefs defender slipped as well. The rain's been falling all day here, so this turf is definitely getting wet. And these players are having a harder time keeping their feet. It's that summer rain, when it falls, it falls hard. Brady's going to be given a lot of hell about that stumble in the locker room. Fake play action pitch here. Milroe out in space. He's going to run with this and find himself 4 or 5 yards there, showing off a little bit of the speed there where he's play action coming back the opposite way, back across his body, doesn't see it there. I think a normal quarterback just throws that ball away. It's a dead play. He's got a little bit of that extra quickness at the end to just extend the run for a 3 or 4 yard, 5 yard gain. God, he got 5 yards there. A little bit, you feel in that play a little bit of the difference of a Milroe quarterback in that speed that he can kind of bring. Nine minutes and 4 seconds to go in this football game. Seahawks up 30-10. So, Jordan, it's been great. Nothing but wonderful right now. And hopefully you got the game on record because this is going to be a great rewatch. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. Mumbles, appreciate you for that. Have you seen Martinez taking twice the carries to get the same production as the other backs? I'm not sure about him. I think he's been very impressive today. I think that the other backs, quite frankly, early on in this game, there were just some really big holes. I mean, look, Charbonnet and Hololani did the most with them. You know, it wasn't like those guys just took only what the holes were there and then they didn't do anything beyond that. But I mean, there were some really, really big holes for those guys to run through. You were moving people early on in this football game. He to me last week wasn't very impressive, Mumbles. He's been impressive to me this week. I'm seeing a little bit more quickness from him, and I'm seeing especially so the thing that I really want to see from him, which is that if you get the first tackler, if you have a hole opened up and the guy's got his hands on you with only a yard through the lane, I need you to drag that guy for the 3 yards based on what you showed in college, what I know you have inside you. You go get a 5-yard carry before your first contact. Now you get an extra couple yards on the back of it. The guy can climb up on your back. You can carry him a little bit. You've got that power back element to your game a little bit, the shades of a bit of a Chris Carson or a Marshawn Lynch's kind of type of guy. And I think we've gotten that a bit more today from him. I don't think he had as many of the big holes to run through as the backs earlier. He had some really good holes at times, but I think there's some times in this game where Martinez has had to kind of make his own headway with it, you know. But I think he's making sharp cuts, good vision in this game, and running strong. I don't know if he's going to be the answer long-term or a guy that's going to get a substantial amount of touches, but I think he's your fourth running back right now in this roster. He's your fourth best guy. Thank you, though, Mumbles. Appreciate it. Simogen, thank you for the $2 donation, Simogen. Bobo receiving with decent yards. Are we keeping him? Yeah, Bobo's going to make the roster. Bobo's on the roster, in my opinion. Bobo and Horton are the two guys at the receiver position, aside from the names that we know, are, to me, on this roster. They've earned their spot. I don't know how you substantiate not having him here. In Bobo's case, too, it goes beyond just what he does as a receiver. 2nd down and 5, Milroe under center, play action pass. He's going to roll out to his right. He's again going to try to use his legs here and try to go steal a first down. Can't quite do so, but he's going to get close to a first down here on 3rd down. So I think that those cases, those two guys have done their job, Simogen, and that it's again what he does receiving, sure, but it's also what he does as a blocker. He's maybe one of your best run blocking receivers on this team. There's a benefit to that. And then he plays special teams. So when you add that much value to the team, this is what coaches always say, the more you can do, the better you keep your chances of staying on the ball club. 3rd and 1, heavy formation here from Kubiak. Good job by the running back to bounce off of contact there in the hole. It looked like he got hit and stopped in the hole, but Tyus was able to bounce off of that and fall forward and go get himself the first down. Strong, hard run there. Penetration in the backfield. The guy had him wrapped up around the bottom of his legs and he just slid right off of him. That's a tough run as you'll find in this football game. Chiefs players are getting a little bit frustrated. Can't blame him for that. Another first down for your Seattle Seahawks. 7:45 to go in this football game. Ball up on the 4-yard line. Milroe dropping back to throw. He whistles this one right up over the head there of Tyus, out trying to hit him out in the flat. And that's some of what you'll get at times with Milroe, where the ball will just kind of sail on him a little bit, even on, especially weirdly enough, on some of those shorter throws. That can be the part with Milroe where you're like, buddy, it was a 6-yard pass. But yeah, Simogen, we're going to keep him. He will be on this team and did nothing but probably put an exclamation point on it today with his performance. 2nd down and goal. Milroe back under center, 2 wide receiver look here. Handoff inside. Penetration in the backfield, and Tyus is cut down by Bassa. Jeffrey Bassa, the Oregon inside linebacker, looking good there. Bassa gives you those reps. You get that one rep where you're like, wow, he looks awesome. And then he goes and gives you 3 or 4 reps where he just completely just gets enveloped. Hard player to scout, Bassa, because so much of a youngster, it's about the flashes they show you, you know. And he hasn't been bad in this game. He's had a couple of plays. 3rd down and goal. Let's see what Milroe does here. He's got a blitz look. Drops back to throw. Recognizes the blitz. Throws up a little fade route there. Ball placement's in a little bit of a wonky spot there, and that'll go incomplete. I think he probably kind of felt that blitz a little bit late, but still made the nice, smart decision there. We've got to get the ball out of your hands. He's looking for his man, Tyron Bowden there, trying to throw kind of almost a back shoulder throw there on that play. I think Bowden was expecting it to be more of a pure fade. Myers will come out, though. Short kick for him. Snap is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. Seahawks take a 33-10 lead here in this game. Bobby, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. I might be a homer, but with what I've seen so far, I honestly think 9 wins is our floor this year. I think a good chance we win this division. Ooh, let's go, Bobby. Let's go, Bobby. I like it. I like the energy Bobby's bringing here right now, and I think Bobby's in a good place. So he says, I might be a homer. I ain't gonna accuse you of that. I think you're just seeing it true and right. He says, honestly, I think 9+ wins is the floor this year. And Bobby, I would tend to agree with you. 8 or 9 wins, I'm about in that spot with it myself at this point. I think the really important part of this too, Bobby, is, well, where's the ceiling? Does this team top out at 11 wins? And in my opinion, no, this team could easily get into even a 13, 14-ish win season. A lot of stuff would have to go right. Injury stuff would have to hold up right. But as I said before on this, the stage is set. The stage is right there for this to occur and to happen, just with a few last little things to go in the right direction for your Seahawks as we approach this season. And I think we're getting closer and closer to the state of feeling more and more confident that that is the case. So I don't think it's being a homer, man. This is a team that 3 straight years has had a winning record. It's the first team in NFL history that's had 2 straight back-to-back winning seasons and not made the playoffs. And that's because, of course, of the extra added game in the season now and how that all plays out a little bit. But these are indicators of not a team going in the wrong direction, not a team trending downward, but a team that's trending upward, especially for a first-time head coach, the youngest head coach in the NFL, starting his first season with a 10-win season. I think you're just seeing it true and clear, Bobby. That's just my opinion on it, though. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. I can see Jarcadia Wright pushing out Martinez off. No good. Ooh, not a big Martinez guy. Okay. I get it. And look, to your point on that, when it comes to Jarcadia Wright, 6 carries, 37 yards in this football game, 6.2 yard per carry average. He came in after Damian Martinez with the 11 carries for 50 yards. So more yard per carry from him. Didn't necessarily have grade A blocking on the back of it to make it happen either. Much like I was talking about with Martinez. And the coaches are maybe going to be in an interesting position with that, to your point, Mumbles, where it's like they're having some fierce arguments in the middle of the night about which guy is better, which guy's got some upside down the line, which is the better fit for the offense. I'd love to be a fly on the wall, because I think when it comes to the running back room, even with Kenny McIntosh's injury, you're still in that predicament of having a lot of good guys you feel really good about, and you don't want to cut them. And another nice return here by the Chiefs players up to the 39-yard line. We've got to get this under lockdown a little bit better. That's the 3rd really nice return on the day here for the Chiefs. I know it's backups, but come on, Jay. Come on, Jay Harbaugh. Come on. Let's get this right, please. Please. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $5 donation. Your double dip donation today, too, as well. I appreciate that support. This is Brandon. Does Damian Martinez make the 53-man roster or go to the practice squad? Love to hear your opinion. I will give you that here in just a sec. We got a shotgun look here for the Chiefs, setting up to the 39-yard line. And off here to, I think that's Brashard Smith. And he'll get himself about 5 or 6 yards there on the run. Almost down to just about 6 minutes to go here. Would love to hear your opinion on Damian. So last year, the Seattle Seahawks carried 3 running backs. Second down here. Zappe will drop back to throw, and he's going to take one of the few attempts down the football field trying to hit it deep here, and it will be incomplete. Well played down the sideline by the cornerback. I didn't see the name on the roster there of who was doing it, but that's one of the few times the Chiefs actually tried to push the ball down the field. Odd offensive day here from the Kansas City Chiefs. So there's a part of this that I've wondered with Nicholas, that last year you carried 3 running backs, you carried essentially the one extra receiver, but you also were running the air raid, so you're going to need more of the receivers because you're going to run more of the spread concepts. 6-12 here, 3rd down and 4 for the Chiefs. Zappe drops back to throw. He's looking to the flat. He's under pressure. He's going to be sacked. Nicely done. Ivy back there. Coleman back there as well. Both of them kind of doubling up on the play. Ivy operating from a 3-tech position. He's the guy that flushed him back into Coleman. That's really Ivy making that play happen and making it happen with his hand in the dirt from the inside, from the defensive tackle position. Very cool from Ivy there. 3rd down, Seahawks defense not giving an inch to this Chiefs offense today. Here's the punt, 5:30 to go. So what I've been thinking with this is that it's as much as that you'd keep the 4th running back. Nice return here up to the 29-yard line. Nicholas, you'd keep the 4th running back because of the fact that you are going more run heavy. You will need that extra running back for the roster come game day. So you're going to more want to have the 4th guy there ready because you're going to probably call upon him. You're going to run the ball more wear and tear on your running backs, more of a need to go to that 4th running back. So I think logically speaking you would. But with that said, you also are trying to keep a fullback on the roster now. So you got to pull one extra guy from somewhere else already. So I do fall back in alignment on this, thinking that Holani's the guy in front of him at this point as the 3rd guy. If the team keeps 4 running backs, Nicholas, then I think Damian Martinez makes the roster. If they don't keep 4, then he's going to go to the practice squad. 1st and 10 here for the Seahawks. Milroe back under center here. Handoff inside to Jarcadia Wright. He's going to grind forward for a gain of about 2 yards. But it's hard on that because I'm just not quite sure how they're going to load balance that, Nicholas. And again, last year they only did keep the 3 running backs. And I do think Holani has certainly overtaken him at this point as the third back on your roster. Thank you, though, Nicholas. I appreciate the donations and your guys' support. I haven't even yet been able to catch all the way up on these donos. I formation look here from your Seahawks on 2nd and 9. Another handoff here. A lot of penetration by the Chiefs and a great job by Jarcadia Wright of just picking his way through traffic and hands and bodies and limbs and just finding a way to get a couple of yards on that play. Seahawks running backs have done a good job in this game of there has been good holes, but when there has not been good holes, finding a way to still make it a positive run. Go get yourself a couple of yards somehow or another on this. Very, very good job on their part in making that happen. 3rd down and 6 here. All right, you got a 4-man front, Jalen. Seahawks false started. Yikes. Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. Thank you for the $2 donation. He asks, how many receivers do you see us keeping? So we got JSN, Cooper Kupp, Horton and Bobo will be our kind of, there's a 4. And then I think the way this is going to go is Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and Derek Young. So I think you're going to go with 6. We got a handoff inside here. Jarcadia Wright is going to fight and grind his way here. Seahawks looking just to wind this clock down. You're going to have a lot of run game reps in this one, man. Benton's going to be a happy man with all the run game reps he's going to have to pull through here. This might be I don't know if I've had another preseason game I've seen with more rushing attempts from the Seahawks before in my life. 45 rushing attempts in this football game. This is old school football at its best, I'll tell you that. So, Jose, on the surface of this, I say 6. It is a little bit like the running back position, though, where it's a little bit uncertain because of the new offensive system as to whether or not you're going to adjust this because you need to build to the needs of the system. You need to build to more of the running back needs within the system, for instance. So that means one less wide receiver. And then there's a part that I wonder about where the Torrey Horton's ascent has that kind of now maybe potentially closed off the pathway here, and another great return. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're going to have a touchdown here from Sky Moore on the punt return. And the one little dark cloud coming out of this game has been the kick return coverage and the punt return coverage for your Seattle Seahawks in this one now. The one little itty bitty concern on this one that we're worried about. Harbaugh, you're starting to piss me off. I'm trying to be patient with you. I am trying to be patient with you, my man. But come on. Dude, somebody messed up on the Hawks. Two different guys on that are going to get their ass cut tomorrow with some of that effort. One guy had him all dead to rights and just a lackluster effort on the play completely. Ugh. Don't like to see that. So I don't know, Jose, if there's going to be that poll. That's my pecking order of the 6. I do wonder, too, if it comes down to you only carrying 5, Jose, I think there might be a real chance here a guy like MVS might actually have a bit of an uphill battle of making the roster because of the fact he doesn't play the special teams. And in Bobo and in Derek Young, you have 2 guys that do play special teams. I don't know that that's going to be the way it is for sure, but I wish I had a better accurate answer. But this is just a little bit of an uncertainty right now because of the new offensive system. And the fact that 53-man roster just puts you in that position of you got to pull from one and then you got to grab the other. And then you have the fullback aspect of this. And then remember, Jose, too, you got the 3 active quarterback aspect of this. So it's sort of like you've created already 2 different extra positions you need to have for this roster this year. Where are you pulling those other ones from? And that's a hard thing to predict exactly. 333DWS. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate you doing that. Folks, please do join our man 333 and sub on up today if you're not already. I would really, 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 really appreciate it. It does help out this channel, helps me grow and all that good stuff. And yeah, it's very kind of you for doing so. Get this thing open up. Very kind of you for doing that. Thank you for that, 333. And please, if you can, for me, hit that like button. Got a little sprint option throw here. Almost picked off in the back of the end zone by Jarek Reed. That ball will go in complete. And so we got 3 minutes and 3 seconds left here. Seahawks up 33-16, just looking to kind of try to close this game out and put this thing to bed. But do please, if you can, for me, folks, hit that like button. Get subbed on up. If you want to show your support of the channel, you can donate or you can join as a member or a patron. Members of this channel enjoy benefits like the PFF scores next day after the game. Got the call-in show once a month we do, and Thursday night football for members only. So also some bad benefits for that on that side. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Megan says, sorry, B, got asked for an interview on another stream. Love the score. What did I miss? Offense, and some good defense included with some piss-poor special teams play from the coverage units. But the base nature of this game comes down to a couple of just numbers that to me kind of tell the whole story. 29, nearly 30 first downs from your Seattle Seahawks in this game, for the Chiefs only having 8 first downs from the Chiefs in this one. You were 7 of 11 on third down efficiency. You, offensively speaking, did everything efficiently. You threw the ball efficient, passed the 17 of 29, 200 yards, 17 to 21. 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. So 10 yards average per attempt, no interceptions, 2 TDs, 139 rating from your quarterbacks. Your running backs had 45 rushing attempts for 268 yards. So you absolutely pummeled them when it came to running the football in this game and took it to them at the line of scrimmage. I mean, you really did. You won this game as much as anything on the back of that. Tremendous game, though. Absolutely tremendous. Hell of a game, Megan. Hell of a game. Thank you for the donos, though. Appreciate you. Cameron Mannion, thank you for the $10 donation. You guys are incredibly kind today on the stream with all of these donations and all of this support. I really, really do appreciate it. You help make this channel go, and I thank you for it, for doing that. Jalen Milroe, a little pistol look formation here. Handoff inside. Pulled down to the ground there. They're just trying to wind this clock out. I'm sure the Chiefs want to get off the field. It's wet. It's cold. Let's get out of here. Cameron, thank you for that $10 donation. He says, hey, B, I'm excited for the season to start. I've been working a lot, but I'm taking Sundays off now. Hell yeah, you can actually see that. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Let me get to the Cameron. I will get your donation above. I almost missed Cameron there. Cameron asks, Who's your favorite rookie, second-year player that you expect to have the most contribution to the team? Well, for $10, I'll give you both on that. I'll give you the second year and I'll give you the rookie. Another handoff inside here to Jarcadia Wright. He bounces through the hole. He's going to gain himself about 4 yards there. And that will take us down to the 2-minute warning. So for my rookie first, Cameron, Nick Imawari, I think, is going to be a fantastic football player. He has had an amazing camp. Not a good camp, he looks like a solid addition to the team. He looks like a difference maker in the secondary. And to have a guy like this, that's that guy that can be that, in addition to being such a pure fit to the McDonald defense, and that McDonald can use him all over the place as this chess piece that can move all over the board, that there's no restrictions, can only go 2 spaces to the right, can only go forward, back. No, this guy go up, down, back, sideways, diagonal. He can skip spaces. Imawari is going to be an impact player in this league, in my opinion, and he has got me hyped through the moon with his level of play. I think Zabel's going to be a steady guy, but I think with Imawari, you've got a guy that has all-pro kind of potential. Not Pro Bowl potential, but I'm talking all-pro kind of potential. From the second-year aspect of things, it's a very good question. I think Byron Murphy, Cameron. And Byron's talked about the fact he's going to get more opportunities to rush the passer. I think that that's true and real. I think the team understands that's where he's going to be at his best. I think you hear guys like Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy, Jaron Reed talk about Byron Murphy. And Jaron is not a guy to blow smoke. I mean, he is hyping this kid up through the moon. I mean, he thinks he's going to be a difference maker. And you just keep coming back to the fact that this was a guy you drafted because there was 14 straight offensive players to start off the draft. And that you didn't just in theory, because you happen to like the guy a lot, get the best defensive player in the draft, but that if I pulled 32 NFL teams from that draft, and I said, who is the best defensive player in this draft? The majority of them would answer to Byron Murphy. He would have been the betting favorite on that. So this guy's got that talent. You had to play him out of position a little bit last year, Cameron, but his talent is absolutely true and real. And I think that he's going to be a guy that shows out this year, goes and gets himself 7-8 sacks and is a force as a pass rusher inside, which is just a hell of a thing to add on top of this defense, on top of everything else. But those would be my two guys. Great question, Cameron. Fantastic question. Derek, the Seahawks and Lightning fan, thank you for the $5 donation, as well as I do believe you are a member of the channel. In addition to that, thank you for that. Says, hey, B, I'm excited for the season to start. I've been working a lot, but I'm taking Sundays off now, laughing out loud. I can't wait to catch more streams. Well, I love to hear that, man. There's nothing that makes my heart sadder than a man that has to work on Sundays during the NFL season. It's cold-blooded. It's vindictive to do that to a man. You hurt their heart. You hurt their soul. Those Sundays are hellacious work days. I can only imagine you're trying to hit the refresh button constantly. What happened? What happened? What happened? It's horrible. It really should be a national holiday for us. At least just during the football year, right? At least just during the football season. But glad to hear you'll be able to catch more streams, man. Thank you for the donations and all the support. 3rd down and 7 here for Milrow. Back under center here, looking like another run play, and it will be another run play here. And Chiefs were all over that one. They saw that coming. Hawks aren't trying to really hide their intentions here. Just get off the field is basically what they're trying to do right now. But thank you for that $5 donation, brother. And it's great to hear you finally were able to get off those Sundays, man. It's a beautiful day, Sundays. I just love it. You get up, you watch that first 10 a.m. game. You're watching Red Zone, getting yourself prepped. The coffee's running. 1 o'clock rolls around. Here we go, right? So it's so much fun. Yeah, you got to be off that day. All right, we got the punting unit out for the Seahawks. Hopefully a little bit of a better job here than the last one, which was a touchdown return on the last one there. Low snap. Dixon corrals it, gets it up high. Deep again, angling him towards the sideline. Fumbles the ball out. Dixon just said, I'll do it. He Thanos that. He's like, I'll do it myself. He dropped a B-2 bomber from the top of the sky there, and it had some wobble and twist on it, and the guy could not even catch it. Like the thing was like burning hot the way he reacted to that ball coming down. Chris Olson, thank you for the $2 donation. Chris, I appreciate you for that. He says, is Drake Thomas too small for middle linebacker? What are your thoughts? I think if you were asking Drake Thomas to be your full-time linebacker out there 24/7 for game after game after game, yeah, you'd see him exposed as probably being too small. I think that in a pinch for certain packages, you can get him out there. I think there's a way to kind of get around a little bit of that from a standpoint of rotational backup. But if you're seeing guys like Tyrese Knight or Ernest Jones go down for a significant amount of time, you're probably making a move for another inside linebacker. You're signing somebody off the street. He really is in a role more of I'm serving the role of I'm here to be that sort of special teams guy. I can come in and play a little bit in a pinch and be functional, but I'm not here to be like a multi-game starter. And remember with Drake Thomas too, the big claim to fame with him, Chris, is that he's got great coverage ability from the linebacker position. So you're at times going to bring him out for some sub packages where the team's going to pass on the other side of it. And you can really take advantage of his movement ability and his ability to play in space and coverage. So definitely you're on the right button with it being that I wouldn't have him out there as your normal starter guy, but just in the role he serves, you can get away with it in that manner, I would say. But you're definitely not rocking him 24/7. Chiefs are going to finish this one up and roll this clock out. They've had enough. They've taken enough slings, enough arrows. It's been enough difficulty for them on this side of it. So I'm going to get a little bit of coffee here really quick, and I will be right back here, and we're going to do some post-game discussion here. We're going to do a breakdown of this and explain what was what and what happened and how it went down, and I'll be right back. So bear with me, please. What a game. Love to see it. Love to see it. The Seattle Seahawks absolutely bludgeoned the Kansas City Chiefs today, 33-16, in a game where you walk away saying, what's the good and what's the bad? But when it comes to the Seattle Seahawks today after this football game, it's really nothing but good across the board with one little tiny itty-bitty exception. that we're not going to cover until the end on this little quick breakdown in regards to this fantastic preseason game as the Seattle Seahawks are slowly building their way to hopefully the team we think they can be this season. You don't arrive there overnight. You build it by performance after performance. You build it with strong training camp practice after strong training camp practice. And the Seattle Seahawks have done this every step of the way throughout this 2025 preseason period. Your Seattle quarterbacks today were efficient, were right, and were true. 17 of 21, only 21 passes in this football game. You know it was a good game when that was the case, or you just didn't have the football. 209 yards, 2 touchdowns, nearly 10 yards per average per attempt by all 3 quarterbacks playing down the line. 139.9 rating. So everything was great there on the surface of it, but this was a game about how you ran the football. Right from the start was Zach Charbonnet. He was shot out of a cannon in this football game, gaining yard after yard on every attempt, averaging almost 9 yards per average on his attempts. George Holani comes in there. He matches him at almost 10 yards per average on attempt. Every running back in this game was running well, was finding holes. It wasn't really until about the end of the game that the Chiefs were actually able to start to kind of compound and tighten things up on the inside and make things really difficult for your Seattle Seahawks then for the running backs, partly because the Hawks just got so predictable at that point because they were just like, let's just run this clock out and get this thing out. But you were doing what you wanted to offensively in this game. Whatever you decided to do, it was working. Clint Kubiak was again in his bag. He starts out the first drive with a lot of inside running with Charbonnet and A-gap runs and B-gap runs. Then he gets out to Holani. It's more of the stretch plays, and we're going to get outside a little bit. Then you start getting to more of the pitch plays as the game goes along. Good mixture between under center and shotgun kind of stuff. You have Sam Darnold in this game, 4 of 4 for 34 yards in that first drive, comfortable, on time. And the thing that really stood out about Kubiak in this game that's so very important with him is that a lot of what is the best parts about an offensive coordinator and how they attack their job and what they do for quarterbacks specifically is you have as a quarterback, a lot of times you're throwing 30, 35, 40 times in a football game. How many of those attempts from an offensive coordinator's perspective can I make easier on them? Can I make it to where they're not going to have to strain and go through multiple reads and avoid a pass rusher here that I couldn't chip block because I had to get a guy out running another route from the running back position? But instead ones where I get a guy rolling back in space and there's a free guy clear and easy right underneath for him to throw it right to, and he doesn't have to even think about that. And that's what you did today. So much of it off the play action, under center stuff, where the quarterback would come back out across the way and bam, right there he'd have an open guy, an easy completion to be had. On those 21 attempts, I don't know how many easy ones you had in there, but there was quite a few of them in there. And that alone made it a very successful day for Kubiak. And that alone is another thing that you should always be thinking about in regards to this Seahawks offense for this season, because it has been missing so mightily from our offenses in recent years, where whether it was Waldron or whether it was Grubb last year, oftentimes you were making the quarterback position hard to play. You're making it difficult for those guys, not easier for those guys. And this is a centerpiece of this offense, is that it will make it easier for these quarterbacks to execute the game plan, because there's a lot of this that you're just scheming up to make nice and simple for them, including with Sam Darnold right out the gate, getting him some easier throws there so they get into a little bit of a rhythm. Hawks, though, throughout this game ran the ball well. They were efficient offensively. They didn't have to throw very often. Drew Lock came in for Sam Darnold, and he played really well. I thought his decision-making was smart. He avoided that silly kind of interception that we saw last week with the pick that he threw. He had a beautiful little nine route fade ball in there to Bobo. Bobo went up and climbed the ladder. Bobo had 2 touchdown receptions in this game, but climbed the ladder beautifully to go make the reception. It was such a nice throw, though, as well, where you felt the velocity in that ball just about like leave an indentation on the chest plate of Bobo on the catch. Then Bobo on the bubble screen, which was a cool play as well, where he catches it. Bobo is not exactly known as being like a yak pure kind of guy, but makes the bubble screen catch there with 10 yards to go, makes a nice cut at the end of the play to kind of jump on in through the end zone. He was good in this game as well, more solidifying his spot on this roster as a guy, not just for what he brings you as a receiver, but he brings as a blocker, what he brings in as a special teamer. As well, in the same kind of vein, Derek Young had a really nice game, 3 catches out there, was really good after the catch in addition to running some really nice routes. A guy who's been here for a couple of years and has been developing as well, like Bobo, been in the program for a couple of years. A guy that's going to be very hard for you to find a way to cut him because of how good he has played this preseason period. And this does bring up kind of an interesting situation in regards to, what you do with Marquez Valdes-Scantling if those two guys are going to make the roster. And then you also have Torrey Horton potentially making the roster in addition to that. Does that leave MVS as maybe potentially a bit of the odd man out here? Defensively in this game, you got a really big fourth down stop early on in the game when you had more of your second string / quasi starters out there here and there. It was a bit peppered in, but a good job by the defense to get strong. And Julian Love came in and made just this awesome play where it's fourth down and, they got to get the first down conversion. He comes up and leaps up at the point of impact there where the running back is just trying to fall forward there to gain that 1/2 yard. He not only makes the collision point as he's being blocked, but then he grabs the guy around his waist and twists and turns him around to keep him from getting any forward momentum to go and then get that first down. That is a hell of a play there by Julian Love coming in a preseason game, a vet who could easily have taken his foot off the gas in this particular game going, hey, I'm just out here to get my reps as a first-string guy, get a little bit of a sweat, get myself prepared for the regular season. And instead what he's doing is he's saying, hey, no, youngsters, this is the standard. Doesn't matter whether it's practice, doesn't matter whether it's preseason. This is how you play hard. You are going to care. It does matter. How you practice, how you play in this preseason, it carries over when you're trying to set that standard that these teams are, that these vets on this team are, to try to get this team elevating itself up into a better status, into a contending status, if you were. Defensively speaking, where there were a lot of stars, no, just everybody was just kind of doing their job in this game. It really stood out to me in a lot of ways that the Chiefs' offense and passing attack throughout the course of this game was nothing but dink and dunk city. There was no attempts to really try to push the ball down the football field, no attempts to really try to challenge this defense. It just felt like the Chiefs just wanted to kind of inch their way up the football field throughout this game and not really try to challenge Seattle too much. And it just didn't leave the Chiefs offense feeling like it was able to do too much. They ended up finding one touchdown on a throw down there in the back of the end zone to Tanyan, which was a really nice play by the quarterback to go find him. But aside from that, Chiefs offense had nothing much to offer in this football game. Hawks did a good job of supplying pressure and finding ways to get that done on that side of it, but I don't think there was a lot of extravagant things the Seahawks defense was doing. Only a couple times in this game do I think they really tried to dial up blitzes on certain key third downs in this game, and it worked out really well. The blitzes were able to get in there and force the quarterback to get rid of the ball and get you on a fourth down stop at that point. You also had a safety in this game from another good player who's really had a really good training camp and a guy that you're really watching closely, Brandon Peely, was able to go get a safety after the Seahawks got stopped on a fourth down, right down by the goal line. This is kind of the benefits of that as a coach is when you go for that on the fourth down by the goal line is that you put the opposition's offense then on the 2-yard line, on the 1-yard line, and that puts them in a bit of a pickle there trying to get out from around there. But Peely did a good job shooting the gap and then getting his hands on the running back, pulling him right down to the ground instantaneously to go get that safety and really fully kind of shift the momentum of this game into the Seahawks' back pocket. They ran with that opportunity, but this was a game about control. This was a game about dominating the line of scrimmage. This is a game about playing efficiently and effectively on both sides of the football, with the one exception being your special teams play in this football game, where you once again allowed a couple of returns back in the kick return game, which had a little concern. There's 3 really good ones in this game from the kick return unit for the Chiefs. And then at the end of this game on a punt return, you allowed a punt return touchdown. So the return unit is one of those places that you did worry a little bit with on this team as a bit of a carryover from last year, where they weren't always strong last year, where there could be some issues at times last year in the return game, both punt and kick return. Showing up again here in this preseason contest. Hopefully something that they shore up here as we get to the regular season, and that the issues today were born out of guys that aren't actually going to be on the roster, especially on that punt return touchdown. You're trotting a lot of guys out there that aren't even going to be on the practice squad. So maybe not the biggest of deals in that moment that broke down in that way. But this is a successful preseason game, no matter how you slice it. This has been a successful training camp and preseason period for your Seattle Seahawks if they're looking to build towards being a team that can actually make some noise this year and not just scratching on the outside looking in when it comes to the playoff picture, but truly able to make some noise. This is the kind of team that you want to see come together in this way, where the whole plan is making sense and how it's going to take form. Dominant defense, a team that can run the ball effectively and efficiently, quarterbacks that can play within themselves, offensive coordinator that can structure things for that said quarterback to find them some really easy throws throughout the course of the game, get them into rhythm, and you're rolling with it all coming together. Now we just need the special teams unit to finish shoring up its side of it, specifically the defending of the kickoffs and the punt returns. But I can't find any real big black mark from this football game where you go, oh, this was bad. That everything was all good. And this team looks prepared to finally go out there and make some noise this season. You guys let me know, though, today. I would love to hear from you guys on this football game, and let's talk about this. Let's break this down a little bit. Let's discuss what we saw from this football team and what we think they're going to be able to pull off here this upcoming year. But this was a hell of a game, a bit of a stiffer test this week with this Kansas City Chiefs team, and it did feel like they were able to rise up to the occasion and meet this challenge. I know there's no Patty Mahomes. I know there's no Chris Jones. I know there's no Kelsey in this game, but you still had a lot of the good Chief players out there to challenge you in this one, and you gave it to them. You freaking gave it to them. Flight 266, thank you for answering my call on the subbing on up. I really appreciate you subbing up in that way. Folks, if you could for me, hit that like button, get subbed on up if you could. If you're not already, join Flight 266 in doing that. I really appreciate you doing that. Helps out the channel big time by you doing. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers this year. Flight, you're helping me get there a little bit closer. I appreciate you for that. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation, Megan. As again, I say, like hell, 4-11. I hear you, Megan. I do. I don't see 4-11 as any possibility here outside of completely an injury epidemic takes this team down. You know, everybody gets long COVID or something. There's just no way I can see this team anywhere close to that, especially with this schedule that we're playing. A schedule that looked easy on the surface of it when it came out, that was well set. The bye's in the right spot. It's a good balance. Some of the tougher games you're going to play are at home. Some of the easier games you're going to play on the road. Not too many 10 a.m. games. Everything's set there for you to be in a good position just on that surface alone. It's only made to look all that better here as we've had the time of that schedule to play out, as some of those other teams have had some hits that they've taken. And I don't see 4-11. No way, no how, Megan. No way, no how. Or I guess it'd be 4-13 or something. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation, Mark. It's only preseason, but the O looks functional. They do, don't they? It's kind of wild to watch, isn't it? An offense that looks so functional, so controlled, so, plays where you're seeing where it doesn't look just so hard all the time, like you're running uphill with boots on. And it looks a little bit more like, man, they're kind of confusing the defense. Man, the defense doesn't quite know what's coming. You know, man, we're on our back heel here a little bit. He's really got us off guard with his play calling. Very functional, Mark. And you've run the ball really well in this preseason to start things off. This team said, we're going to make this a point of emphasis this offseason. We're going to make sure we do this and we accomplish this season. And a great defense and a team that can run the football, those two things alone can help build a winning football team. Those two things go together like peanut butter and jelly. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate the donation, though, man. Simogen, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate you for that. So the Seahawks showed up, and we are looking good. However, what are your opinions on social media, on Hawk Blogger, Norb, Brandon, or even outsiders like Top Billing? Chat is split if they care. I'm not trying to be a kumbaya guy on here. I certainly would bring it up if I had a problem with any of the content creators out there in the Seahawks fandom. You can we can go through all of them on this Imogen. I work with a good deal of them. Haven't had the chance to work with a Hawk Blogger or Norm, but I absolutely would. I've got a lot of respect for each of their work. Those are two guys that have been in this game and Brandon included on this. Obviously, I think very highly of Brendan Nelson I've been working with him for 5 years. But in the case of those three guys, all those guys have been in this for longer than me. In some cases, double the time of even me. They put in the hard work. They've earned their success. They continue to work hard even after the success that they get. I think that's very much worth lauding, Simogen, and worth respecting. And it's something I do appreciate about our content creation culture we have here, whatever it is on the YouTube sphere of things, is that I think that the guys that get on here and do this put in a lot of hard work, that they're just interested in trying to get great content out to you guys. And there's not a lot of stupid, weird drama that can sometimes exist in some of the other fan bases in this kind of sphere of things where it can get a little bit weird and awkward. Top Billen is a great hype man, I would say. I think a lot of the coverage gets skewed a little bit with him on everything's great, everything's wonderful. And then you go, well, is the video just to click, you're creating for clicks or to inform and to tell people what you really think? Or is it just that you're a hype man, and you're just hyping people up and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think that's a little bit for me of where I tend to like on my coverage there that I know if a guy's telling me what's what, right? He doesn't have to always be right, but that what he's telling me is absolutely true that's coming out of his mouth and that there's not an underlying thing kind of motivating. And I think Top Billen does really great work. It's just my one little thing that doesn't have me necessarily as connected to his stuff as others are on it. I don't mind being hyped up. I don't mind positivity, but I need to know it's not just blindly being applied, that it's truly what you really, really do feel. But another guy that puts in a lot of hard work and has done a lot to earn his success, and nobody gets on this hemisphere of YouTube and just kind of lucks your way into this. You've grinded, you busted your butt to get there. And as a guy that goes through that, I have a lot of respect for others that have to walk that path, knowing what they have to kind of go through to make it roll. But I promise I'm not trying to play peacekeeper here. I'd tell you if there was something out there, but no, I think we're really lucky in the Seahawks fandom in that way that we got a lot of really good people who do a lot of really good work. Seahawks looking good though, Simogen. Looking real good. I'm feeling very, very good about this football team right now. I was feeling good about coming into training camp, and I'm just all that much more encouraged based on everything I've seen. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for 39 months. 39 months, 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate that dedication. Kansas City fans should be scared of how far the drop-off is from their starters. Offensive line looked amazing today. Yeah, that offensive line, that first group out there, my goodness, they were moving people, and they were creating some gargantuan-sized holes. Holy crap. And I have made my bold prediction before we came into this game, before we came into this season. I have just feelings about things, so I never want to lean on it too hard when I can't really back it completely with something, with a lot of evidence to support it, right? It's just kind of a feeling, and that is that I feel like the Kansas City Chiefs this year are not going to make the playoffs. I think that they've played a lot of football over the past couple of years. They're coming off a Super Bowl loss. That's tough. They're trying to rebuild the offensive line kind of back on the fly once again. They pulled it off once. I don't know if they can pull it off again. I don't know if they still have enough playmakers from Patrick Mahomes on the outside. They've never really been able to fully replace Tyreek Hill. And thankfully their defense has been dominant, which has helped them on that. But I was not blown away by the talent I saw from them out on the football field here today, to your point. And I don't know if that defense is going to be as strong as it's been in recent years. It kind of feels like maybe they're kind of maybe due for having a little bit of a backtrack year. Not that they're going to collapse now and it's the end of the Chiefs' run, but just that the timing of this feels like maybe this is one year where you have to kind of catch your breath from a Chiefs fan standpoint or Chiefs team standpoint and find your new way of kind of turning this forward into the next age of Mahomes, as he kind of now moves into the later stage, not late stage, but sub-later stages of the prime a little bit, getting close to that 30-year mark, start to kind of adjust things a little bit. Excuse me. Coffee went around the wrong pipe. V. More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, just wait until Cross is on the field with the boys. That's right. Not even any Charles Cross yet, right? We're doing all this right now without even that going down. So, well said, man. Yeah. Let's change this to the post game reaction thing here so people can see that on the deal. I'll change it back to the other in a second. But yes, sir. Charles Cross with the surgically repaired finger will be coming back along. He's going to, in fact, be back out here into practice, probably fully practicing here pretty doggone soon, I would say. I hasten to guess. So, yeah, that's only going to be able to bring bring that much more onto it with him out there. And yeah, you didn't miss a beat today without him out with them off the field, did you? Josh Jones has been doing a good job too. He's quietly had a very strong camp as well. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. We all need to calm down on Milroe. It's been rough as F. Yeah, Milroe didn't have quite as a smooth sailing day today. Now, not bad. 3 of 5, 46 yards. He did make a couple of nice passes. He wasn't able to kind of bust free and get loose with the running aspect of things. 5 carries for 18 yards. But, he's an in development guy, and he's coming along. And he's given us some good moments to feel encouraged about. But, to your point, Jeffrey, there's a lot out there wanting to rush him. Is he overtaking Locke? Is he overtaking Locke? And then the next thing will be, well, should we maybe just see what we got in him? Maybe we just see what we got. Maybe it'll be lightning in a bottle. And like you say, it's a calm down and it's a relax and it's an understanding of this process. And what happens in this process is that fans and people will get driven to want to go to the flashy new quarterback. And that's a draw. That's a pull. That's something that organizations and fans, that this is the thing that will pull you over. You want the nice flashy thing. You want that. You want to go see what it's got. What do you got? Maybe let's just see what we got. Let's just see what we got. And it's an understandable that pull exists, but you have to fight against that. It's like eating sugar at 11 o'clock. You're just going to get nightmares. You're just not going to sleep. It's not going to do you any good. And, so I think that's where with Milroe, we got to understand that the pull is there and understandable, but don't give into it. Let's give this guy the time. The team with their plan has been proven right on this. Look at how Locke looked today and in control in this offense. And he looked good last week as well, save for the interception, but Locke 10 of 12, 129 yards passing in this football game. Maybe your best performing quarterback in this game overall and how he played. Let him sit in that second spot. Let him come off the bench if Darnold goes down. And give Milroe this time. Give him this time. Let him develop. Let him improve. And if we do, we will be rewarded for it. But calming down is the right way to go. I agree, Jeffrey. 100%, man. Mark Sanchez, thank you for another $5 donation. Mark, I'm trying to not get too excited. But the O-line was dominant today. I'm at work right now. But when I get home, I'm drinking to our offensive line. Hey, c'est la vie, man. C'est la vie. And cheers on that one, Mark. I think you got a right to get excited. You had hope for this coming into training camp that A, B, C, D, and E, and F can be accomplished throughout training camp. We get to the preseason that we're going to see A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I see cleaner pass protection, where I see more holes in the run game. Will I see more of a diversification of the run game? Will I see some easier throws scripted in for my quarterbacks? Will I get my quarterbacks on the move? All of these things, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yes, 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 and yes. Things you hope to see in preseason, not just the regular season. I want to see the regular season too, but you build to the regular season by showing it in preseason, and you've seen those things. So I understand. I'm with you on it. I'm trying not to get too hyped as well on this and to catch my breath and to be like, all right, it's preseason game 2. Where progress is being made. It's going the right direction. But, it looks really good. Looks really good. You had freaking 48 rushing attempts in this football game. And you still managed to average 5.6 yards per attempt. That is the type of numbers you just don't see in a football game, be it preseason or regular season. You just don't see it. So it's moving in the right direction, Mark. And I think you got a rightful reason to be excited by this and to get hyped by this. And this team is going to have a good season this year. Vegas is off its rocker. The national perspective is smoking crack. I'm telling you now, it's going to be a good team. They're building this right, and they're doing it correct. And when you do that, you get the returns, and you get the returns fast. Let's go. Do it, Mark. Get that drink and get excited, man. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. Feed me. Brandon will always be my number one every day, all the time. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Feed me. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you on that. And, man, another man who's been a long-time supporter on this channel. And big time, not just the donation support, but vocal support as well. Feed me, and I appreciate that, brother. Megan, thank you for another $20 donation. Megan, you dropped a bunch of donos today. I really do appreciate you for that. Honestly, I'm not sure how I feel now I love the way we played today, but I'm concerned that this will not continue. Hope I'm wrong, but I just don't know. No, I think that there's a good chance that it only does continue and move forward. There's good preseasons, and there's preseasons that look, it's rightful, Megan, a little bit on this, to look at preseasons and go like, it's a mirage at times, and different coaches are pressing down at different levels of pressure, and certain other, got a coach like the Chiefs right now that they've got hay in the barn, and they've been to Super Bowls, and they just went to a Super Bowl, and they've got a whole lot of nothing to prove in the preseason. They're just kind of biding their time to get to the regular season. And meanwhile, you have a Seahawks young roster and Mike McDonald that's trying to establish a culture and a winning mentality and a standard. And that means maybe you're playing a little bit harder, and you're at home, and you're in the Pacific Northwest, and the rain's pouring, and the Chiefs are like, man, we're really far from home, and it's really late. It's like 10 o'clock when we're starting this game, and we're really tired. And, some of this does come into play a little bit, I think, Megan. But I think that there's also something on a grander scale that's bigger than that. That's more of the indicator that you're correcting things that were wholly wrong last year. Doesn't mean they're fully fixed, but you're getting them corrected. They're going to be improved. And with their improvement, you're going to bring things that you already did well last year to the table. And then that all comes together to make this team better, to make this team more, to get you more success for the upcoming season. I just think that if this thing's tracking in the wrong direction, if Kubiak's struggling to get his offensive scheme in place, struggling to get the details of this run blocking nature in place, that you would not then see the returns on the football field in the preseason. That there would be, you may see some success, but there'd be more of the ebb and flow. You wouldn't be getting to 50 rushing attempts, averaging 5.5 yards per attempt. You wouldn't be doing that at the same time as having quarterbacks with almost a perfect quarterback rating collectively after you ran 3 different quarterbacks out in one football game. These are all, to me, where I wouldn't falsely hype you up. I wouldn't falsely pump you up. I think these are true indicators of this thing carrying forward here, and that this is, it's a building block situation where everything's just build, but this thing is building towards the season being a good one, Megan. And I think it will continue. I understand the concern. We've been teased many times before, but they're just done this the right way. And with Kubiak's system, remember last year, can this system have a potentiality of landing in a place and finding quick success in a spot? Or is it a thing that takes 2 years, a year for it to get it onboarded? What did we have last year with the Saints? Instantaneous returns, and instantaneous returns with a roster that wasn't exactly stacked, that wasn't exactly set up for instantaneous success. And so I get the concern, I do, Megan, but I do think you're going to see this team in a different place this year. I really, really, really do. But thank you for the $20 donation. So very kind of you. You guys are just amazing. Just amazing. Abraham Newelt, thank you for heeding my call, subscribing to the channel. Please, folks, join Abraham and subbing on up here to the channel. We're trying to get to 20,000. Just got past 19.5 the other day. We're cooking through. We're cooking with gas. Almost getting there, but I'd love to get over 20,000 this year. It's a big-time goal for me. I'd love to have it happen. Abraham, thank you for helping me get to that spot. I really, really do appreciate you for doing that. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Brando, is Cross a 9-figure left tackle? Yeah. Kind of depends on when you're choosing to pay him. And I thought the team was going to get a extension done with him here before training camp, by training camp. It does seem to feel like maybe the team is in more of a position with Cross at this point of wanting to see a little bit more of a prove it realm, being, hey, we need one more 4th year of you to get this solidified into what, we think you can be. And so if that's the case, then yeah, by the time you get to pay him next year, that's going to be a 9-figure situation. He's going to be on a 4-year, $100 million deal. Something like that. If not right at 4, and if it's not at 4 at 100, it's like 4 at 94. So it's basically 4 at 100. But if you pay him now, you might be able to get under that a little bit. I think that's where it makes this a little bit tough on the Cross situation as much as any player on this roster. Kenneth Walker, you got to prove it. We need to see you healthy. Reek Woolen, we need to see you put a full year together, locked in. Make sure the tackling's still coming forward. Make sure the fitness scheme's going to work right. But there's some potential. We sign you the extension. Abraham Lucas, we got to see the leg's going to hold up. Boye Mafe, can the production be consistently there for a full year? But with Cross, he's been more consistent as a player. He's put himself into that place where he has earned the extension here theoretically right now. And you could save a bit of the money to do it right now. But I don't envy John on this one, because I'm sure you'd love to get the one more year of him out and be assured in what you're going to do with that if you give him that kind of contract, because it is a substantial deal you got to give him at that point. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Hot take, make Cross earn his spot again. Let it gel. I think they love themselves Cross. They're gonna let him come out, I think, and let him get a good run at this and be the starter out there. But look, Josh Jones was a former 3rd-round pick, a guy that's got some talent. He's not a Stone Forsythe taken at the end of a draft that's barely holding on for dear life every time, but a guy that can actually do some things on a football field. So just good to have him there. Mike Jarrell as well. I think it's one of the underrated parts of this team we don't talk about, is that the backup swing tackle role has been much more improved, and you feel much more better about where you stand with those guys if you have to call upon that depth. That's for sure. But thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate the donation. Erahim Hernandez, thank you for subscribing to the channel, heeding that call. Really appreciate you doing it. You're taking us a step closer to that 20,000 mark. 20,000 subscribers is a nice round number. It's a beautiful number at that. Love to hit that this year. Thank you. Ariam, hopefully I'm saying it right. Ariam Hernandez. I hope I'm saying that right. If I'm not, sorry for butchering the name, but I do appreciate you subbing on up to the channel. All right, let's see where you guys are at. And one just big old applause, all you out there. I mean, it took me just about 2.5 hours here. Just about 2.5 hours here to get through all these donations on the chat today. So thank you guys for all of your support to this channel, everything you guys do. So many members, so many patrons. Really, really is very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Rendaz, how good was Bobo tonight, though? Bobo's just awesome. Awesome. He's not a yak guy necessarily. He's not a rat guy necessarily, but you saw him on that bubble screen that he fights hard with the ball in his hands, and he'll give you everything he's got every rep. Part of what you like about the kid is he's one of those all laying on the line guys. And you felt that from him tonight. Sean says, I wonder if Cross will be having a club on his hand when he comes back. They do have him with a big-ass cast right now, Sean. I mean, he's been out there at practice right now. He's just not doing any of the impact with the hand stuff, but everything lower body-wise, you have him running. So they do have him rocking with that right now. I think when he comes back, that there'll probably be like a little baby thing, but I don't think they'll do the full cast. $sign Zully, Milrow looks promising. Darnold and Locke both looked really good as well. Yeah. Yes, sir. I concur on that. Thank you, D Nugget. Spencer Smith, how you doing, man? Says, hey, brother, I don't have a lot of spots, but there are going to be some openings for the Hawks Nest Fantasy this year at Hawks Nest. Well, Spencer's running our fantasy. Spencer, I'm going to touch base with you, brother. I'm been not getting around to that, but we've got to touch base. So I need to get the winner, and I need to get you some of the swag that I promised you. And then I've got another guy that emailed me out yesterday. So I know I got you, Taco. We've got the one guy I connected you with, and then I've got another guy that emailed me last night. And so, Spencer, I will... I'll look you up. I couldn't find you back up on Twitter. Thought I had our deal over on Twitter, our thread over there, and I couldn't find it for some reason. But I'll hit you up on the Discord channel and get you a couple of those names. And then, yeah, Let me reach out to me at heyhawksnest at gmail as well if you're looking to get in on the fantasy football, Hawks Nest fantasy football, knowing now we do have a couple of spots available. Jeff says, I want to see more Milroe in the preseason, but he's the PS quarterback for now. Yeah, I'm going to, hopefully next week we get a little bit more of him. Jeff, when you got him out the second half and Locke was coming out there again, I was kind of like, Locke was good. We know we got him. Let's get Milroe more of this action. Let's get him some more of the, worked in there. But they want to get Locke his work in this offense too and make sure he's prepped to be the number 2 guy. And once you get to regular season, the number 1 quarterback's taking so many of those reps. There's just, only so many reps to go through the next couple of guys to work through. But, yeah. Thank you, Duran. Appreciate you, man. Catalyst says, I hate when people say Milroe start by midseason. Me too. It's not happening. No how, no way. Not unless we have an injury issue. Hey, Josh, sugar at 11 p.m. Wait, didn't B just refill his coffee? Well, this is a little bit different because I have to be up till the butt crack of dawn because I still do the wrap-up video after I do the live stream. So I'm not going to be in bed till like probably 3:30, 4 in the morning. It's about the time when I usually get everything kind of wrapped up. So I got to be in on these game days, Josh. I got to put the eye black on, man. I got to tape up the fingers. I'm all in on these days. You know what I mean? Rondell's watching post-game coverage. Mike Bennett looks high as hell. Probably is, man. He's living that good life. Dogzilla says some of those O-line blocks in the first quarter were fantastic. Oh, it's that old meme where the guy's looking at the picture and he's like, I've been looking at it for hours. It's beautiful. I feel like that when looking at the holes that were being created in the run game for the Seahawks. It was just like in that first quarter where just like there's these gaping wide holes. Like there's no defender there. He's running free. They're not even touching him. Bradford looked good. Zabel looked good. They were running right over Zabel's side a few times there. Sundell played center today, Herbicide. Nolo Atimi, and Sundell acquainted himself pretty well. Yeah, no Olu today, bad back. Builder says, swear I saw him. Or did Haynes take some center snaps? I don't know if I saw, when I saw Haynes, they had him at right guard in this game, but he might have. Allen says, the first drive of the game is what I've been waiting to see the Seahawks for years. I hope they can keep it going forward into the regular season. It is, admittedly, it was a beautiful thing, Allen. The mixture, the run efficiency, the just off balance where you had the defense, the just working your way right up the football field. It was a thing of beauty. Dogzilla Cross was in uniform on the sideline. His bandage on the finger is only about 1 inch long. Oh, okay. So it's already coming forward there. All right. Good to hear. He must be getting close. Fake account, no one replaced him, but you and Corbin from Locked On Seahawks have become my Seahawks news sources. Well, thank you, fake account. And Corbin's another guy I didn't mention earlier, and I'm not just trying to be a love fest with this. I think these people on this platform all do really good work. And a part of why they all do really good work is that they're all really hard workers. And I'd add Corbin into that mix of things. And another guy that's been at it for many different years. And that's part of how you get good at doing this, I think, is that you are at it for so many years and you keep kind of cracking away at it. But we're very lucky as a fan base to have so many really good ones. Brenda Sharps ran so well behind the first string line. This is going to be a fun season. Thought in training camp, I noticed with them Rundaz watching him in person that there felt like a little bit of an extra little bit of extra just boost to him, if you were. And when he decided, I'm going to click this in and go, felt like a little bit quicker than I'd seen him at times in the past, where there have been times where he gets the ball and you go, taking you a minute to kind of get up to speed here. I don't know if he maybe lost 5-10 pounds. Maybe he's just getting efficiency, working harder, just making it happen. But he does seem quicker, Run. He just does. And yeah, he was attacking those holes, fiercely attacking those holes in this game. It wasn't just kind of going through them, but he was head down, hammering them full speed by the time he got through, which is just how they teach you to do it. This big part of the system with the outside zone is once you get to your hole that you pick, you better hit that thing like thunder, like lightning. Fake account center clearly isn't a concern. They haven't drafted a quality center or acquired a quality center since Posick, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's been a bit of time. Supposedly fake account, they were trying to get in on the Drew Dahlman situation this offseason. I don't know how true that is, but it has been a position that's been tough for them to fulfill since they lost Max Unger, or traded Max Unger away. King says, I wonder what people think about MVS future with Bobo and Horton on the rise. I think he's got to be getting a little nervous. Got to be sweating a little bit. I would even offer, how about, with Drake Young's game and how he's looked in preseason. And he's made a couple of catches and he's looked good and he plays special teams. I mean, there's another guy on it. Drake Young, 3 catches, 52 yards on 3 targets. I'm sure he's still got a track to make the team, but you running back and receiver, you got some tough decisions to make as far as the coaching staff right now. And you're probably going to be cutting away somebody you don't want to really have to cut away. Williams says, hey, B, did you like the nose tackle safety? I love me Brandon Peely, man. And it gets me up down a couple levels. It's just cool as far as you have yourself stopped on a 4th down stop offensively at the 2, and you're like, no, that sucks. And then you come right back on the next play at the safety. That's just like such a great turn. But the fact that it's a guy that you're really hoping, you'd love to see him make the roster, but in him making the roster, it also then means you have your guy that can play some nose tackle snaps, and then he can be a pure nose. And that now you can be able to free up Byron a little bit more. The more quality nose tackles you have, the more Byron Murphy gets the opportunities to be able to operate from the 3-tech. One leads into the other. And the fewer that you have, conversely, the more we're going to see Byron Murphy up there at the nose tackle having to take on 2 defenders at once again. 2 blockers at once again. But it was a beautiful play, William. It was a beautiful, beautiful play. And Peely's had another guy that's had a really good camp. Not just one day, looked good in the scrimmage I watched, looked good at training camp practice. So another guy that's been just sort of stacking days up. And yeah, MBS didn't play. Herbicide, that's true. David Yang, we won the Super Bowl. We did, David. Chase, thank you for the $5 donation. Chase Stern, good to see you in the house, man. And thank you as well for being a member of the channel. Hey, B, really nice game today for us. How big of a jump do you think Byron Murphy will take this season, assuming he will get to play the 3-tech role? I think it's going to be a major jump this year. The fact that this team saw this guy as the best defensive player in the entire draft last year is something that doesn't get kind of talked up enough about. And I know that it was a little bit of a quiet first year because of him having to be allocated over to the nose tackle position and take on double teams more often than not. And so it just put him in a position to not be able to show off in the way he could, partly because you had Leonard Williams just being a defensive player of the year like monster from the 3-tech position. But Byron Murphy is a monster. And he's a guy that well-deserved the Seattle Seahawks putting the stamp of the best defensive player in this entire draft on his back. And I think he is the guy that comes forward because of the reason you mentioned. He's going to get those opportunities at 3-tech. And if I give this guy one-on-one opportunities, and watching the film last year and the times, those fewer times that he did actually have where it was one-on-one, he would go out there and eat. He'd go out there and hunt. He'd go out there and be a problem for an offensive lineman that didn't have that buddy right next to him to give him some of that help. So I see a 7-8 sack year from Byron Murphy. I see him both being a monster in the run and as a pass rusher. And I think he's going to get more of those opportunities. And I do think that a lot of this is going to be Jaron Reed transferring more over to the nose tackle position to free this up, because Jaron got good production last year as well, but that production was coming from him as a 3-tech, really, by and large. He did some nose tackle stuff, but he was eating up more of those 3-tech backup snaps from Leonard Williams, Chase. So I would, I think he will. He's my guy that from that rookie class last year that I think takes a big, big, marvelous leap forward this year. And then you can really feel why it is Seattle had that outlook of him, of being the best defensive player in the draft. And that you got the opportunity to get the best defensive player in the draft, remembering why? Because 14 straight offensive players were picked to begin that draft. You had something occur that had never happened in NFL history, which gave you the conditions to go get this great player at a spot you should have had no business in being able to pick him up. Whoever says, I'll catch up with you guys later. Tired, been up all day. Go Hawks, good win. Can't wait for the regular season. You have yourself a great night out there, Herbicide, and I'll catch you during the regular time. Jeff, after watching the Titans-Falcons game where everyone just seems to be out there in the fourth, it was great to watch our guys play hard to the end. Boy, you aren't lying, Jeff. I tried to watch that initial game with the Falcons and the Titans. I was asleep in the first quarter on that sucker. You talk about a snooze fest and two teams that don't feel like they're going anywhere, two teams that don't feel like they got any juice. That's how I felt watching that first game, and you're right, especially when you compare it up against this game and how you were rolling and how you were playing. Didn't feel anywhere near like the same kind of intensity. Mr. Dog, I was watching a channel called Chat Sports, and the host was just making up stories about the Seahawks, like we signed someone when we really didn't, clickbait. That's Chat Sports. They've embraced the process in a way you've got to kind of respect it, where it's a channel that's created itself knowing that you can create clickbait stuff and you can make people click on it. You can say, the Seahawks just made a major trade, and people see that up on their feed and they're going to click on it. And even if people learn that you are that clickbaity type thing, there's still enough new people looking for content all the time that you're going to catch them next. And it's kind of like that disposability in content creation where it's just like, people don't exist and annoying your audience is not a big deal. Like, who cares? Just get the clicks. That's how they roll. I wouldn't find it very satisfying myself, but they make it work. So who am I to knock them for it, I think this has got to remember, Big Cat Lawrence did not play on defense. That's true. Doug's I think Byron is a great fit at nose tackle. Don't care if he's not getting sacks. He's a very good nose tackle. He can get the job done over there. I don't think it's where he's at his best. I don't think he's also where I'd say Dogzilla. I don't think he's dominant over there. He kind of gets by at the nose tackle position, but he's not out there dominating it. He's going to get pushed a little bit back with a double team. That's part of what I lament with it is that he can do it fine, but he's not doing it at a dominant level. Whereas a 3-tech, he can be a dominant 3-tech. And that's where I have a little bit of the issue with it on at times playing him too much over on that other spot. But he can do it. Seahawks media. Mariners and Astros are tied up in first place, and Mariners got a W today. Bring home the Super Bowl trophy and World Series trophy in the same year. Wouldn't that be amazing for Seattle? At the two trophies at the same time. I think we can pull that off. I'd love to see it, man, and awesome to see the Mariners getting hot, but getting hot in the back of, and what it could do for the team to inject a bit of that spirit of we're truly going for it. We're truly trying to win. We're truly going to try to make this happen this year with some of these trades we're going to make. You reward the clubhouse for the effort for what they did to get you there in the first place. And now they're rewarding you for taking those, making those leaps on those trades. And they've slowly kind of finally built this lineup into a place of respectability, and it's very cool. Quinn just got home for the game. We're soaking for that W. Super Bowl incoming. Boy, you were ever, man. That looked like that rain was falling. It's that August rain when it falls, and it's heavy and it's hard. It hits you like, man, I can feel that. But a hell of a game, Quinn. Hell of a game. It must have been a fun one to watch in person, and very successful preseason game to finish off of here for your Seahawks. Very, very, very good spot to move off of from here as we move forward to the Packer game. And man, can the regular season start? Can we get there? Bay Area? Nope, Niners are not our poppy this year. We're going to be your poppy this year. You get ready for week 1. The window will be shut. That slamming sound you hear with the crashing of the glass behind it, that is the Seattle Seahawks slamming your windows shut week 1. Get ready. Megan says, I'm heading out to church. See you on the round table. Sounds good, Megan. Thank you for all of your support today, and you have yourself a great night. Again, hope that leg's feeling a little bit better. Yeah, Diego, Chat Sports is kind of the worst channel. I hate that about it. That's the worst type of approach to take towards creating content for people and to try to entertain people. I think and I've heard horrible stories about them on lives and stuff. But they, like I say, they own it, They totally own it. That's right, Jeff. 2 trophies, 1 city. 2 trophies, 1 city. Let's go. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. I appreciate you for that. So the lack of respect or general acknowledgement from national media year after year while being one of the most consistently good teams bothers me. It did bother me for a great deal of time as well, Jeffrey, and I think it's not incorrect to feel bothered by it and to feel like that this is kind of stupid. It is dumb, and the reasons for it are dumb. But it is also one of those things that's a little bit like the way the river flows. And being that there's so many decades of me being faced with it in a variety of Hawk teams and a variety of different states, good, bad, and other, that I think it's always just going to be the way it is. And what I take away from it, Jeffrey, is just that when I hear a national perspective on the team, unless it's a voice that I really respect and know is true and right in their outlook of things, I don't pay much attention myself. People get caught up on power rankings and quarterback ranking, and I don't really spend much time on it just because I just don't think these people base a lot behind it nationally. I think it's a lot of kind of lazy takes and a lot of surface dwelling when it comes to trying to consider the rankings of this team or the rankings of this position, in my opinion. But I get it. It is something that you see facing over and over again, and it gets frustrating especially when you have some of those teams out there that get a lot of hype that are not good. And they're kind of getting those hype because they're like a blue blood organization. They're one of the revered organizations. So they always going to be talked about. Like the Giants, for instance. Giants have been talked about way too much over the past 2 years for how bad a team that is. It's New York. It's the Giants. Who cares? Diego says, Mr. Lives, man. Good to have you back, my brother. Go Hawks. Well, good to have you back too as well, Diego. I really appreciate that, man. And we are going to have ourselves, I think, a hell of a year. We got a lot planned, a lot set up. We got sponsorship kicking in on September, which is cool. So we're making progress here. You know what I mean? We're rolling. Diego says, love the Niners invest their time in the Seahawks live. Haha, love it. Barry, it's going down, man. Sorry. You know it in your heart. Barry, you're already feeling it in your heart. You're sensing that same sort of darkness that was there last year for your Niner team. When guys were getting shot and guys were holding out, you can feel it again. That stirring, that itching at the back of your throat. That acknowledgement that you still have talent, but you're not going to be good. But you still have talent, but you're not going to be good. That fleeting hope that you possess that somehow this easy schedule will save you, that the easiest schedule in the NFL handed you will save you. It won't save you. All that's doing is giving you false hope. But don't worry. We'll shutter that and put that to rest very quickly and very simply once we get to week 1. Just a couple weeks. Sean S., how you doing? Poncho, thank you for the $5 donation. Poncho. Hey, Brando. Sent you an email about the fantasy draft. Also, finally, we have a competent offense. Every drive felt intentional. Go Hawks, baby. I did get your information, Poncho. And in fact, we had Spencer on the stream here earlier. Spencer is he's our commish in the fantasy league there, Poncho. So I'm going to you've got a spot earmarked. We do have openings too, Poncho. So I'm going to get your spot earmarked over there. We got to get you, we'll get you an invitation off to I'll send you back an invitation off to the Discord channel for the fantasy football Discord. And then we'll get you connected with Spencer and get everything kind of figured out as far as the timing for the draft, because I know we're going to have to do that soon. So if anybody else wants to potentially join up in the fantasy, hit me up on heyhawksnest@gmail.com and we'll get you all connected up. But Poncho, we've got you set. We've got your spot set with that, so I will get that off to him here, if not tonight, tomorrow on that side of it for sure. He says, he also says, finally, we have a competent offense. Every drive felt intentional. Go Hawks, baby. Go Hawks, baby. And thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate you for that, Poncho. It's a good way of putting it. Intentionality. You know, you have a plan in place of how you're looking to attack this Chiefs team. You can see some variance in the way you're attacking. You can see you kind of go here and then you're going to go out here a little bit. But you can feel how things work together. You can feel how you start to run the ball, then you work the play action, and then you work the movement of the quarterback off the play action. And it's the details of this run blocking scheme. I think this is part of why you're seeing such big holes open up here for this team so far this year right now with it. But everything does seem to have a purpose to it. Everything seems to have less of your quarterback dropping back, staring out there, and unsure about what he's doing. So much of what we saw last year was kind of two parts that really are, I don't know, fixed or just much different this year. And what I'm seeing from especially the quarterback play, which is a lot less of you dropping back and then just looking like deer in the headlights out across the field and going, there's less of that, which definitely does stand out. But it's also just the under center stuff and the play action stuff that get your quarterback into positions for nice free and easy completions. Another thing missing last year where Grubb just felt like he was drawing up plays, and a lot of the plays would be, I'm sure, super complicated and a lot of interwoven parts, and we're running flood concepts here and flood concepts there and move multiple guys in space here and rub routes there. But it would a lot of times end up with the quarterback having to make a real high-level throw or a real high-level read, or both of those at the same time in Gino's case. It's hard to ask your quarterback to live that life 24/7. Slarty Bogarty, all 22 got a video on the game already? Oh, wow, that's quick. They get it out fast for the preseason. They won't get that stuff out that fast for the regular season, I'll tell you that. They make you wait 24 hours. Bank account Seahawks need to force the acknowledgement of their team, Andaleo Cowherd, and have Cowherd eat his words. I guess Cowherd's actually got us in first place this year, fake account, if you can believe that. Guy's been a hot hater for a while. It's got us actually up in number 1. Wouldn't surprise me. Megan says, sure, Hawksnest, not sure I'll be in fantasy this year. Understand, Megan. We'll definitely let Spencer know on the Discord channel if you get a chance, because we're going to try to lock down our final roster of fantasy folks this season. But I get it. It's a commitment. It is. Jeffrey, I was looking forward to watching Shanahan blow another 20-point lead in the Super Bowl. Looks like we'll never get to see that again, though. Drats. Alan, where's Brandon Ayuk? He's still recovering, man. Probably going to miss a couple of games to start the year out at least, and we'll see where that health is at fully by the time he gets on the field, being that was a very, very serious injury that he sustained. No small little thing that he kind of ran through there. He's a wider fan. He doesn't know any better. That's right. That is absolutely right. All right. We'll probably go a little bit longer here. We're crossing the 4-hour mark today on the stream, and I got a wrap-up video here I want to put together here for the team here tonight. So probably get a little bit more of the discussion in if you got some questions or comments you want to discuss tonight on this game. Herbicide Bradford did look really good today, by the way. I agree with you there. Very, very good seeing what he was doing. Yeah, $sign solely. I think a lot of us on this content creation business all do good in kind of our own way. I think it's awesome too, is we all got kind of, I think, our own different approach to it. So you do get a little bit of, I think, variance in the content out here. And different guys got their different ways they go about what they do. Bears says, yeah, I'm not ready for that smackdown. I'm about to get lit up. Nah. We're gonna run it down your throat. We're gonna have the 50 rushing attempts like we did today. 50 rushing attempts, folks. 48 times you ran the ball, 268 yards. You were working your way towards almost 300 yards rushing. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. And Darnold looked really good. He was comfortable back there. You can see rhythm passer, on time. Give me a good scripted play to work off of. I will execute it to the utmost. He's got that in his bag. Judah says, I have not enjoyed a Seahawks game this much since our 2018 game. I think against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh, where Russ was throwing it across the middle and he was running intentional play. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. That was that game with Rashad Penny where he gave him an inside run to Rashad and you had Russell leading the way on the block. But I would get it, man. This was a thoroughly enjoying game in every which way but loose. I mean, your defense was stifling. Chiefs just felt like they could just, all they could do is just kind of just barely sort of chip away and take the 2 or 3 yards every play, be it a pass or a run, and that was all they were going to get. Your offense was so efficient, effective. They got in the red zone. They're going to score. They put touchdowns on the board. The third down conversions, you're 7-11 on the day. Almost 30 first downs in total. This was just a dominant effort all the way around. I mean, the scoreboard in some ways doesn't even fully really capture how good you were as a team in this game and how well of a game you played. And the way you won today and the way you went about getting this job done is also the way we're hoping this team will get the job done moving into the regular season. You didn't go out there and throw for 450 yards and you're going, well, okay, we threw for 450, but that's not really what we're trying to do this upcoming season. That's good, but that's not really the identity we're trying to forge. But that's not what you did. Both of these first 2 games have been within the identity that you are trying to forge for this team. What you tried to build in theory this offseason on paper, you're seeing in practicality on tape. This is where my optimism is really just being buoyed by as much as anything. Dan says, what are your thoughts on Jake saying Jimmy G could get this Rams team to the playoffs in a couple of wins if necessary? I mean, Jake gets a lot of hardship here from people in the chat at times with him on being with the homer takes and everything being that the Rams are just awesome, amazing in every respect of things. And I think he believes it in what he says. So I don't think that he's a gas up guy. I think that there is definitely a valid criticism to throw at Jake's feet to say that he leans a little too much in the positive direction. Now, to give Jake a little bit of some rope back on this one, you know, that team has been the better team in the division the past couple of years. You know, they're the team that have, gotten the playoffs multiple times, found playoff success, pushed the Eagles to the brink much more than the Chiefs did last year. So there is, to a degree, there's some reasoning in behind him feeling the way he feels and how he discusses this stuff, but it gets pushed into a bit of overdrive, in my opinion. And when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo, it's like whoever would have been the backup quarterback on the team would be magnificent, kind of, I feel like, unless they're just falling on their face from Jake's perspective of things. And with Jimmy Garoppolo, we know very keenly who he is and what he is and what he'll do for you. And if you ask him to start a couple of games, what you're going to get with that. And I don't think it will turn out well at all for the Rams if they're asking him to start more than like 1 or 2 games. It's going to go downhill fast with Jimmy. But I do think there's, I do think Jake on this is being a little bit of homerish on it. I mean, it's you're riding or dying with Stafford. That's just the bottom line. And Stafford's still a really good quarterback and absolutely could still go win you a Super Bowl. But it's on him that this gets done. You're not getting it done going to Jimmy G halfway into the year and somehow McVay's fine. Like he's almost intimating somehow if that were to happen that McVay's found some answer in Jimmy G that Shanahan couldn't find. No, I don't think so. Fake account says, does Seattle need a new kicker for field goals? No. Myers was 1-1 today, 4 of 4 on extra points. So he had a good day. He did his job. He's in the final year of his career or final year of his contract, so you may look after the year because you don't want to give him $5-6 million per year again, but no. Addicted Brandon, are you starting to consider jumping on the Jocadia Wright hype train yet? Just teasing. He did impress in that Lumen Field scrimmage a few weeks ago. Yeah, he was solid in the scrimmage, and he had a hell of a play here. We dragged down to the ground and landed on the guy, and so his body didn't touch the ground, and so he popped right up and still kept the run going. And he has been impressive. He's run hard. He's been able to a lot of times on some of these runs be able to easily be able to skirt the first tackler to extend the run for whatever he can do on the run to extend it. If it's just a couple of yards, or he actually is able to kind of bust it out a bit. He's going to be probably a guy that goes to the practice squad at this point. He's firmly, I think, fitted, and this is your fifth running back, and they're going to find a way, I'm sure, to put him on the practice squad, I would think. But he's been very good. Love how hard he runs and hard to bring down. Seems like he's just kind of hard guy to get your hands around and pull him down the ground. He's just kind of naturally slippery. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation, Quinn. Says, got myself a Darnold jersey. Have a bet with a non-believer friend, and if we make the playoffs, he'll reimburse the jersey for me. Looking good so far. I think that's a hell of a bet. I think that's a solid bet. And non-believer is a great way of putting it. Darnold's a guy that he has created an opinion around him that is very strong from most people. And most of the strong opinion does hover around the fact that he sucks. He's not good. He's closer akin to what he was as a New York Jet than he is closer akin to what he was as a Minnesota Viking. But there are those like myself and yourself, Quinn, with this, and I think this is the place where as a fan, you have to look at and realize where the sport changes and evolves. You have to look at where there's market opportunities. You have to look at it where there's organizations that get things wrong, and not that the players are wrong. And that the success of a player in the NFL is so much more intricately linked back to the organization and the position they're putting him in for success, more than it is just, are you a hard worker? Can you work hard enough? And can you study hard enough to realize the potential you offer? That's a part of the puzzle. And certainly there's plenty of players that just don't realize it, don't care enough, don't work hard enough. But I think that tends to be the lazy way fans apply to the player's failure, is that it's almost like at a 90 percentile somehow that it's always on that player for that being the reasoning. Where I think it's a lot more closer to the 50-50 stuff, where it's a lot of times of guy went to the wrong team, guy went to the wrong scheme, guy who didn't have a right developmental plan in place for him to get the most out of him. The team just kind of dumbly were just kind of riding around doing whatever, ready, aim, fire, so to speak, if you were. And in Darnold's case, with the Jets, we just had, this is a hilarious part for me, Quinn, to some people that are such non-believers, is you just literally had a guy that was a Jet draft pick that was drafted to be the heir apparent there, to be the guy who got thrown too fast into the fire on a team without much supporting parts. And then people let that thing fit in their mind of how they think about that guy, and that thing carries through for 10 years. And there's no adjusting off of that, rather than taking into that account and really kind of factoring in and going, well, there's this and that and this. Sam Darnold, you got Adam Gase there as your quarterback. Who would be successful there? What Jet quarterback has been successful in that environment? And if it's happened just the last QB just had it happen and found success, why is it so crazy that it could happen again? And especially that you can see the same journey and path Darnold has walked here, Quinn, that was the same journey and path that Geno Smith walked to get to that place of progress, to get to that place of development, to get down the line a little bit as a player, that you don't just stay stagnant, especially when it comes to the quarterback position, where there are so many little minor skills to master to elevate your game and make you better. Your footwork, your reading, your processing in the pocket, it all coming together over time, and then it takes time. This position especially just takes time. We'll see if we're right on this one. But I'm feeling nothing but more and more, like you say, Quinn, looking good so far. I'm feeling nothing but more and more confident in my outlook of him, and that this guy is not going to be some great drop off from Geno Smith that we now just fall into the trash heap as far as the quarterback position, but instead that it's a lot more of a lateral move than many of those people out there are willing to believe. And I think we're gonna be looking mighty right on this, Quinn, coming down the line, a couple months down the line of this. I really do. Dogzilla, how many of the Chiefs' number one did not start quarterback one? I didn't do an itemization on that, Dogzilla. It's hard to kind of read on the fly. They did have some starters out there, though. It was not just you're running with the seconds all the way across the Chiefs. The notable guys, Jones, Mahomes, Kelsey weren't in there, but I know Creed Humphrey was out there. They had Simmons, the rookie out of Oregon that they took in the first rounds out there. I believe I saw, I thought I saw Trey Smith out there as well. Their offensive line, I think, was rocking their number ones out there. Karlaftis was out there. So, I think they were running some of their ones. They were. Kendrick says, tell Jake that Devontae Adams said, get me the hell out of here. Garoppolo's trying to get me killed. Laughing out loud. That's right. Jimmy was with the Raiders for a while. I forgot about that. And he's going to be a hospital ball city guy because of the fact that teams understand that Jimmy can't throw outside the numbers. So they squish down on all the interior routes. And what you eventually have then is squish down interior routes means that that's a shorter space for a receiver that's making the catch before the guy's going to whack him. That's tough. But Jimmy doesn't have the option to just, I'm going to go throw the 9. No, he can't throw the 9. And teams know it at this point with him. Juliet Ramirez, first-time commenter, long-time listener. Thank you, Juliet. Still thinking about the first offensive drive. It was an absolute thing of beauty. Can't wait to see what the season brings. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for commenting. I really appreciate that. I love seeing the active participation in there on top of listening. I do. Just adds to the overall flavor, adds to the overall discussion. It really does. I thank you for that, Juliet. And it was just a thing of beauty. It's like looking at a painting. You just go back and you just go, wow, look at it. Look at the shading here. Look at the shadows over here. Look at the depth of perspective and the way it almost looks like 3D as I look at it, just like 3D popping out at me. It was that. There's a guy in Kubiak that you can see is not a play caller who's just sort of like, I've never done this before. How do we do this? Is this a play sheet? Okay, I'm going to call this. I'm going to call that. Instead, it's a guy that's going, I'm going to do this to move you here. And I'm going to do that to move you here. And then I'm going to get your eyes looking over here, but I'm coming back over there. It's a guy with a plan of attack and how he does this stuff, and it works. There's a reason why this system is the system that is being run by so many teams in the NFL, and it's got different iterations of it, but the bones of it are the same because it is effective. It does work. It helps out your quarterback play. It makes your offensive line more effective. And that's, as I've said about what Mike McDonald brings defensively that I've talked about for years, and what a coach's job is to do now as much as anything I would say ever before. I think that in the past, motivation was a bigger part. I think now with the money and with the competition that's out there, I think players are a lot more self-motivated than ever before. And now it becomes more about the X's and O's and the schematics and you being able to put the players in the position to succeed more often than not. And what differentiates one good coach to the other good coach is how much more often you can do that versus the other coach out there that does that. And what we've seen with recent offensive coordinators in Waldron and, quite frankly, in Grubb are two guys that didn't put their guys in as many opportunities as they should have to give them a chance for success. And instead, they went the opposite way with it. But Kubiak is on that other end of the scale. And that's what you got today. 21 passes. How many of those passes, Juliet, not just outside the first drive, but I think there was 2 or 3 on the first drive, but how many of those passes were just easy rollouts thrown to a guy who's wide open in space, just a little flick of a throw. Quarterback's got just an easy sight line to him, no chance of ever being picked off, just an easy throw, easy completion, 8-9 yard gain. I mean, over and over, and that's only on 21 attempts in this game. You must add 8 or 9 of them, almost half of your throws. And this is how you make the game easier. I got a quarterback throwing 30 times in the game. If I got 14 of those throws, there's some easily scripted stuff in there. In this play, you're going to drop back. You're going to look down the field, go hit the flat. Okay, this play, we're going to have your rollout, come back across the weak side of the formation on the rollout. I'm going to be bringing the tight end back across the formation. Just a quick, easy throw out there. Bing, bam, boom, you're done. I give you 17. Now I've reduced down. You got like 12, 13 high-level throws you got to make and process. A little less strain on the quarterback. You get them a little bit more in control, comfortable, cool, calm, collected. All the C words. That's what you saw today from these quarterbacks, Juliet. They know it. They feel it when they drop back. And what a beautiful thing it was. Catalyst says Garoppolo's like Derek Carr and mobile and throwing hospital passes. Exactly. He is. And in Carr's case, he just didn't care. Carr had a little bit more arm strength to be able to sometimes push the ball, but Carr played the game scared. It's good that he did retire. And that's where I think they both have that in common. I think that there are players that play this game scared. I'm never a guy that likes to question toughness, but I've watched both of those two guys shrink away from contact in games and literally be mid-pass and short arm a pass so that they could turn their shoulders and protect themselves. I have a very low opinion of Jimmy Garoppolo as a football player. Very, very low. Chris says Jake seems like a nice guy. He absolutely is. But he's a little over the top on his Rams. He absolutely is too. And it's not the most egregious of things. You're too much of a fan of your team. It's like, well, it's a line we all walk. It's a line we do all walk. And some are better than others at doing it. But there's no denying he's a Ram through and through, and he loves his team. Mo Maggot Yallin. How you doing, Yallin? Hey, B. Feels like the system really allows players to be swapped in or out. Horton or Derek, either running backs, even the tight ends and fullbacks. You're not losing much, but linebacker depth is very concerning. Linebacker depth is one of those places I do hope, Yallin, that maybe there's a place we can find after the cuts of a decent, maybe an elder statesman linebacker. I mentioned a guy like Eric Kendricks, for instance, is a bit of that kind of guy, maybe. You okay? Sorry, I hit it. That was me. But that's maybe where you can go find a guy like that. I think if the depth got weird, that the nice part about this for me, Yallin, is that when it comes to certain positions in the sport, if you find yourself decimated, you can tend to find an answer out there. If you're midseason with a wide receiver situation that's light and lean, you're kind of stuck. Same thing I would say with tight end. Cornerback. Your cornerback room gets lean. You may not be able to go find an answer out there as far as a trade goes. But I would say running back, inside linebacker, safety. These would be three positions that I would look at and say that you could probably, if you needed to go, you were pressed, if you had something went wrong, if you had to go make something happen, you could go find some answers out there that could be workable and that wouldn't cost you a ton to make it happen. So I think you're right. I'm not loving the guys that are there depth-wise right now with the inside linebackers on the roster. We definitely need Knight and Jones to roll true and through this full season. But I think if you did get caught and stuck a little bit, that you could find some kind of answer in there to make it work. But there is an interchangeability to the way you run this offense. I think some of that is about it being less about the mismatch approach that Grubb applied, and this is more about how you're attacking schemes and coverages. And that's how you win the NFL. College, you attack mismatches, you attack wide hashes and isolate guys on wide hashes and then bring everybody else over to the short hash and then one-on-one. But the pros, it's about attacking coverages. How do I go after what I know is going to be cover 3 post snap? What do I got built in? They're going to live in cover 2 today. Where are we going at? How are we attacking? And how you attack will be naturally opened at that point because you're going at the weaknesses of the defense. Not necessarily the weakness of player, but the weakness of the defense itself. It's a small little thing, but a subtle thing, but important. If we can sign Kazir White, I'd be open to that. He's been solid for the Cardinals recently. I think to Brandon, is K9 on the regular season team this year, or is Schneider trying to work some trade to deal with him? No, I think he's on the roster. I think they're just being very careful with him because they understand the injury history he's gone through and that how hard it's been to keep him on the field, and they're just trying to be aware of that. Adam Gase was awful. His best receiver was Corey Davis, bottom 5 O-line, no run game. Need I say more? Exactly. I mean, it's a situation where any quarterback will fail. You could put Tom Brady there in his prime and he's failing. It's going to happen. There is no just Superman overcome this thing. That's not the way that this sport exists when you have so much dysfunction at a particular organization, and it's through and through, stem to stern, top to bottom. And when it comes to the Jets, I don't think I'm throwing out a very harsh take, or I'm throwing out some hot take here to say that that's where that organization has been, and there's a reason that they've been bad for so long. And there doesn't seem to even be a light at the tunnel right now as it stands for them. Hopefully they got the right coach there now, but we'll see on that. Chris says the Jets have ruined more quarterback careers than Aaron Donald. Preach, man. Amen. Aaron Donald gives me emotional trauma too. That'd be a scary guy to see running at you. I'd be like Gino, you know. Oh, God. War Chief B, I was rewatching the game and I never noticed how much they were talking about Noel Williamson, the cornerback number 20. That was one of their up-and-coming stars. He got toasted bad all game. Yeah, is that I think that's the California kid, I want to say, the California corner. A lot of people were kind of hyped up on him coming out. But yeah, I didn't know they were talking about him that much. Interesting. They got beat up on today, man. Quarterbacks, whenever we didn't throw a lot, but when we did throw it, we got after them. That's for sure. Strike says, I watched this game with a Chiefs fan, buddy of mine. Aside from obvious starters like Mahomes, they seem to match our twos to their twos, threes to threes, etc. That was my outlook on it as well, Strike. There was a couple guys that they held out, but we held out some key guys as well. We didn't have Devin Witherspoon out there. We didn't have Leonard Williams out there. So, you kind of did a little bit of some equivalency there to a degree. Steven Velasquez just got back from the game. Run game looked great. Love the play calling. It's a beautiful thing to watch on the TV too, Steven. It looked efficient. It looked like there were some gaping holes there for the running backs. It looked like the Chiefs defense had no idea what was coming, and you had them on their back foot all game long. It felt like even when they knew the run game was coming, at times there was just nothing they could do about it because of your physicality and your dedication to running the rock. Beautiful, beautiful game. Just wonderful. Alan says, Kubiak is a badass. Yes, he is. Catalyst says, crack tosses, wide zone, play action boots, three-step drop back, spacing concepts. This is nearly identical to what I watch in the Shanahan offense. Yes, it is. It's a great mirroring of what you saw today that Shanahan does, and you can see why it's so very effective. It's varied. Hard to pinpoint down. It does a variety of different things. It's what you want your offense to be in theory. You don't want your offense to be just made up of an approach where you're just going down some certain set corridors for finding success. We only pass in this way. We only run in this way. For instance, with the Coach Carroll years offensively, we were 32nd in the NFL targeting the middle of the field. So our corridors had to be outside the numbers. Outside the hashes is where we had to pass, right? When you ran the ball, you tend to run inside. You didn't want to run to the edges. So your corridors were even more narrowed now. We're running that, so we're not doing pitch plays. It's now all in B gap runs. And then we don't target the middle of the field. Corridor, limited offense. That's how that all kind of bears out. Quince's X's and O's aside, you can really feel the buy-in and culture. It was the same in the Raiders game. Everyone is locked in and wants to win. Culture, head-to-head with Pete. Agreed. That's that part that's the hard to quantify, hard to get your fingers on exactly. You just kind of feel it. And that you have the full buy-in from the team. That this isn't just a couple of the guys are in and trying to do it and everybody else is just doing their job, just trying to get by, but that you have a team that says, hey, no, we know what we can do. We know what's at stake. We know what we can potentially accomplish here if we maximize this opportunity. And you seem to have gotten that across. I come back again, Quinn, to the fact that you had full participation in voluntary OTAs. Full participation. I think that's one of those little canary in the coal mines to telling you that you do have that kind of buy-in. Harry Morris, nice Hawks win. I better get back to work now. Hopefully you're not having to work too hard, Harry, but a very nice win for our Hawks. J.O. says every time he calls a dope play, the crowd should yell, Coob. I like it, man. Jack says, still time to trade for Shador? Nah. Let him hang in Cleveland. That's probably the right spot for him. Superior Records, Hawks are on a tear right now. Boy, they are ever. They are ever. Robert Jimenez. How you doing, Robert? It's good to see you, brother. Thank you for the $2 donation. And I got a couple other donations I did miss there, Jeffrey. I see you got one too. I'll get there on that one. He says, Christopher Walken's thoughts on tonight's game. Well, Robin, I've got to say, I came in today, this game, thinking, can we hold on against this Chiefs team hard as they are, and it's a tough team, Chiefs, Super Bowl winners, dynasty. And we took the dynasty down today all the way to the ground. We buried it in a preseason game. That's how it goes, I guess, when you're this good. Kubiak, best offensive coordinator NFL ever seen. Defense, next level, second step up. Here they go. They're not ready, Robert. NFL, no, not ready at all for what's coming on the pike. I'm telling you now, you better wake up. National fan base perspective, it's coming now. Watkins going to struggle at 4 hours in, Robert. I did my best. He's tired, but he's hyped. To the moon. It's going to be great. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation as well. The Chief excuse train is already on the tracks. You get this thoroughly thumped. You get this thoroughly out-physicaled. You get this thoroughly out-schemed. I don't know if there's a lot of excuses you can throw out. I can see with the Chiefs that you rest your main guys. You don't really care. You're not really trying to accomplish a lot in the preseason. But it wasn't a good performance. Wasn't a great look. And if I'm a Chiefs fan, I don't know how I feel anything but man, are we stepping backwards this year a little bit? I mean, it's one game. It's in the wet, rainy weather. All that kind of stuff, right? But I don't know. I got a feeling with the Chiefs when I watch them. It doesn't seem like it's in the same well-oiled machine-like place it's been at previously to me. And I made the bold prediction on this. I'm owning it. I'm telling you. I don't think the Chiefs make the playoffs this year, and I said that before this game. This isn't a Johnny-come-lately kind of take. I don't think they make the playoffs this year. That's a tough AFC. And if you take a minor step back in the AFC, that's a tougher AFC West than it's ever been in the Chiefs' time there with Mahomes and Andy Reid. I think that this is the year that they suffer a little bit of that Super Bowl loser curse thing where you really are licking your wounds the next year and it's a struggle. I do believe so. We'll see on that, but I feel pretty good about that. Thank you, though, Jeffrey. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation, Y2K. I appreciate you as well for that. He says, I love you. May much love out to you as well. Big time love out to all of you out there for hanging with me throughout the stream today. And we're going into year 6 here at the Hawks Nest and growing bigger than ever, badder than ever. And your guys' support and just kindness, encouragement as ever is just always awesome. And I really thank you guys for that. Always makes it easy to go live. It always makes this the funnest time to be able to just hang with you guys, is that the vibe and the energy is always so cool. And I really appreciate it. I really do. Mo Maggot Yallin, thank you for a $10 donation. Yallin, very kind of you, man. Really, really kind. You guys are just unbelievable. I salute y'all for so much support today throughout the stream. You're grinding, brother. Your live sessions got me through being off work, recovering from surgery 11 months ago. Always appreciate the in-depth, thoughtful takes. Getting LASIK on Friday. Well, I thought about getting LASIK myself at times. I'm a contact wearer. I just can't trust that laser around my eyeballs. I get a little bit too jumpy. I just couldn't do it. I'd probably jerk on the table, and they'd be like, "Oh, we got the iris there. You're blind in the right eye now." But hopefully, it's a smooth, easy procedure for you, and you're looking like an eagle after the session is over with. But I love hearing that, man. I'm glad to help get through some of those tough times. I love one of my favorite things is hearing from folks that are kind of at work and just getting through their day, and that this can maybe make it a little bit easier getting through the day. Because that was always the way when I was back in the day, grinding at work and doing the 9 to 5, and something I know and I can attest to, that it's so hard to get through those days sometimes. And you're just something that you can hear to kind of just get you through, to get this thing just to spin a little bit faster to get to my end of days. And for me, podcast helped me get there on that. Being able to listen to people talk and just kind of, it could just help kind of move things along a little bit faster. And so hopefully I was able to do that for you with the recovery from surgery. But thank you, man. I really appreciate the big donation. And it's a pleasure doing what I get to do. It's an honor and a pleasure. This is not a lot of people get to do this kind of thing and talk football and be able to chop it up with so many cool people. It's something that I definitely am always very well aware of, the fact that I'm in a very lucky, blessed position to be able to do this. And it's motivating, man. It's very motivating just having such a cool crew like we do here. Thank you. Rendaz, when Mike B first defended the Legion of Boom pregame, Earl was the first name out of his mouth. Rightfully so. Yeah, Earl was one of the drivers on that defense and a special talent at the safety position. That's for sure. And it seems like there's a little bit of a recovery process, a little bit with some of the reputational stuff that he took a hit on, and that these LOB teammates are having his back on that and recognizing that a little bit with it, which is cool. And hopefully that process has kind of begun. Bulbasaurus, Hawks Nest. What's wrong with Jay Harbaugh? Seems like every game we have a mishap. It's the one concern coming out of this game, Bulbasaurus. I can't dress it up. It's a valid concern. It's a concern we had coming into this training camp. When I did the research on Jay Harbaugh at Michigan as a special teams coach, he hadn't created an elite special teams unit at the college level. There was a familiarity there with Mike McDonald, no doubt. There is the connection to the Harbaugh brothers there, no doubt. But had there been a background that spoke to me of being a guy that had earned the right to be a special teams coach at the NFL level and what his resume had been put up, I didn't see that myself. I was worried about that coming in. It was one of the one coaching hires I was really kind of concerned with. And so to your point, last year, there are some issues. And again, now this year, there are some issues. And the thing I do wonder about is that you're in a position right now as special teams coach when it comes to defending, especially the kickoff. Today was the punt return, but it was also the kick return. But you're in a position now where you've got to relearn things new. It's going to reward those guys that can be smart on their feet and can adjust and can evolve. And for those that were holding on to the old concepts and the old ways and don't have a lot of adjustment built in, they're going to be the ones that struggle. And after a year plus the preseason of watching Harbaugh so far, it feels like he's a little bit in the latter camp than the former camp. And I do find myself worried, Bulbasaurus, as we go into the regular season on this one, because it was bothersome last year. It was bothersome that it took you 3/4 of the damn year to get through to figure out D. Williams wasn't the guy back there. You should have figured that out after game one. It was clear as could be. So I am worried here. I need Jay to step his game up here this regular season. And I'm just gonna blame that punt return on 4 stringers who aren't even gonna be on the team, Bulbasaurus. I'm gonna just blanket myself in that. But it's valid concern. Dogzilla got to run. Thanks, Brandon. Everyone, have a fun night. You too, man. Appreciate you. Regular season 3 weeks away, Rundas. It's gonna come fast. Telling you. J.O., how you doing? Robert says, thank you for the impression, Brando. You're a gentleman and scholar. Anytime, Robert, especially to talk about how good our Seahawks are going to be this. Yeah, this is going to be good. Real good. I see you, Robert. Cattle says they didn't even have answers to stop the run, even with our backups out there. They didn't. You don't get to 50 attempts at a rushing game unless you've just controlled the line of scrimmage and you've really dominated as rushing attack. And that was the case today. Now, Chiefs can kind of dress up whatever excuses they want for that, but that's pretty rare to be able to do that in the NFL, be it a regular season game or a preseason game. I'd say almost even more so for a preseason game where stopping the run's about effort. I mean, players will tell you that all the time. It's not always about like you got dominated by this great offensive line that just took you apart. It's about, did all 11 guys put out the maximum effort to shore up this rushing attack and stop it? And so when you have players that are playing for their football livelihood, when you have players that are playing to keep their roster spot, the effort should be there. That shouldn't be the question to it. Noah says, did I hear you have a few spots left in your fantasy league? Yes, Noah, you did. So if you want to join up on the Hawks Nest Fantasy Football League, go ahead and just hit me up. I'm at Hey Hawks Nest. Hey Hawks, that's plural. So HEWHAWKS. HeyHawksNest@gmail.com. And I'll get you all contacted with our commish, Noah, and get you set up there with our Discord server and get all that kind of set up. So do please hit me up. We're going to be probably running that draft pretty soon on that after the 3rd preseason game. So Yeah, Noah, just hit me up over on that email there. Or if you want to, you can just hit me up at the Twitter at SeahawksNester. That's another spot too as well. And we'll get you all connected, man, for sure. Megan Hawks Nest was talking to the Saints fan who regret letting Kubiak go. Gotta love that. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Because what he did in coming in there and being so good out the gate for them with a roster offensively that wasn't exactly stacked up, with Derek Carr as your quarterback, that's impressive work. It's impressive work that I took note of, and it's part of just in part with Kubiak. There's some other aspects too with this, but it was in part with me what drove so hard, Megan, to wanting that guy to be brought here, and that was my number one candidate. And when we came down to the offensive coordinator search and people were asking me, give me a list of 3 guys. Who's your top 5? I said, I don't have a top 5. I don't have a top 3. I got one. And his name is Clint Mother Effin Kubiak. I got just one. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, one day closer to real football. Thanks to the great coverage game and post-game coverage too. Go Hawks. Thank you, Addicted. Have yourself a great night, man. And my pleasure. My pleasure. One sec here. I'll be right back. One moment. Oh, push it. Al says, I can't do it. I'll wear glasses the rest of my life because I can't handle things going in my eye. I can do okay at things in my eye, but it's just that laser. And it's like 1 little millimeter off this way, you'll be blind in the eye. But just 1 millimeter right here, we're going to get it perfect. And then the fact that people get it and then it like doesn't last forever in like 15 years, it's like, well, the vision's fading again. Wait, I had a freaking laser beam shot through my eyeballs and the thing's going to fade with time? No. Laser surgery reminds me of that Cutaway Home and Family Guy with Luke Skywalker. Catalyst has tried contacts 3 times, could stick to it. Bothered me way too much. I've gotten to the point where the contacts to me is second nature because I've done it for 35 years. So it's like I could just pluck them right out, no problem. Steven says, Brandon, your walking is in rare form. He's going to have a great season. I'm ready, Steven, now. I want a championship, Super Bowl again. I'm greedy. It's the way I am. I don't apologize for it. Never will. William, AB, did you like the safety and what the backup nose tackle will make the team? AB, did you like the safety? I did, man. William, it was a beautiful thing. Peely's a guy that's a nose tackle. You want to see if he can make that roster, not only because you need the nose tackle help. Hankins has been injured. You don't have a lot of depth there. But that if he can perform well, he can earn a roster spot. If he can earn snaps of the rotation, now you can really, truly, fully move Byron Murphy over to the 3-tech. So it's not only a win-win for him to be good and look good and helps the depth, but it's that it force multiplies in helping out another player be at even his best, be even better. Yallin says, John and Mike zigged when everyone zagged in the draft. I was with your thought process during the draft, thinking they missed on a lot of high-value prospects, but they swung for the fences. Beautifully put, Yallin. Beautifully put, and I would echo your sentiments on it. And I think that that's the part, even within not always understanding every pick in the draft and overall like the draft, but that it absolutely was the case in what you could say about the draft, even if you didn't like the players necessarily on some of the players that were picked. The thing that even the most ardent person that would be down on the draft would have to say, and this is back to your point, is that you went for upside all across the board. Nick Imawari is an upside pick. Milrow is an upside pick. Arroyo is an upside pick. Riley Mills, who's not even going to play this year, is an upside pick. If he's healthy, he's a top 50 guy, but you got him in the 4th round because of the torn ACL. So it was all about upside. And this might maximally pay off for them this year if a couple of these guys can realize that form and realize it fast. Especially in the case of a guy like a Nick Emawari or a Gray Zabel. But yeah, absolutely, you were going for upside, y'all, in this draft. This was not a high floor draft or give me the guy that'll be functional. It was, let's shoot for the moon on these guys. Let's shoot for that high ceiling. Well said. Save the geese. Remember the last time a player, Seattle drafted from Texas, cut their dreads? Cough, Earl, cough, Murphy. That's right. Murphy went the Earl route, cut the dreads, and that's when you got the souped up new engine under his hood like Earl Thomas, where all those mental errors just suddenly went away. I don't know why when the dreads go, the mental errors go away. I don't know why. I'm not trying to connect one thing to the other. Just it's random. King Tay, I almost forgot D. Williams. What a disaster. And that was under Harbs. Yeah. And you guys were watching me week 1. I mean, you can go back and watch my week 1 breakdown of the Broncos game where I'm loving the game and I'm super happy. But the time I got to the D. Williams part, I'm on record on game 1 there saying, get this guy off the field. He's not a punt returner. I don't care about rookie. I don't want to hear any of that. Go get a guy that knows how to do it and get him out there who can catch the freaking ball. That was a ridiculous situation. Absolutely was. Bulbasaurus Hawks Nest. Did you know? Did not know what the entire history on Harbaugh? Thank you. What's your opinion on the new Hawks cam thing for the first downs? It seems slower than just having the refs use the chains. Yeah, there was that point on the 1 4th down with Julian Love, Bulbasaurus, to your point where you're sitting there and it's like, is this watch on here? Like, it didn't seem more efficient than just the chains, to your point. It was a lot of, let's wait this through. Let's let them think. I don't like those moments in football in general where you just have people standing around waiting for something, waiting to be told something on a given situation. So I'm not a fan. Didn't like that part of it. It was a little bit, Save the Geese says, can you do an Owen Wilson impression? Wow, I didn't even know. That's wild. That game was wild. Wow, they pulled it off. Who would have saw that happening? What a wild game. Wow. That's my bet. I can basically just do wow as my Owen Wilson. That's like Strike says, that's my whole thing. Wow. It's a crazy game. It's just a crazy one. There's wild people in the stands. It was raining. It was raining down hard. It was weird. Nick says, B, where did you get that Seahawks button up? Need that for work. Nick, this is the Seahawks fan base. So last year they got me the cool Seahawks sunglasses, which you can see I got my little kitty rocking up there on the deal. So you went to training camp, they were just giving out those for free. And then this year, training camp practice I went to, they were giving out free shirts, free Hawaiian Seahawks shirts. So I don't even know if this is sold in the store. I think that they just whip these things up for practice one day. You know, just as this, they kind of just reward the fans in that fashion. Kind of cool. You might be able to find it in the store, but I don't think so. I think it was just a specialty thing that they put together. Myself. Daniel Barry, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Bulbasaurus Hawks Nest, I assumed it would be an instantaneous thing, but it is not. Hopefully it speeds up in the regular season. I hope it does too, because that's the whole point of it, is to keep the thing going fast. And it's again like if laser beams are being used and computer models are being incorporated and, you know, we've got AI running faster than ever, I don't think that it takes you 5.5 minutes for the computer to tell you a response on where the ball's at. That feels more like guys are talking about it somewhere up on an office or something, right, Bulbasaurus? Which now we come back to just use the chains then, if we're getting to that. So it should be just like laser beam, laser beam, laser beam, ball's here, done. Let's call it a day, right? The Geese, Owen Wilson's one of my favorite actors. I hear Stick's a really good show. I'm going to have to check it out. Going to have to check it out on that one. But he's got a pretty good filmography, man. He is one of those guys kind of plays the same. Just playing the one, just doing what I'm doing. Just the way. It's the way I'm going, man. But he's got a cool personality. Very soothing. Very soothing personality. Nick says, to the Seahawks store I go. There you go, Nick. Get it, man. Get it, brother. All right, well, we are almost 5 hours deep in. I think we will put a bit of a button on this one at that point in time. I got to get the wrap-up video done and out to you guys tonight, so I'm going to go work on that on my side of it. I thank you guys for watching tonight. A couple of programming notes. We're going to get Bryce Coots and Dan Viennes at separate times next week on the channel. Me and Bryce Coots are going to talk a little bit about Jalen Milroe's mechanics and what we're going to look forward to be coming along with him here over time as he needs to grow and get his game refined down, and what you need to be looking for in regards to with him. With Dan, I want to talk with him because he's been having that, of course, direct access to training camp practice, and he's been there on the scene, close at hand, watching what's going down since I left training camp practice a couple weeks ago, so he can get us an update on that, which I think will be pretty cool. So we'll begin Dan on as well next week. We got the regular show schedule all lined up as well. In addition to that, get the Seahawks weekly starting, kicking off here as well. So we'll get that to you guys too. I thank you guys for a really wonderful night. Had a lot of fun with you guys. It was a tremendous game to have a chance to be able to watch with you guys, and it's been a very successful preseason period here for your Seattle Seahawks. A couple of other just little bit of notes on this as well. We've got the Hawks Nest Clips channel, which is rolling along strong, well over a couple of thousand subscribers over on that side. It's the Hawks Nest Clips channel. You can find it here on YouTube if you're looking for some extra Hawks Nest content all loaded up on that side of it. So pleased to be on the lookout on that side. We will be back here potentially maybe Sunday. If not Sunday, I'll definitely be back on Monday here with you guys on it. With the next thing up will be the Seahawks Weekly Roundup that I'm going to want to kick into place here on that side. So you'll see me back here very, very quickly. But if you're trying to hold yourself back, don't hold yourself back here. If you're a person that's a little bit of a glass is half empty guy, and you said, well, Gino and DK are moving on this offseason, and team's taking the one step back, and so you certainly can't take 2 steps forward in an offseason. If you've taken the step back, you're going to have to wait a year to take those 2 steps forward. The Seattle Seahawks team is giving you so much tangible evidence that the 2 steps forward has been undertaken and is happening, and that you are finishing off that second step, and that this team is ready to really progress forward this year. That they're not just going to be knocking on that door, that they're not going to be running up against that glass ceiling that they've hit the last couple of years, but they're ready to finally bust through. That the team gets what it takes, the leaders understand what they need to do to guide this team and the youngsters on the right path, that your stars are taking ownership of this team, and that you're seeing that on the field playing out. It's a preseason game. You don't want to take too much away from the final results. There's been plenty of teams in NFL history that have gone 3-0 and 4-0 and then fallen flat on their face when they get to the regular season. I can acknowledge that. I just don't feel that from this team. This is a team that haphazardly went through a wild-ass offseason where everything seemed to go wrong and everything's going right now. It's that everything you heard from this offseason was building up to this rightness. It's the full participation in the OTAs. It's the successful draft. It's spending the money correctly in free agency. It's still having some powder dry to make some other moves if you should want to go do it. It's all of these things working together in conjunction to build out this team. As I say, it's a multitude of smart decisions that lead to a contending team. It isn't some one great thing that you get right. It isn't getting the magical quarterback and all is saved now. It's a variety of smart decisions down the line, including hiring the right coaches, drafting the right players, developing in the right fashion. And you work all those together, you eventually get to a team that can really, truly make some noise. And I'm telling you right now, this team is ready to make some damn noise. So you lock it in. You lock it in, and don't you be thinking about 2026. You think about 2025. This team right now is ready. They're equipped. And they might just be on point to go and shock the rest of this nation who's all selling them down the river and saying they ain't going to be nothing. It's going to be all so very satisfying to see so many of those surprised looks, to see all the surprised faces on the round table when this team goes out and starts kicking ass and taking names. So you lock in, and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.